Preface. 3 friars, says a legend, hid themselves near the witch Sabbath orgies that they might count the devils. But the chief of these, discovering the friars, said, "Reverend brothers, our army is such that if all the Alps, their rocks and glaciers, were equally divided among us, none would have a pound's weight." This was in one alpine valley. Anyone who has caught but a glimpse of the world's Walpurgis night, as revealed in mythology and folklore, must agree that this courteous devil did not overstate the case. Any attempt to catalogue the evil specters which have haunted mankind were like trying to count the shadows cast upon the earth by the rising sun. This conviction has grown upon the author of this work at every step in his studies of the subject. In 1859, I contributed, as one of the American tracts for the Times, a pamphlet entitled The Natural History of the Devil. Probably the chief value of that essay was to myself, and this in that its preparation had revealed to me how pregnant with interest and importance was the subject selected. Subsequent researches in the same direction, after I had come to reside in Europe, revealed how slight had been my conception of the vastness of the domain upon which that early venture was made. In 1872, while preparing a series of lectures for the Royal Institution on Demonology, it appeared to me that the best I could do was to print those lectures with some notes and additions. But after they were delivered, there still remained with me unused the greater part of materials collected in many countries, and the phantasmal creatures which I had evoked would not permit me to rest from my labors until I had dealt with them more thoroughly. The fable of Thor's attempt to drink up a small spring, and his failure because it was fed by the ocean, seems aimed at such efforts as mine. But there is another aspect of the case which has yielded me more encouragement. These phantom hosts, however unmanageable as to number, when closely examined, present comparatively few types. They coalesce by hundreds. From being at first overwhelmed by their multiplicity, the classifier finds himself at length beating bushes to start a new variety. Around some single form the physiognomy, it may be, of hunger or disease, of lust or cruelty-ignorant imagination, has broken up nature into innumerable bits which, like mirrors of various surface, reflect the same in endless sizes and distortions, but they vanish if that central fact be withdrawn. In trying to conquer, as it were, these imaginary monsters, they have sometimes swarmed and gibbered around me in a mad comedy which travestied their tragic sway over those who believed in their reality. Gargoyles extended their grin over the finest architecture, cornices coiled to serpents. The very words of speakers started out of their conventional sense into images that tripped my attention. Only as what I believed right solutions were given to their problems were my sphinxes laid. But through this psychological experience, it appeared that when one was so laid, his or her legion disappeared also. Long ago, such phantasms ceased to haunt my nerves because I discovered their unreality. I am now venturing to believe that their mythologic forms cease to haunt my studies because I have found out their reality. Why slay the slain? Such may be the question that will arise in the minds of many who see this book. A Scotch song says, "The devil is dead and buried at Kirkcaldy." If so, he did not die until he had created a world in his image. The natural world is overlaid by an unnatural religion, breeding bitterness around simplest thoughts, obstructions to science, estrangements not more reasonable than if they resulted from varying notions of lunar figures, all derived from the devil-bequeathed dogma that certain beliefs and disbeliefs are of infernal instigation. Dogmas molded in a fossil demonology make the foundation of institutions which divert wealth, learning, enterprise to fictitious ends. It has not, therefore, been mere intellectual curiosity which has kept me working at this subject these many years, but an increasing conviction that the sequelae of such superstitions are exercising a still formidable influence. When Father de Laporte lately published his book on the devil, his bishop wrote, "Reverend Father, if everyone busied himself with the devil as you do, the kingdom of God would gain by it." Identifying the kingdom here spoken of as that of truth, it has been with a certain concurrence in the bishop's sentiment that I have busied myself with the work now given to the public. Part 1. Demonolatry. Chapter 1. Dualism. Origin of deism evolution from the far to the near illustrations, from witchcraft the primitive, pantheism the dawn of dualism. A college in the state of Ohio has adopted for its motto the words, orient thyself. This significant admonition to Western youth represents one condition of attaining truth in the science of mythology. Through neglect of it, the glowing personifications and metaphors of the East have too generally migrated to the West, only to find it a Medusa turning them to stone. Our prosaic literalism changes their ideals to idols. The time has come when we must learn rather to see ourselves in them. Out of an age and civilization where we live in habitual recognition of natural forces, we may transport ourselves to a period and region where no sophisticated eye looks upon nature. The sun is a chariot drawn by shining steeds and driven by a refulgent deity. The stars ascend and move by arbitrary power or command. The tree is the bower of a spirit. The fountain leaps from the urn of a naiad. In such gay costumes did the laws of nature hold their carnival until science struck the hour for unmasking. The costumes and masks have with us become materials for studying the history of the human mind. But to know them, we must translate our senses back into that phase of our own early existence, so far as is consistent with carrying our culture with us. Without conceding too much to solar mythology, it may be pronounced tolerably clear that the earliest emotion of worship was born out of the wonder with which man looked up to the heavens above him. The splendors of the morning and evening, the azure vault painted with frescoes of cloud or blackened by the storm, the night crowned with constellations, these awakened imagination, inspired awe, kindled admiration, and at length adoration, in the being who had reached intervals in which his eye was lifted above the earth. Amid the rapture of Vedic hymns to these sublimities, we meet sharp questionings whether there be any such gods as the priests say, and suspicion is sometimes cast on sacrifices. The forms that peopled the celestial spaces may have been those of ancestors, kings, and great men, but anterior to all forms was the poetic enthusiasm which built heavenly mansions for them. And the crude cosmogonies of primitive science were probably caught up by this spirit, and consecrated as slowly as scientific generalizations now are. Our modern ideas of evolution might suggest the reverse of this, that human worship began with things low and gradually ascended to high objects, that from rude ages, in which adoration was directed to stock and stone, tree and reptile, the human mind climbed by degrees to the contemplation and reverence of celestial grandeurs. But the accord of this view with our ideas of evolution is apparent only. The real progress seems here to have been from the far to the near, from the great to the small. It is, indeed, probably inexact to speak of the worship of stock and stone, weed and wort, insect and reptile, as primitive. There are many indications that such things were by no race considered intrinsically sacred, nor were they really worshipped until the origin of their sanctity was lost. And even now, ages after their oracular or symbolical character has been forgotten, the superstitions that have survived in connection with such insignificant objects point to an original association with the phenomena of the heavens. No religions could, at first glance, seem wider apart than the worship of the serpent and that of the glorious sun. Yet many ancient temples are covered with symbols combining sun and snake, and no form is more familiar in Egypt than the solar serpent standing erect upon its tail, with rays around its head. Nor is this high relationship of the adored reptile found only in regions where it might have been raised up by ethnical combinations as the mere survival of a savage symbol. William Craft, an African who resided for some time in the kingdom of Dahomey, informed me of the following incident which he had witnessed there. The sacred serpents are kept in a grand house, which they sometimes leave to crawl in their neighboring grounds. One day a Negro from some distant region encountered one of these animals and killed it. The people, learning that one of their gods had been slain, seized the stranger, and having surrounded him with a circle of brushwood, set it on fire. The poor wretch broke through the circle of fire and ran, pursued by the crowd, who struck him with heavy sticks. Smarting from the flames and blows, he rushed into a river, but no sooner had he entered there than the pursuit ceased, and he was told that, having gone through fire and water, he was purified and might emerge with safety. Thus, even in that distant and savage region, serpent worship was associated with fire worship and river worship, which have a wide representation in both Aryan and Semitic symbolism. To this day, the Orthodox Israelites set beside their dead, before burial, the lighted candle and a basin of pure water. These have been associated in rabbinical mythology with the angels Michael, genius of water, and Gabriel, genius of fire. But they refer both to the phenomenal glories and the purifying effects of the two elements as reverenced by the Africans in one direction and the Parsees in another. Not less significant are the facts which were attested at the witch trials. It was shown that for their pretended divinations, they used plants as rue and vervain, well known in the ancient northern religions, and often recognized as examples of tree worship. But it also appeared that around the cauldron, a mock zodiacal circle was drawn, and that every herb employed was alleged to have derived its potency from having been gathered at a certain hour of the night or day, a particular quarter of the moon, or from some spot where sun or moon did or did not shine upon it. Ancient planet worship is, indeed, still reflected in the habit of village herbalists, who gather their simples at certain phases of the moon or at certain of those holy periods of the year which conform more or less to the pre-Christian festivals. These are a few out of many indications that the small and senseless things which have become almost or quite fetishes were by no means such at first, but were mystically connected with the heavenly elements and splendors, like the animal forms in the zodiac. In one of the earliest hymns of the Rig Veda, it is said this earth belongs to Varuna, Ahuranos, the king, and the wide sky. He is contained also in this drop of water. As the sky was seen reflected in the shining curve of a dewdrop, even so in the shape or color of a leaf or flower, the transformation of a chrysalis, or the burial and resurrection of a scarabaeus egg, some sign could be detected making it answer in place of the typical image, which could not yet be painted or carved. The necessities of expression would, of course, operate to invest the primitive conceptions and interpretations of celestial phenomena with those pictorial images drawn from earthly objects of which the early languages are chiefly composed. In many cases that are met in the most ancient hymns, the designations of exalted objects are so little descriptive of them that we may refer them to a period anterior to the formation of that refined and complex symbolism by which primitive religions have acquired a representation in definite characters. The Vedic comparisons of the various colors of the dawn to horses, or the rain clouds to cows, denotes a much less mature development of thought than the fine observation implied in the connection of the forked lightning with the forked serpent tongue and forked mistletoe, or symbolization of the universe in the concentric folds of an onion. It is the presence of these more mystical and complex ideas in religions which indicate a progress of the human mind from the large and obvious to the more delicate and occult, and the growth of the higher vision which can see small things in their large relationships. Although the exaltation in the Vedas of Varuna as king of heaven, and as contained also in a drop of water, is in one verse, we may well recognize an immense distance in time between the two ideas there embodied. The first represents that primitive pantheism which is the counterpart of ignorance. An unclassified outward universe is the reflection of a mind without form and void. It is while all within is as yet undiscriminating wonder that the religious vesture of nature will be this undefined pantheism. The fruit of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil has not yet been tasted. In some of the earlier hymns of the Rig Veda, the Maruts, the storm deities are praised along with Indra, the sun. Yama, king of death, is equally adored with the goddess of dawn. No real foe of yours is known in heaven nor in earth. The storms are thy allies. Such is the high optimism of sentences found even in sacred books which elsewhere mask the dawn of the dualism which ultimately superseded the harmony of the elemental powers. I create light and I create darkness, I create good and I create evil. Look unto Yezdan, who causeth the shadow to fall. But it is easy to see what must be the result when this happy family of sun god and storm god and fire god and their innumerable coordinate divinities shall be divided by discord. When each shall have become associated with some earthly object or fact, he or she will appear as friend or foe, and their connection with the sources of human pleasure and pain will be reflected in collisions and wars in the heavens. The rebel clouds will be transformed to titans and dragons. The adored Maruts will be no longer storm heroes with unsheathed swords of lightning, marching as the retinue of Indra, but fire-breathing monsters Vritras and Ahais, and the morning and evening shadows from faithful watchdogs become the treacherous hellhounds, like Orthros and Cerberus. The vehement antagonisms between animals and men and of tribe against tribe will be expressed in the conception of struggles among gods, who will thus be classified as good or evil deities. This was precisely what did occur. The primitive pantheism was broken up. In its place, the later ages beheld the universe as the arena of a tremendous conflict between good and evil powers, who severally, in the process of time, marshaled each and everything, from a world to a worm, under their flaming banners. Chapter 2. The Genesis of Demons. Their good names euphemistic their mixed character illustrations. Beelzebub, low-key demon germs the knowledge of good and evil distinction between demon and devil. The first pantheon of each race was built of intellectual speculations. In a moral sense, each form in it might be described as more or less demonic, and indeed, it may almost be affirmed that religion, considered as a service rendered to superhuman beings, began with the propitiation of demons, albeit they might be called gods. Man found that in the earth good things came with difficulty, while thorns and weeds sprang up everywhere. The evil powers seemed to be the strongest. The best deity had a touch of the demon in him. The sun is the most beneficent, yet he bears the sunstroke along with the sunbeam, and withers the blooms he calls forth. The splendor, the might, the majesty, the menace, the grandeur and wrath of the heavens and the elements were blended in these personifications, and reflected in the trembling adoration paid to them. The flattering names given to these powers by their worshippers must be interpreted by the costly sacrifices with which men sought to propitiate them. No sacrifice would have been offered originally to a purely benevolent power. The Furies were called the Eumenides, the well-meaning, and there arises a temptation to regard the name as preserving the primitive meaning of the Sanskrit original of Erinnyes, namely, Sereniu, which signifies the morning light stealing over the sky. But the descriptions of the Erinnyes by the Greek poets especially of Aeschylus, who pictures them as black, serpent-locked, with eyes dropping blood, and calls them hounds show that Sereniu as morning light, and thus the revealer of deeds of darkness, had gradually been degraded into a personification of the curse. And yet, while recognizing the name Eumenides as euphemistic, we may admire none the less the growth of that rationalism which ultimately found in the epithet a suggestion of the soul of good in things evil, and almost restored the beneficent sense of Sereniu. I have settled in this place, says Athene in the Eumenides of Aeschylus. These mighty deities, hard to be appeased, they have obtained by lot to administer all things concerning men. But he who has not found them gentle knows not whence come the ills of life. But before the dread Erinnyes of Homer's age had become the venerable goddesses, Semnithae, of popular phrase in Athens, or the Eumenides of the later poets' high insight, piercing their Gorgon form as portrayed by himself, they had passed through all the phases of human terror. Cowering generations had tried to soothe the remorseless avengers by complimentary phrases. The worship of the serpent, originating in the same fear, similarly raised that animal into the region where poets could invest it with many profound and beautiful significances. But these more distinctly terrible deities are found in the shadowy borderland of mythology, from which we may look back into ages when the fear in which worship is born had not yet been separated into its elements of awe and admiration, nor the heaven of supreme forces divided into ranks of benevolent and malevolent beings. And on the other hand, we may look forward to the ages in which the moral consciousness of man begins to form the distinctions between good and evil, right and wrong, which changes cosmogony into religion, and impresses every deity of the mind's creation to do his or her part in reflecting the physical and moral struggles of mankind. The intermediate processes by which the good and evil were detached and advanced to separate personification cannot always be traced, but the indications of their work are in most cases sufficiently clear. The relationship, for instance, between Baal and Baalzebub cannot be doubted. The one represents the sun in his glory as quickener of nature and painter of its beauty, the other the insect-breeding power of the sun. Baalzebub is the fly god. Only at a comparatively recent period did the deity of the Philistines, whose oracle was consulted by Ahaziah, 2 Kings I, suffer under the reputation of being the prince of devils, his name being changed by a mere pun to Beelzebul, dung god. It is not impossible that the modern Egyptian mother's hesitation to disturb flies settling on her sleeping child, and the sanctity attributed to various insects, originated in the awe felt for him. The title fly god is paralleled by the reverent epithet Epimuios, applied to Zeus as worshipped at Eli's, the me agris deus of the Romans, and the me odes mentioned by Pliny. Our picture is probably from a protecting charm, and evidently by the god's believers. There is a story of a peasant woman in a French church who was found kneeling before a marble group and was warned by a priest that she was worshipping the wrong figure, namely, Beelzebub. "Never mind," she replied, "it is well enough to have friends on both sides." The story, though now only ben trovato, would represent the actual state of mind in many a Babylonian invoking the protection of the fly god against formidable swarms of his venomous subjects. Not less clear is the illustration supplied by Scandinavian mythology. In Simon's Edda, the evil-minded Loki says, "Odin, dost thou remember when we in early days blended our blood together?" The two became detached very slowly, for their separation implied the crumbling away of a great religion and its distribution into new forms, and a religion requires, relatively, as long to decay as it does to grow, as we who live under a crumbling religion have good reason to know. Pratap Chunder Mazumdar, of the Brahmo Samaj, in an address in London, said, "The Indian pantheon has many millions of deities, and no space is left for the devil." He might have added that these deities have distributed between them all the work that the devil could perform if he were admitted. His remark recalled to me the Eddaic story of Loki's entrance into the assembly of gods in the halls of Ogier. Loki, destined in a later age to be identified with Satan, is angrily received by the deities, but he goes round and mentions incidents in the life of each one which show them to be little if any better than himself. The gods and goddesses, unable to reply, confirm the cynic's criticisms in theologic fashion by tying him up with a serpent for cord. The late Theodore Parker is said to have replied to a Calvinist who sought to convert him, "The difference between us is simple. Your God is my devil." There can be little question that the Hebrews, from whom the Calvinist inherited his deity, had no devil in their mythology, because the jealous and vindictive Jehovah was quite equal to any work of that kind, as the hardening of Pharaoh's heart, bringing plagues upon the land, or deceiving a prophet, and then destroying him for his false prophecies. The same accommodating relation of the primitive deities to all natural phenomena will account for the absence of distinct representatives of evil of the most primitive religions. The earliest exceptions to this primeval harmony of the gods, implying moral chaos in man, were trifling enough. The occasional monster seems worthy of mention only to display the valor of the god who slew him. But such were demon germs, born out of the structural action of the human mind, so soon as it began to form some philosophy concerning a universe upon which it had at first looked with simple wonder, and destined to an evolution of vast import when the work of moralizing upon them should follow. Let us take our stand beside our barbarian, but no longer savage ancestor in the far past. We have watched the rosy morning as it waxed to a blazing noon. Then swiftly the sun is blotted out, the tempest rages. It is a sudden night lit only by the forked lightning that strikes tree, house, man with angry thunderpeal. From an instructed age, man can look upon the storm blackening the sky not as an enemy of the sun, but one of its own superlative effects. But some thousands of years ago, when we were all living in Eastern barbarism, we could not conceive that a luminary whose very business it was to give light could be a party to his own obscuration. We then looked with pity upon the ignorance of our ancestors, who had sung hymns to the storm dragons, hoping to flatter them into quietness. And we came by irresistible logic to that dualism which long divided the visible, and still divides the moral universe into two hostile camps. This is the mother principle out of which demons, in the ordinary sense of the term, proceeded. At first view, as distinguished from the host of deities by exceptional harmfulness, they were multiplied with man's growth in the classification of his world. Their principle of existence is capable of indefinite expansion, until it shall include all the realms of darkness, fear, and pain. In the names of demons, and in the fables concerning them, the struggles of man in his ages of weakness with peril, want, and death are recorded more fully than in any inscriptions on stone. Dualism is a creed which all superficial appearances attest. Side by side the desert and the fruitful land, the sunshine and the frost, sorrow and joy, life and death, sit weaving around every life its vesture of bright and somber threads, and science alone can detect how each of these casts the shuttle to the other. Enemies to each other, they will appear in every realm which knowledge has not mastered. There is a refrain, gathered from many ages, in William Blake's apostrophe to the tiger. Tiger, tiger, burning bright in the forests of the night, what immortal hand or eye framed thy fearful symmetry? In what distant deeps or skies burned that fire within thine eyes? On what wings dared he aspire? What the hand dared seize the fire? When the stars threw down their spears and water heaven with their tears, did he smile his work to see? Did he who made the lamb make thee? That which one of the devoutest men of genius whom England has produced thus asked, was silently answered in India by the serpent worshipper kneeling with his tongue held in his hand. In Egypt, by Osiris seated on a throne of checker. It is necessary to distinguish clearly between the demon and the devil, though, for some purposes, they must be mentioned together. The world was haunted with demons for many ages before there was any embodiment of their spirit in any central form, much less any conception of a principle of evil in the universe. The early demons had no moral character, not any more than the man-eating tiger. There is no outburst of moral indignation mingling with the shout of victory when Indra slays Vritra, and Apollo's face is serene when his dart pierces the python. It required a much higher development of the moral sentiment to give rise to the conception of a devil. Only that intensest light could cast so black a shadow athwart the world as the belief in a purely malignant spirit. To such a conception, love of evil for its own sake, the word devil is limited in this work. Demon is applied to beings whose harmfulness is not gratuitous, but incidental to their own satisfactions. Deity and demon are from words once interchangeable, and the latter has simply suffered degradation by the conventional use of it to designate the less beneficent powers and qualities, which originally inhered in every deity, after they were detached from these and separately personified. Every bright god had his shadow, so to say, and under the influence of dualism, this shadow attained a distinct existence and personality in the popular imagination. The principle having once been established, that what seemed beneficent and what seemed the reverse must be ascribed to different powers, it is obvious that the evolution of demons must be continuous, and their distribution coextensive with the ills that flesh is heir to. Chapter 3. Degradation. The degradation of deities indicated in names legends of their fall-incidental signs, of the divine origin of demons and devils. The atmospheric conditions having been prepared in the human mind for the production of demons, the particular shapes or names they would assume would be determined by a variety of circumstances, ethnical, climatic, political, or even accidental. They would, indeed, be rarely accidental. But Professor Max Muller, in his notes to the Rig Veda, has called attention to a remarkable instance in which the formation of an imposing mythological figure of this kind had its name determined by what, in all probability, was an accident. There appears in the earliest Vedic hymns the name of Aditi as the holy mother of many gods, and thrice there is mentioned the female name Didi. But there is reason to believe that Didi is a mere reflex of Aditi, though a being dropped originally by a reciter's license. The later reciters, however, regarding every letter in so sacred a book, or even the omission of a letter, as of eternal significance, Didi, this decapitated Aditi, was evolved into a separate and powerful being, and every niche of beneficence being occupied by its god or goddess, the new form was at once relegated to the newly defined realm of evil, where she remained as the mother of the enemies of the gods, the deities. Unhappily, this accident followed the ancient tendency by which the furies and vices have, with scandalous constancy, been described in the feminine gender. The close resemblance between these two names of Hindu mythology, severally representing the best and the worst, may be thus accidental, and only serve to show how the demon-forming tendency, after it began, was able to press even the most trivial incidents into its service. But generally the names of demons, and for whole races of demons, report far more than this, and in no inquiry more than that before us is it necessary to remember that names are things. The philological facts supply a remarkable confirmation of the statements already made as to the original identity of demon and deity. The word demon itself, as we have said, originally bore a good instead of an evil meaning. The Sanskrit deva, The shining one, Zen Derva, correspond with the Greek theos, Latin deus, Anglo-Saxon theo, and remain in deity. Deus, probably. It exists in Armorican Teus, a phantom, Devel, the gypsy name for God, and Persian Div, demon. The demon of Socrates represents the personification of a being still good, but no doubt on the path of decline from pure divinity. Plato declares that good men when they die become demons, and he says, demons are reporters and carriers between gods and men. Our familiar word bogey, a sort of nickname for an evil spirit, comes from the Slavonic word for god bog. Appearing here in the West as bogey, Welsh bwg, a goblin, this word bog began probably as the Baga of cuneiform inscriptions, a name of the supreme being, or possibly the Hindu Baga, Lord of Life. In the bishop's Bible the passage occurs, "Thou shalt not be afraid of any bugs by night." The word has been altered to terror. When we come to the particular names of demons, we find many of them bearing traces of the splendors from which they have declined. Siva, the Hindu god of destruction, has a meaning, auspicious, derived from svi, thrive thus related ideally to Pluto. Wealth and, indeed, in later ages, appears to have gained the greatest elevation. In a story of the Persian poem Masnavi, Ahriman is mentioned with Bahman as a fire fiend, of which class are the Magian demons and the jinns generally, which, the sanctity of fire being considered, is an evidence of their high origin. Avicenna says that the genii are ethereal animals. Lucifer light-bearing is the fallen angel of the morning star. Loki, the nearest to an evil power of the Scandinavian personifications, is the German Lucht, or light. Azazel, a word inaccurately rendered scapegoat, in the Bible appears to have been originally a deity, as the Israelites were originally required to offer up one goat to Jehovah and another to Azazel, a name which appears to signify the strength of God. Gesenius and Ewald regard Azazel as a demon belonging to the pre-Mosaic religion, but it can hardly be doubted that the four archdemons mentioned by the rabbins Samael, Azazel, Asael, and Machathiel are personifications of the elements as energies of the deity. Samael would appear to mean the left hand of God, Azazel, his strength, Asael, his reproductive force, and Machathiel, his retributive power, but the origin of these names is doubtful. Although Azazel is now one of the Muslim names for a devil, it would appear to be nearly related to Al-Uzza of the Quran, one of the goddesses of whom the significant tradition exists, that once when Mohammed had read from the surah called the Star, the question, "What think ye of Alat, Al-Uzza, and Manna, that other third goddess?" He himself added, "These are the most high and beauteous damsels, whose intercession is to be hoped for," the response being afterwards attributed to a suggestion of Satan. Belial is merely a word for godlessness. It has become personified through the misunderstanding of the phrase in the Old Testament by the translators of the Septuagint, and thus passed into Christian use, as into Kor. Romans 6:15, "What concord hath Christ with Belial?" The word is not used as a proper name in the Old Testament, and the late creation of a demon out of it may be set down to accident. Even where the names of demons and devils bear no such traces of their degradation from the state of deities, there are apt to be characteristics attributed to them, or myths connected with them, which point in the direction indicated. Such is the case with Satan, of whom much must be said hereafter, whose Hebrew name signifies the adversary, but who, in the book of Job, appears among the sons of God. The name given to the devil in the Quran Iblis is almost certainly Diabolos Arabicized, and while this Greek word is found in Pindar, 5th century BC, meaning a slanderer, the fables in the Quran concerning Iblis describe him as a fallen angel of the highest rank. One of the most striking indications of the fall of demons from heaven is the widespread belief that they are lame. Mr. Tyler has pointed out the curious persistence of this idea in various ethnical lines of development. Hephaestus was lamed by his fall when hurled by Zeus from Olympos, and it is not a little singular that in the English travesty of Limping Vulcan, represented in Wayland the Smith, there should appear the suggestion, remarked by Mr. Cox, of the name Vala, coverer, one of the designations of the dragon destroyed by Indra. In Sir Walter Scott's romance, says Mr. Cox, Wayland is a mere impostor, who avails himself of a popular superstition to keep up an air of mystery about himself and his work, but the character to which he makes pretense belongs to the genuine Teutonic legend. The Persian demon Ishmaeli, Asmodeus of the Book of Tobit, appears with the same characteristic of lameness in the Diable Boityu of Lesage. The Christian devil's clubbed or cloven foot is notorious. Even the horns popularly attributed to the devil may possibly have originated with the aureole, which indicates the glory of his first estate. Satan is depicted in various relics of early art wearing the aureole, as in a miniature of the 10th century from Bible number 6, Bib. Roy, given by M. Didrin. The same author has shown that Pan and the satyrs, who had so much to do with the shaping of our horned and hoofed devil, originally got their horns from the same high source as Moses in the Old Bibles, and in the great statue of him at Rome by Michelangelo. It is through this mythologic history that the most powerful demons have been associated in the popular imagination with stars, planets, Ketu in India, Saturn and Mercury the infortunes, comets, and other celestial phenomena. The examples of this are so numerous that it is impossible to deal with them here, where I can only hope to offer a few illustrations of the principles affirmed. And in this case, it is of less importance for the English reader, because of the interesting volume in which the subject has been specially dealt with. Incidentally, too, the astrological demons and devils must recur from time to time in the process of our inquiry. But it will probably be within the knowledge of some of my readers that the dread of comets and of meteoric showers yet lingers in many parts of Christendom, and that fear of unlucky stars has not passed away with astrologers. There is a Scottish legend told by Hugh Miller of an avenging meteoric demon. A shipmaster who had moored his vessel near Moriel's Den amused himself by watching the lights of the scattered farmhouses. After all the rest had gone out, one light lingered for some time. When that light too had disappeared, the shipmaster beheld a large meteor, which, with a hissing noise, moved towards the cottage. A dog howled, an owl whooped, but when the fireball had almost reached the roof, a cock crew from within the cottage, and the meteor rose again. Thrice this was repeated, the meteor at the third cock crow ascending among the stars. On the following day the shipmaster went on shore, purchased the cock, and took it away with him. Returned from his voyage, he looked for the cottage, and found nothing but a few blackened stones. Nearly 60 years ago, a human skeleton was found near the spot, doubled up as if the body had been huddled into a hole. This revived the legend, and probably added some of those traits which make it a true bit of mosaic in the mythology of Astrea. The fabled fall of Lucifer really signifies a process similar to that which has been noticed in the case of Serenio. The morning star, like the morning light, as revealer of the deeds of darkness, becomes an avenger, and by evolution an instigator of the evil it originally disclosed and punished. It may be remarked also that though we have inherited the phrase, demons of darkness, it was an ancient rabbinical belief that the demons went abroad in darkness, not only because it facilitated their attacks on man, but because being of luminous forms, they could recognize each other better with a background of darkness. Chapter 4. The Abgot. The ex-god deities demonized by conquest theological animosity illustration from the Avesta devil worship. An arrested Daism Sheikh Adiwai demons were painted ugly survivals of their beauty. The phenomena of the transformation of deities into demons meet the student of demonology at every step. We shall have to consider many examples of a kind similar to those which have been mentioned in the preceding chapter. But it is necessary to present at this stage of our inquiry a sufficient number of examples to establish the fact that in every country forces have been at work to degrade the primitive gods into types of evil, as preliminary to a consideration of the nature of those forces. We find the history of the phenomena suggested in the German word for idol, Abgotex god. Then we have pagan, villager, and heathen, of the heath, denoting those who stood by their old gods after others had transferred their faith to the new. These words bring us to consider the influence upon religious conceptions of the struggles which have occurred between races and nations, and consequently between their religions. It must be borne in mind that by the time any tribes had gathered to the consistency of a nation, one of the strongest forces of its coherence would be its priesthood. So soon as it became a general belief that there were in the universe good and evil powers, there must arise a popular demand for the means of obtaining their favor. And this demand has never failed to obtain a supply of priesthoods claiming to bind or influence the preternatural beings. These priesthoods represent the strongest motives and fears of a people, and they were gradually entrenched in great institutions involving powerful interests. Every invasion or collision or mingling of races thus brought their respective religions into contact and rivalry. And as no priesthood has been known to consent peaceably to its own downfall and the degradation of its own deities, we need not wonder that there have been perpetual wars for religious ascendancy. It is not unusual to hear sects among ourselves accusing each other of idolatry. In earlier times, the rule was for each religion to denounce its opponent's gods as devils. Gregory the Great wrote to his missionary in Britain, the Abbot Mellitus, second Bishop of Canterbury, that, whereas the people were accustomed to sacrifice many oxen in honor of demons, let them celebrate a religious and solemn festival, and not slay the animals to the devil Diabolo, but to be eaten by themselves to the glory of God. Thus the devotion of meats to those deities of our ancestors, which the Pope pronounces demons, which took place chiefly at Yuletide, has survived in our more comfortable Christmas banquets. This was the fate of all the deities which Christianity undertook to suppress, but it had been the habit of religions for many ages before. They never denied the actual existence of the deities they were engaged in suppressing. That would have been too great an outrage upon popular beliefs and might have caused a reaction. And besides, each new religion had an interest of its own in preserving the basis of belief in these invisible beings. Disbelief in the very existence of the old gods might be followed by a skeptical spirit that might endanger the new. So the propagandists maintained the existence of native gods, but called them devils. Sometimes wars or intercourse between tribes led to their fusion. The battle between opposing religions was drawn, in which case there would be a compromise by which several deities of different origin might continue together in the same race and receive equal homage. The differing degrees of importance ascribed to the separate persons of the Hindu triad in various localities of India suggest it as quite probable that Brahma, Vishnu, and Siva signaled in their union the political unity of certain districts in that country. The blending of the names of Confucius and Buddha in many Chinese and Japanese temples may show us an analogous process now going on, and indeed, the various ethnical ideas combined in the Christian Trinity render the fact stated one of easy interpretation. But the religious difficulty was sometimes not susceptible of compromise. The most powerful priesthood carried the day, and they used every ingenuity to degrade the gods of their opponents. Agathodemons were turned into cacodemons. The serpent, worshipped in many lands, might be adopted as the support of sleeping Vishnu in India, might be associated with the rainbow, the heavenly serpent, in Persia, but elsewhere was cursed as the very genius of evil. The operation of this force in the degradation of deities is particularly revealed in the sacred books of Persia. In that country, the great religions of the East would appear to have contended against each other with especial fury, and their struggles were probably instrumental in causing one or more of the early migrations into Western Europe. The great celestial war between Ormuzd and Ahriman and darkness corresponded with a violent theological conflict, one result of which is that the word deva, meaning deity, to Brahmins, means devil to Parsis. The following extract from the Zendavesta will serve as an example of the spirit in which the war was waged. All your devas are only manifold children of the evil mind-end, the great one who worships the Sayama of lies and deceits. Besides the treacherous acts for which you are notorious throughout the 7 regions of the earth. You have invented all the evil which men speak and do, which is indeed pleasant to the devas, but is devoid of all goodness, and therefore perishes before the insight of the truth of the wise. Thus you defraud men of their good minds and of their immortality by your evil minds as well through those of the devas, as that of the evil spirit through evil deeds and evil words, whereby the power of liars grows. That is to say, ours is the true God, your God is a devil. The Zoroastrian conversion of Deva, Deus, into devil does not alone represent the work of this odium theologicum. In the early hymns of India, the appellation Asuras is given to the gods. Asura means a spirit, but in the process of time Asura, like demon, came to have a sinister meaning. The gods were called Suras, the demons Asuras, and these were said to contend together. But in Persia, the Asuras demonized in India retained their divinity, and gave the name Ahura to the supreme deity, Ormuzd Ahura Mazda. On the other hand, as Mr. Muir supposes, Varania, applied to evil spirits of darkness in the Zende Vesta, is cognate with Varuna, heaven. And the Vedic Indra, king of the gods the Sunnis, named in the Zoroastrian religion as one of the chief counselors of that prince of darkness. But in every country conquered by a new religion, there will always be found some, as we have seen, who will hold on to the old deity under all his changed fortunes. These will be called bigots, but still, they will adhere to the ancient belief and practice the old rites. Sometimes even after they have had to yield to the popular terminology and call the old god a devil, they will find some reason for continuing the transmitted forms. It is probable that to this cause was originally due the religions which have been developed into what is now termed devil worship. The distinct and avowed worship of the evil power in preference to the good is a rather startling phenomenon when presented baldly, as, for example, in a prayer of the Madagascans to Nyang, author of evil, quoted by Dr. Rayville O. Zamher, "To thee we offer no prayers. The good God needs no asking. But we must pray to Nyang. Nyang must be appeased. O Nyang, bad and strong spirit, let not the thunder roar over our heads. Tell the sea to keep within its bounds. Spare, O Nyang, the ripening fruit and dry not up the blossoming rice. Let not our women bring forth children on the accursed days. Thou reignest, and this thou knowest, over the wicked, and great is their number, O Nyang. Torment not then any longer the good folk." This is natural and suggestive of the criminal under sentence of death, who, when asked if he was not afraid to meet his God, replied, "Not in the least. It's that other party I'm afraid of." Yet it is hardly doubtful that the worship of Nyang began in an era when he was by no means considered morally baser than Zamher. How the theory of dualism, when attained, might produce the phenomenon called devil worship is illustrated in the case of the Yazidis, now so notorious for that species of religion. Their theory is usually supposed to be entirely represented by the expression uttered by one of them. Will not Satan, then, reward the poor Yazidis, who alone have never spoken ill of him and have suffered so much for him? But these words are significant, no doubt, of the underlying fact: they have never spoken ill of the Satan they worship. The Mussulman calls the Yazidi a Satan worshipper only as the early Zoroastrian held the worshipper of a deva to be the same. The chief object of worship among the Yazidis is the figure of the bird Taus, a half-mythical peacock. Professor King of Cambridge traces the Taus of this Assyrian sect to the sacred bird called a phoenix, whose picture, as seen by Herodotus, Roman 2:73 in Egypt, is described by him as very like an eagle in outline and in size, but with plumage partly gold-colored, partly crimson, and which was said to return to Heliopolis every 500 years, there to burn itself on the altar of the sun, that another might rise from its ashes. Now the name Yazidis is simply Izds, genii, and we are thus pointed to Arabia, where we find the belief in genii is strongest, and also associated with the mythical bird rock of its folklore. There we find Mohammed rebuking the popular belief in a certain bird called Hama, which was said to take form from the blood near the brain of a dead person and fly away, to return, however, at the end of every 100 years to visit that person's sepulchre. But this is by no means devil worship, nor can we find any trace of that in the most sacred scripture of the Yazidis, the eulogy of Sheikh Adi. This sheikh inherited from his father, Musafir, the sanctity of an incarnation of the divine essence, of which he Adi speaks as the All-Merciful. By his light he hath lighted the lamp of the morning. I am he that placed Adam in my paradise. I am he that made Nimrod a hot burning fire. I am he that guided Amit mine elect. I gifted him with my way and guidance. Mine are all existences together. They are my gift and under my direction. I am he that possesseth all majesty, and beneficence and charity are from my grace. I am he that entereth the heart in my zeal, and I shine through the power of my awfulness and majesty. I am he to whom the lion of the desert came. I rebuked him, and he became like stone. I am he to whom the serpent came, and by my will I made him like dust. I am he that shook the rock and made it tremble, and sweet water flowed therefrom from every side. The reverence shown in these sacred sentences for Hebrew names and traditions as of Adam in paradise, Mara, and the smitten rockhand for Amit, Mohammed, appears to have had its only requital in the odious designation of the worshippers of Taus as devil worshippers, a label which the Yazidis perhaps accepted, as the Wesleyans and Friends accepted such names as Methodist and Quaker. Mohammed has expiated the many deities he degraded to devils by being himself turned to an idol, Mamet, a term of contempt all the more popular for its resemblance to mummery. Despite his denunciations of idolatry, it is certain that this earlier religion represented by the Yazidis has never been entirely suppressed even among his own followers. In Dr. Leitner's interesting collection, there is a lamp, which he obtained from a mosque, made in the shape of a peacock. And this is but one of many similar relics of primitive or alien symbolism found among the Mussulman tribes. The evolution of demons and devils out of deities was made real to the popular imagination in every country where the new religion found art existing, and by alliance with it was enabled to shape the ideas of the people. The theoretical degradation of deities of previously fair association could only be completed where they were presented to the eye in repulsive forms. It will readily occur to everyone that a rationally conceived demon or devil would not be repulsive. If it were a demon that man wished to represent, mere euphemism would prevent its being rendered odious. The main characteristic of a demon that which distinguishes it from a devil is, as we have seen, that it has a real and human-like motive for whatever evil it causes. If it afflict or consume man, it is not from mere malignancy, but because impelled by the pangs of hunger, lust, or other suffering, like the famished wolf or shark. And if sacrifices of food were offered to satisfy its need, equally, we might expect that no unnecessary insult would be offered in the attempt to portray it. But if it were a devila being actuated by simple malevolence, one of its essential functions, temptation, would be destroyed by hideousness. For the work of seduction, we might expect a devil to wear the form of an angel of light, but by no means to approach his intended victim in any horrible shape, such as would repel every mortal. The great representations of evil, whether imagined by the speculative or the religious sense, have never been, originally, ugly. The gods might be described as falling swiftly like lightning out of heaven, but in the popular imagination, they retained for a long time much of their splendor. The very ingenuity with which they were afterwards invested with ugliness in religious art attests that there were certain popular sentiments about them which had to be distinctly reversed. It was because they were thought beautiful that they must be painted ugly. It was because they were, even among converts to the new religion still, secretly believed to be kind and helpful, that there was employed such elaboration of hideous designs to deform them. The pictorial representations of demons and devils will come under a more detailed examination hereafter. It is for the present sufficient to point out that the traditional blackness or ugliness of demons and devils, as now thought of, by no means militates against the fact that they were once the popular deities. The contrast, for instance, between the horrible physiognomy given to Satan in ordinary Christian art and the theological representation of him as the tempter, is obvious. Had the design of art been to represent the theological theory, Satan would have been portrayed in a fascinating form. But the design was not that. It was to arouse horror and antipathy for the native deities to which the ignorant clung tenaciously. It was to train children to think of the still secretly worshipped idols as frightful and bestial beings. It is important, therefore, that we should guard against confusing the speculative or moral attempts of mankind to personify pain and evil with the ugly and brutal demons and devils of artificial superstition, oftenest pictured on church walls. Sometimes they are set to support waterspouts, often the brackets that hold their foes, the saints. It is a very ancient device. Our figure 2 is from the handle of a chalice in possession of Sir James Hooker, meant probably to hold the holy water of Ganges. These are not genuine demons or devils, but carefully caricatured deities. Who that looks upon the grinning bestial forms carved about the roof of any old church as those on Melrose Abbey and York Cathedral, which, there is reason to believe, represent the primitive deities driven from the interior by potency of holy water, and chained to the uncongenial service of supporting the roof gutter, can see in these gargles. Fr. Gargoyle, dragon, anything but carved imprecations. Was it to such ugly beings, guardians of their streams, hills, and forests, that our ancestors consecrated the holly and mistletoe, or with such that they associated their flowers, fruits, and homes? They were caricatures inspired by missionaries, made to repel and disgust, as the images of saints beside them were carved in beauty to attract. If the pagans had been the artists, the good looks would have been on the other side. And indeed, there was an art of which those pagans were the unconscious possessors, through which the true characters of the imaginary beings they adored have been transmitted to us. In the fables of their folklore, we find the fairies that represent the spirit of the gods and goddesses to which they are easily traceable. That goddess who in Christian times was pictured as a hag riding on a broomstick was Frigga, the Earth Mother, associated with the first sacred affections clustering around the hearth, or Freya, whose very name was consecrated in Frau, woman, and wife. The mantle of Bertha did not cover more tenderness when it fell to the shoulders of Mary. The German child's name for the pre-Christian Madonna was Mother Rose. Distaff in hand, she watched over the industrious at their household work. She hovered near the cottage, perhaps to find there some weeping Cinderella and give her beauty for ashes. Chapter 5. Classification. The obstructions of man. The 12 chief classes modifications of particular forms for various functions. Theological demons. The statements made concerning the fair names of the chief demons and devils which have haunted the imagination of mankind heighten the contrast between their celestial origin and the functions attributed to them in their degraded forms. The theory of dualism, representing a necessary stage in the mental development of every race, called for a supply of demons, and the supply came from the innumerable dethroned, outlawed, and fallen deities and angels which had followed the subjugation of races and their religions. But though their celestial origin might linger around them in some slight legend or characteristic as well as in their names, the evil phenomenon to which each was attached as an explanation assigned the real form and work with which he or she was associated in popular superstition. We therefore find in the demons, in which men have believed, a complete catalogue of the obstacles with which they have had to contend in the long struggle for existence. In the devils, we discover equally the history of the moral and religious struggles through which priesthoods and churches have had to pass. And the relative extent of this, or that particular class of demons or devils, and the intensity of belief in any class as shown in the number of survivals from it, will be found to reflect pretty faithfully the degree to which the special evil represented by it afflicted primitive man, as attested by other branches of prehistoric investigation. As to function, the demons we shall have to consider are those representing 1. Hunger, 2. Excessive heat, 3. Excessive cold, 4. Destructive elements and physical convulsions, 5. Destructive animals, 6. Human enemies, 7. The barrenness of the earth as rock and desert, 8. Obstacles as the river or mountain, 9. Illusion, seductive, invisible, and mysterious agents causing delusions, 10. Darkness, especially when unusual, dreams, nightmare, 11. Disease, 12. Death. These classes are selected, in obedience to necessary limitations, as representing the 12 chief labors of man which have given shape to the majority of his haunting demons, as distinguished from his devils. Of course, all classifications of this character must be understood as made for convenience, and the divisions are not to be too sharply taken. What Plotinus said of the gods, that each contained all the rest, is equally true of both demons and devils. The demons of hunger are closely related to the demons of fire. Agni devoured his parents' 2 sticks consumed by the flame they produce, and from them we pass easily to elemental demons like the lightning or demons of fever. And similarly, we find a relationship between other destructive forces. Nevertheless, the distinctions drawn are not fanciful, but exist in clear and unmistakable beliefs as to the special dispositions and employments of demons. And as we are not engaged in dealing with natural phenomena, but with superstitions concerning them, the only necessity of this classification is that it shall not be arbitrary, but shall really simplify the immense mass of facts which the student of demonology has to encounter. But there are several points which require especial attention as preliminary to a consideration of these various classes of demons. First, it is to be borne in mind that a single demonic form will often appear in various functions, and that these must not be confused. The serpent may represent the lightning, or the coil of the whirlwind, or fatal venom. The earthquake may represent a swallowing hunger demon, or the rage of a chained giant. The separate functions must not be lost sight of because sometimes traceable to a single form, nor their practical character suffer, disguised through their fair euphemistic or mythological names. Secondly, the same form appears repeatedly in a diabolic as well as a demonic function. And here a clear distinction must be maintained in the reader's mind. The distinction already taken between a demon and a devil is not arbitrary. The word demon is related to deity. The word devil, though sometimes connected with the Sanskrit deva, has really no relation to it, but has a bad sense as calumniator. But even if there were no such etymological identity and difference, it would be necessary to distinguish such widely separate offices as those representing the afflictive forces of nature, were attributed to humanly appreciable motives on the one hand, and evils ascribed to pure malignancy or a principle of evil on the other. The devil may, indeed, represent a further evolution in the line on which the demon has appeared. Ahriman the bad in conflict with Ormuzd the good may be a spiritualization of the conflict between light and darkness, sun and cloud, as represented in the Vedic Indra and Vritra. But the two phases represent different classes of ideas, indeed different worlds, and the apprehension of both requires that they shall be carefully distinguished even when associated with the same forms and names. Thirdly, there is an important class of demons which the reader may expect to find fully treated of in the part of my work more particularly devoted to demonology, which must be deferred or further traced in that portion relating to the devil. They are forms which in their original conception were largely beneficent and have become of evil repute mainly through the anathema of theology. The checkerboard on which Osiris sat had its development in hosts of primitive shapes of light opposing shapes of darkness. The evil of some of these is ideal, others are morally amphibious. Teraphim, Lares, genii were ancestors of the guardian angels and patron saints of the present day. They were oftenest in the shapes of dogs and cats and aged human ancestors, supposed to keep watch and ward about the house, like the friendly domovoi respected in Russia. The evil disposition and harmfulness ascribed to them are partly natural, but partly also theological, and due to the difficulty of superseding them with patron saints and angels. The degradation of beneficent beings, already described in relation to large demonic and diabolic forms, must be understood as constantly acting in the smallest details of household superstition, with what strange reaction and momentous result will appear when we come to consider the phenomena of witchcraft. Finally, it must be remarked that the nature of our inquiry renders the consideration of the origin of myths whether solar or other of secondary importance. Such origin it will be necessary to point out and discuss incidentally. But our main point will always be the forms in which the myths have become incarnate, and their modifications in various places and times, these being the result of those actual experiences with which demonology is chiefly concerned. A myth, as many able writers have pointed out, is, in its origin, an explanation by the uncivilized mind of some natural phenomenon, not an allegory, not an esoteric conceit. For this reason it possesses fluidity and takes on manifold shapes. The apparent sleep of the sun in winter may be represented in a vast range of myths, from the 7 sleepers to the man in the moon of our nursery rhyme, but the variations all have relation to facts and circumstances. Comparative mythology is mainly concerned with the one thread running through them and binding them all to the original myth. The task of demonology is rather to discover the agencies which have given their several shapes. If it be shown that Orthros and Cerberus were primarily the morning and evening twilight or howling winds, either interpretation is here secondary to their personification as dogs. Demonology would ask, why dogs? Why not bulls? Its answer in each case detaches from the anterior myth its mode, and shows this as the determining force of further myths. Part 2. The Demon. Chapter 1. Hunger. Hunger demons Kef and Muru Kagurarahu, the Hindu sun-devourer, the earth monster, at Pelsola Franconian custom Shaitan, as moon-devourer Hindu offerings to the dead ghoul goblin vampires leanness of demons old Scotch custom. The origin of sacrifices. In every part of the earth man's first struggle was for his daily food. With only a rude implement of stone or bone, he had to get fish from the sea, bird from the air, beast from the forest. For ages, with such poor equipment, he had to wring a precarious livelihood from nature. He saw, too, every living form around him similarly trying to satisfy its hunger. There seemed to be a spirit of hunger abroad. And at the same time, there was such a resistance to man's satisfaction of his need the bird and fish so hard to get. the stingy earth so ready to give him a stone when he asked for bread that he came to the conclusion that there must be invisible voracious beings who wanted all good things for themselves. So the ancient world was haunted by a vast brood of hunger demons. There is an African tribe, the Karens, whose representation of the devil, Kefn, is a huge stomach floating through the air, and this repulsive image may be regarded as the type of nearly half the demons which have haunted the human imagination. This, too, is the terrible Muru, with her daughters and slave, haunting the South Sea Islander. The esoteric doctrine of the priests was that souls leave the body ere breath has quite gone and travel to the edge of a cliff facing the setting sun, Ra. A large wave now approaches the base of the cliff, and a gigantic buah tree, covered with fragrant blossoms, springs up from Aviki, netherworld, to receive on its far-reaching branches human spirits, who are mysteriously impelled to cluster on its limbs. When at length the mystic tree is covered with human spirits, it goes down with its living freight to the netherworld. Akanga, the slave of fearful Muru, mistress of the invisible world, infallibly catches all these unhappy spirits in his net and laves them to and fro in a lake. In these waters the captive ghosts exhaust themselves by wriggling about like fishes, in the vain hope of escape. The net is pulled up, and the half-drowned spirits enter into the presence of dread Muru, who is ugliness personified. The secret of Muru's power over her intended victims is the kava root piper mythisticum. A bowl of this drink is prepared for each visitor to the shades by her 4 lovely daughters. Stupefied with the draught, the unresisting victims are borne off to a mighty oven and cooked. Muru, her peerless daughters, her dance-loving son, and the attendants subsist exclusively on human spirits decoyed to the nether world and then cooked. The drinking cups of Muru are the skulls of her victims. She is called in song Muru the Ruddy, because her cheeks ever glow with the heat of the oven where her captives are cooked. As the surest way to Muru's oven is to die a natural death, one need not marvel that the Reverend Mr. Gill, who made these statements before the Anthropological Institute in London, February 8, 1876, had heard many anecdotes of aged warriors, scarcely able to hold a spear, insisting on being led to the field of battle in the hope of gaining the house of the brave. As the South Sea paradise seems to consist in an eternal war dance, or, in one island, in an eternal chewing of sugar cane, it is not unlikely that the aged seek violent death chiefly to avoid the oven. We have here a remarkable illustration of the distinguishing characteristic of the demon. Fearful as Muru is, it may be noted that there is not one gratuitous element of cruelty in her procedure. On the contrary, she even provides her victims with an anesthetic draught. Her prey is simply netted, washed, and cooked, as for man are his animal inferiors. In one of the islands, Aidutaki, Muru is believed to resort to a device which is certainly terrible, namely, the contrivance that each soul entering the nether world shall drink a bowl of living centipedes. But this is simply with the one end in view of appeasing her own pangs of hunger, for the object and effect of the draught is to cause the souls to drown themselves, it being apparently only after entire death that they can be cooked and devoured by Muru and her household. Fortunately for the islanders, Muru is limited in her tortures to a transmundane sphere, and room is left for many a slip between her dreadful cup and the human lip. The floating stomach Kefn is, however, not otherworldly. We see, however, a softened form of him in some other tribes. The Greenlanders, Finns, Lapps, conceived the idea that there is a large paunch demon, which people could invoke to go and suck the cows or consume the herds of their enemies. And the Icelanders have a superstition that some people can construct such a demon out of bones and skins, and send him forth to transmute the milk or flesh of cattle into a supply of flesh and blood. A form of this kind is represented in the Japanese kagura, figure 3, the favorite mask of January dancers and drum beaters seeking money. The kagura is in precise contrast with the pretas, Siam, which, though 12 miles in height, are too thin to be seen, their mouths being so small as to render it impossible to satisfy their fearful hunger. The potbellies given to demons in Travancore and other districts of India, and the blood sacrifices by which the natives propitiate them concerning which a missionary naively remarks, that even these heathen recognize, though in corrupted form, the great truth that without shedding of blood there is no remission of sins, refer to the hunger demon. They are the brood of Kali, girt round with human skulls. The expedition which went out to India to observe the last solar eclipse was incidentally the means of calling attention to a remarkable survival of the hunger demon in connection with astronomic phenomena. While the English observers were arranging their apparatus, the natives prepared a pile of brushwood, and so soon as the eclipse began, they set fire to this pile and began to shout and yell as they danced around it. Not less significant were the popular observances generally. There was a semi-holiday in honor of the eclipse. The ghats were crowded with pious worshippers. No Hindu, it is thought, ought to do any work whatever during an eclipse, and there was a general tendency to prolong the holiday a little beyond the exact time when the shadow disappears, and indeed to prolong it throughout the day. All earthenware vessels used for cooking were broken, and all cooked food in the houses at the time of the eclipse was thrown out. It is regarded as a time of peculiar blessings if taken in the right way, and of dread consequences to persons inclined to heterodoxy or neglect of the proper observances. Between 9 and 10, in the evening 2 shocks of an earthquake occurred, the latter a rather unpleasant one, shaking the tables and doors in an uncomfortable fashion for several seconds. To the natives, it was no surprise they believe firmly in the connection of eclipses and earthquakes. Especially notable is the breaking of their culinary utensils by the Hindus during an eclipse. In Copenhagen, there is a collection of the votive weapons of ancient Norsemen, every one broken as it was offered up to the god of their victory in token of good faith, lest they should be suspected of any intention to use again what they had given away. For the same reason the cup was offered broken with the libation. The Northman felt himself in the presence of the Jotun, giants, whose name Grimm identifies as the Eaters. For the Hindu of today, the ceremonies appropriate at an eclipse, however important, have probably as little rational meaning as the occasional belfire that lights up certain dark corners of Europe has for those who build it. But the traditional observances have come up from the childhood of the world, when the eclipse represented a demon devouring the sun, who was to have his attention called by outcries and prayers to the fact that if it was fire he needed there was plenty on earth. And if food, he might have all in their houses, provided he would consent to satisfy his appetite with articles of food less important than the luminaries of heaven. Such is the shape now taken in India of the ancient myth of the eclipse. When at the churning of the ocean to find the nectar of immortality, a demon with dragon tail was tasting that nectar. The sun and moon told on him, but not until his head had become immortal. And it is this head of Rahu which seeks now to devour the informers the sun and moon. Mythologically, too, this Rahu has been divided, for we shall hereafter trace the dragon tail of him to the Garden of Eden and in the Christian devil, whereas in India he has been improved from a vindictive to a merely voracious demon. The fires kindled by the Hindus to frighten Rahu on his latest appearance might have defeated the purpose of the expedition by the smoke it was sending up, had not 2 officers leaped upon the fire and scattered its fuel. But just about the time when these courageous gentlemen were trampling out the fires of superstition whose smoke would obscure the vision of science, an event occurred in England which must be traced to the same ancient belief, namely, that when anything is apparently swallowed up, as the sun and moon by an eclipse, or a village by earthquake or flood, it is the work of a hungry dragon, earthworm, or other monster. The Pelsall mine was flooded, and a large number of miners drowned. When the accident became known in the village, the women went out with the families of the unfortunate men and sat beside the mouth of the flooded pit, at the bottom of which the dead bodies yet remained. These women then yelled down the pit with voices very different from ordinary lamentation. They also refused unanimously to taste food of any kind, saying, when pressed to do so, that so long as they could refrain from eating, their husbands might still be spared to them. When, finally, one poor woman, driven by the pangs of hunger, was observed to eat a crust of bread, the cries ceased, and the women, renouncing all hope, proceeded in silent procession to their homes in Pelsall. The Hindu people casting their food out of the window during an eclipse, the Pelsall wives refusing to eat when the mine is flooded, are acting by force of immemorial tradition, and so are doing unconsciously what the African woman does consciously when she surrounds the bed of her sick husband with rice and meat and beseeches the demon to devour them instead of the man. To the same class of notions belong the old custom of trying to discover the body of one drowned by means of a loaf of bread with a candle stuck in it, which it was said would pause above the body, and the body might be made to appear by firing a gun over it, that is, the demon holding it would be frightened off. A variant, too, is the Persian custom of protecting a woman in parturition by spreading a table, with a lamp at each corner, with 7 kinds of fruits and 7 different aromatic seeds upon it. In 1769, when Pennant made his Scottish tour, he found fully observed in the Highlands the ceremony of making the Beltane cake on the 1st of May, and dedicating its distributed fragments to birds and beasts of prey, with invocation to the dread being of whom they were the supposed agents to spare the herds. Demons especially love milk. The Lambton worm required 9 cows' milk daily, and Jerome mentions a diabolical baby which exhausted 6 nurses. The devil nominally inherits, among the peasantry of Christendom, the attributes of the demons which preceded him, but it must be understood that in every case where mere veracity is ascribed to the devil, a primitive demon is meant, and of this fact the superstitious peasant is dimly conscious. In Franconia, when a baker is about to put dough biscuits into an oven to be baked, he will first throw half a dozen of them into the fire, saying, "There, poor devil, those are for you." If pressed for an explanation, he will admit his fear that but for this offering his biscuits are in danger of coming out burnt, but that the poor devil is not bad-hearted, only driven by his hunger to make mischief. The being he fears is, therefore, clearly not the devil at all, whose distinction is a love of wickedness for its own sake, but the half-starved gobbling ghosts of whom, in Christian countries, devil has become the generic name. Of their sacrifices, grace before meat is a remnant. In Moslem countries, however, Shaitan combines the demonic and the malignant veracities. During the late lunar eclipse, the inhabitants of Pera and Constantinople fired guns over their houses to drive Satan away from the moon, for whoever the foe, the Turk trusts in gunpowder. But superstitions representing Satan as a devourer are becoming rare. In the Church of Notre Dame at Halle, Belgium, the lectern shows a dragon attempting to swallow the Bible, which is supported on the back of an eagle. There is another and much more formidable form in which the hunger demon appears in demonology. The fondness for blood, so characteristic of supreme gods, was distributed as a special thirst through a large class of demons. In the legend of Ishtar descending to Hades to seek some beloved one, she threatens if the door be not opened. "I will raise the dead to be devourers of the living. Upon the living shall the dead prey." This menace shows that the Chaldean and Babylonian belief in the vampire, called Akkaru in Assyrian, was fully developed at a very early date. Although the hunger demon was very fully developed in India, it does not appear to have been at any time so cannibalistic, possibly because the natives were not great flesh-eaters. In some cases, indeed, we meet with the vampire superstition, as in the story of Vikram and the vampire, and in the Tamil drama of Harichandra, where the frenzied Sandramati says to the king, "I belong to the race of elves, and I have killed thy child in order that I might feed on its delicate flesh." Such expressions are rare enough to warrant suspicion of their being importations. The Vetala's appetite is chiefly for corpses. The poor hungry demons of India, such as the Butt, a dismal, ravenous ghost, dreaded at the moonwane of the month Katik, Oct, Nav, was not supposed to devour man, but only man's food. The Hindu demons of this class may be explained by reference to the Esrata, or oblation to ancestors, concerning which we read directions in the Manu Code. The ancestors of men are satisfied a whole month with tila, rice, and sea, 2 months with fish, and see the main say, "Oh, may that man be born in our line who may give us milky food, with honey and pure butter, both on the 13th of the moon and when the shadow of an elephant falls to the east." The bloodthirsty demons of India have pretty generally been caught up like Kali into a higher symbolism, and their veracity systematized and satisfied in sacrificial commutations. The popular belief in the southern part of that country is indicated by Professor Moncure Williams in a letter written from southern India, wherein he remarks that the devils alone require propitiation. It is generally a simple procedure, performed by offerings of food or other articles supposed to be acceptable to disembodied beings. For example, when a certain European, once a terror to the district in which he lived, died in the south of India, the natives were in the constant habit of depositing brandy and cigars on his tomb to propitiate his spirit, supposed to roam about the neighborhood in a restless manner and with evil proclivities. The very same was done to secure the good offices of the philanthropic spirit of a great European sportsman, who, when he was alive, delivered his district from the ravages of tigers. Indeed, all evil spirits are thought to be opposed by good ones, who, if duly propitiated, make it their business to guard the inhabitants of particular places from demonic intruders. Each district, and even every village, has its guardian genius, often called its mother. Such ideas as these are represented in Europe in some varieties of the kobold and the goblin, GK. Kobolos. Though the goblin must, according to folk philosophy, be fed with nice food, it is not a deadly being. On the contrary, it is said the Gobelin tapestry derives its name because the secret of its colors was gained from these ghosts. Though Saint Taurin expelled one from Evru, he found it so polite that he would not send it to hell, and it still haunts the credulous there, and at Caen, without being thought very formidable. The demon that lurks in graveyards is universal, and may have suggested cremation. In the East, it is represented mainly by such forms as the repulsive ghoul, which preys on dead bodies. But it has been developed in some strange way to the Slavonic phantom called vampire, whose peculiar fearfulness is that it represents the form in which any deceased person may reappear, not ghoul-like to batten on the dead, but to suck the blood of the living. This is perhaps the most formidable survival of demonic superstition now existing in the world. A people who still have in their dictionary such a word as miscreant, misbeliever, can hardly wonder that the priests of the Eastern Church fostered the popular belief that heretics at death changed into drinkers of the blood of the living. The Slavonic vampires have declined in England and America to be the ogres, who smell the blood of an Englishman, but are rarely supposed to enjoy it. But it exposes the real ugliness of the pious superstitions, sometimes deemed pretty, that, in proportion to the intensity of belief in supernaturalism, the people live in terror of the demons that go about seeking whom they may devour. In Russia, the watcher beside a corpse is armed with holy charms against attack from it at midnight. A vampire may be the soul of any outcast from the church, or one over whose corpse, before burial, a cat has leaped or a bird flown. It may be discovered in a graveyard by leading a black colt through. The animal will refuse to tread on the vampire's grave, and the body is taken out and a stake driven through it, always by a single blow. A related class of demons are the heart devourers. They touch their victim with an aspen or other magical twig. The heart falls out and is, perhaps, replaced by some baser one. Mr. Ralston mentions a Mazovian story in which a hero awakes with the heart of a hare and remains a coward ever after, and in another case, a quiet peasant received a cock's heart and was always crowing. The werewolf, in some respects closely related to the vampire, also pursues his ravages among the priest-ridden peasantry of the South and East. In Germany, though the more horrible forms of the superstition are rare, the Nachtira is much dreaded. Even in various Protestant regions, it is thought safest that a cross should be set beside every grave to impede any demonic propensities that may take possession of the person interred. And where food is not still buried with the corpse to assuage any pangs of hunger that may arise, a few grains of corn or rice are scattered upon it in reminiscence of the old custom. In Diesdorf, it is believed that if money is not placed in the dead person's mouth at burial, or his name not cut from his shirt, he is likely to become a Nachtira, and that the ghost will come forth in the form of a pig. It is considered a sure preventative of such a result to break the neck of the dead body. On one occasion, it is there related, several persons of one family having died, the suspected corpse was exhumed and found to have eaten up its own grave clothes. Dr. Dyer, an eminent physician of Chicago, Illinois, told me 1875 that a case occurred in that city within his personal knowledge, where the body of a woman who had died of consumption was taken out of the grave and the lungs burned, under a belief that she was drawing after her into the grave some of her surviving relatives. In 1874, according to the Providence Journal, in the village of Peacedale, Rhode Island, U.S., Mr. William Rose dug up the body of his own daughter and burned her heart under the belief that she was wasting away the lives of other members of his family. The characteristics of modern spiritualism appear to indicate that the superstitious have outgrown this ancient fear of ghostly malevolence where surrounded by civilization. It is very rare in the ancient world, or in barbarous regions to find any invocations for the return of the spirits of the dead. Mr. Tyler has quoted a beautiful dirge used by the Ho tribe of India, beginning, "We never scolded you, never wronged you, come to us back." But generally funereal customs are very significant of the fear that spirits may return, and their dirges more in the vein of the Bodo of northeast India. "Take and eat. Heretofore you have eaten and drunk with us, you can do so no more. You were one of us, you can be so no longer. We come no more to you, come you not to us." Even, says Mr. Tyler, in the lowest culture we find flesh holding its own against spirit, and at higher stages the householder rids himself with little scruple of an unwelcome inmate. The Greenlanders would carry the dead out by the window, not by the door, while an old woman, waving a firebrand behind, cried Picklirakpak, i.e., there is nothing more to be had here. The Hottentots removed the dead from the hut by an opening broken out on purpose, to prevent him from finding the way back. The Siamese, with the same intention, break an opening through the house wall to carry the coffin through, and then hurry it at full speed thrice round the house. The Siberian Chuwashes fling a red-hot stone after the corpse is carried out, for an obstacle to bar the soul from coming back. So Brandenburg peasants pour out a pail of water at the door after the coffin to prevent the ghost from walking, and Pomeranian mourners returning from the churchyard leave behind the straw from the hearse, that the wandering soul may rest there, and not come back so far as home. It may be remarked in this connection that in nearly all the pictures of demons and devils, they are represented as very lean. The exceptions will be found generally in certain southern and tropical demons which represent cloud or storm typhon, for instance, and present a swollen or bloated appearance. No northern devil is fat. Shakespeare ascribes to Caesar a suspicion of leanness. "Yond Cassius hath a lean and hungry look, he thinks too much. Such men are dangerous." When Antony defends Cassius, Caesar only replies, "Would he were fatter." This mistrust of leanness is a reflection from all the hunger demons. It interprets the old sayings that a devil, however fair in front, may be detected by hollowness of the back, and that he is usually so thin as to cast no shadow. Illustrations of the hunger demon and its survivals might be greatly multiplied, were it necessary. It need only, however, be mentioned that it is to this early and most universal conception of preternatural danger that the idea of sacrifice as well as of fasting must be ascribed. It is, indeed, too obvious to require extended demonstration that the notion of offering fruits and meat to an invisible being could only have originated in the belief that such being was hungry, however much the spiritualization of such offerings may have attended their continuance among enlightened peoples. In the evolution of purer deities, fire the devouring element was substituted for a coarser method of accepting sacrifices, and it became a sign of baser beings such as the Assyrian Akkaru and the later Lamiata consumed dead bodies with their teeth, and this fire was the spiritual element in the idolatries whose objects were visible. But the original accent of sacrifice never left it. The Levitical law says, "The 2 kidneys, and the fat that is upon them, which is by the flanks, and the caul above the liver, with the kidneys, it shall he take away. And the priest shall burn them upon the altar. It is the food of the offering made by fire for a sweet savor. All the fat is the Lord's. It shall be a perpetual statute for your generations throughout all your dwellings, that ye eat neither fat nor blood." We find the hunger demon shown as well in the wrath of Jehovah against the sons of Eli for eating the choice parts of the meats offered on his altar, as in that offering of tender infants to Moloch which his priests denounced, or in Saturn devouring his children, whom Aryan faith dethroned, and they all reappear as phantoms thinly veiled above the spotless lamb offered up on Calvary, the sacrificed Macaria, blessed, the pierced heart of Mary. The beautiful boy Menocius must be sacrificed to save Thebes. The gods will not have aged and tough Creon, though a king, in his place. Iphigenia, though herself saved from the refined palate of Artemis, through the huntress's fondness for kid's blood, becomes the priestess of human sacrifices. The human offering deemed half-divine could alone at last satisfy the deity. Gathered in his side this sheaf of sacrificial knives, wedded in many lands and ages, and in his self-sacrifice, the hunger demon himself was made the victim. Theologians have been glad to rescue the first person of their Trinity from association with the bloodthirsty demons of barbarous ages by describing the sacrifice of Jesus as God himself becoming the victim of an eternal law. But whatever may be said of this complex device, it is sufficient evidence that man's primitive demon, which personified his hunger, has ended with being consumed on his own altar. For though fasting is a survival of the same savage notion that man may secure benefits from invisible beings by leaving them the food, it is a practice which survives rather through the desire of imitating ascetic saints than because of any understood principle. The strange yet natural consummation adds depth of meaning to the legend of Odin being himself sacrificed in his disguise on the holy tree at Uppsala, where human victims were hung as offerings to him, and to his rune in the Havamal. I know that I hung on a wind-rocked tree 9 whole nights, with a spear wounded, and to Odin offered myself to myself. Chapter 2. Heat. Demons of F. I Aragni Asmodeus Prometheus Feast of Fire Moloch Tophet Genii, of the Lamp Bell Fires Hallow-an Negro Superstitions Chinese, Fire God Volcanic and Incendiary Demons, Mangan Fire Demons Fear of Water. Fire was of old the element of fiends. No doubt this was in part due to the fact that it also was a devouring element. Sacrifices were burnt, the demon visibly consumed them. But the great flame demons represent chiefly the destructive and painful action of intense heat. They originate in regions of burning desert, of sunstroke, and drouth. Agni, the Hindu god of fire, was adored in Vedic hymns as the twin of Indra. Thy appearance is fair to behold, thou bright-faced Agni, when like gold thou shinest at hand. Thy brightness comes like the lightning of heaven, thou showest splendor like the splendor of the bright sun. Adorable and excellent Agni, emit the moving and graceful smoke. The flames of Agni are luminous, powerful, fearful, and not to be trusted. I extol the greatness of that showerer of rain, whom men celebrate as the slayer of Vritra. The Agni, Vaiswanara, slew the stealer of the waters. The slaying of Vritra, the monster, being the chief exploit of Indra, Agni could only share in it as being the flame that darted with Indra's weapon, the disk of the sun. Thou, Agni, art laid hold off with difficulty, like the young of tortuously twining snakes, thou who art a consumer of many forests as a beast is of fodder. Petrifaction awaits all these glowing metaphors of early time. Verbal inspiration will make Agni a literally tortuous serpent and consuming fire. His smoke, called Kali, black, is now the name of Siva's terrible bride. Much is said in Vedic hymns of the method of producing the sacred flame symbolizing Agni, namely, the rubbing together of 2 sticks. He it is whom the 2 sticks have engendered, like a newborn babe. It is a curious coincidence that a similar phrase should describe the devil on 2 sticks, who has come by way of Persia into European romance. Asmodeus was a lame demon, and his 2 sticks, as diable boityu, are crutches. But his lameness may be referable to the attenuated extremities suggested by spires of flame, tortuously twining snakes rather, than to the rabbinical myth that he broke his leg on his way to meet Solomon. Benfi identified Asmodeus as Zend Ershmaderva, demon of lust. His goat feet and fire coal eyes are described by Lesage, and the demon says he was lamed by falling from the air, like Vulcan, when contending with Pilardoc. It is not difficult to imagine how flame engendered by the rubbing of sticks might have attained personification as sensual passion, especially among Zoroastrians, who would detach from the adorable fire all associations of evil. It would harmonize well with the Persian tendency to diabolize Indian gods, that they should note the lustful character occasionally ascribed to Agni in the Vedas. Him alone, the ever-youthful Agni, men groom like a horse in the evening and at dawn. They bed him as a stranger in his couch. The light of Agni, the worshipped male, is lighted. Agni was the Indian Brulefer, or love charmer, and patron of marriage. The fire god Hephaestos was the husband of Aphrodite. The day of the Norse thunder and lightning god Thor, Thursday, is in Scandinavian regions considered the luckiest for marriages. The process of obtaining fire by friction is represented by a nobler class of myths than that referred to. In the Mahabharata, the gods and demons together churn the ocean for the nectar of immortality, and they use for their churning stick the mountain Manthara. This word appears in Pramantha, which means a fire drill, and from it comes the great name of Prometheus, who stole fire from heaven and conferred on mankind a boon which rendered them so powerful that the jealousy and wrath of Zeus were excited. This fable is generally read in its highly rationalized and mystical form, and on this account belongs to another part of our general subject. But it may be remarked here that the Titan so terribly tortured by Zeus could hardly have been regarded, originally, as the friend of man. At the time when Zeus was a god genuinely worshipped, when he first stood forth as the supplanter of the malign devourer Saturn, it could have been no friend of man who was seen chained on the rock, forever to be the vulture's prey. It was fire in some destructive form which must have been then associated with Prometheus, and not that power by which later myths represented his animating with a divine spark the man of clay. The Hindu myth of churning the ocean for the immortal draught, even if it be proved that the ocean is heaven and the draught lightning, does not help us much. The traditional association of Prometheus with the arts might almost lead one to imagine that the early use of fire by some primitive inventor had brought upon him the wrath of his mates, and that Zeus' thunderbolts represented some early strike against machinery. It is not quite certain that it may not have been through some euphemistic process that fire worship arose in Persia. Not only does fire occupy a prominent place in the tortures inflicted by Ahriman in the primitive Parsi Inferno, but it was one of the weapons by which he attempted to destroy the heavenly child Zoroaster. The evil magicians kindled a fire in the desert and threw the child on it, but his mother, Dogdo, found him sleeping tranquilly on the flames, which were as a pleasant bath, and his face shining like Zohor and Mashtari, Jupiter and Mercury. The Zoroastrians also held that the earth would ultimately be destroyed by fire. Its metals and minerals, ignited by a comet, would form streams which all souls would have to pass through. They would be pleasant to the righteous, but terrible to the sinful who, however, would come through, purified, into paradise, the last to arrive being Ahriman himself. The combustible nature of many minerals under the surface of the earth, which was all the realm of Hades invisible, would assist the notion of a fiery abode for the infernal gods. Our phrase, plutonic rock, would then have a very prosaic sense. Pliny says that in his time, sulfur was used to keep off evil spirits, and it is not impossible that it first came to be used as a medicine by this route. Fire festivals still exist in India, where the ancient raiment of Agni has been divided up and distributed among many deities. At the popular annual festival in honor of Dharma Raja, called the Feast of Fire, the devotees walk barefoot over a glowing fire extending 40 feet. It lasts 18 days, during which time those that make a vow to keep it must fast, abstain from women, lie on the bare ground, and walk on a brisk fire. The 18th day they assemble on the sound of instruments, their heads crowned with flowers, their bodies daubed with saffron, and follow the figures of Dharma Raja and Draupadi his wife in procession. When they come to the fire, they stir it to animate its activity and take a little of the ashes, with which they rub their foreheads. And when the gods have been carried 3 times round it, they walk over a hot fire, about 40 feet. Some carry their children in their arms, and others lances, sabers, and standards. After the ceremony, the people press to collect the ashes to rub their foreheads with, and obtain from devotees the flowers with which they were adorned, and which they carefully preserve. The passion of Agni reappears in Draupadi purified by fire for her 5 husbands, and especially her union with Dharma Raja, son of Yama, is celebrated in this unorthodox passion feast. It has been so much the fashion for travelers to look upon all idolatry with biblical eyes that we cannot feel certain with Sonorat that there was anything more significant in the carrying of children by the devotees than the supposition that what was good for the parent was equally beneficial to the child. But the identification of Moloch with an Aryan deity is not important. The Indian Feast of Fire and the rites of Moloch are derived by a very simple mental process from the most obvious aspects of the sun as the quickening and the consuming power in nature. The child offered to Moloch was offered to the god by whom he was generated, and as the most precious of all the fruits of the earth for which his genial aid was implored and his destructive intensity deprecated. Moloch, a word that means king, was a name almost synonymous with human sacrifice. It was in all probability at first only a local Ammonite personification growing out of an ancient shrine of Baal. The Midianite Baal accompanied the Israelites into the wilderness, and that worship was never thoroughly eradicated. In the Egyptian Confession of Faith, which the initiated took even into their graves inscribed upon a scroll. The name of God is not mentioned, but is expressed only by the words Nuk Pu Nuk. I am he who I am. The flames of the burning bush, from which these same words came to Moses, were kindled from Baal, the sun, and we need not wonder that while the more enlightened chiefs of Israel preserved the higher ideas and symbols of the countries they abandoned, the ignorant would still cling to Apis, the golden calf, to Ashtaroth, and to Moloch. Amos, v. 26, and after him Stephen the martyr, Acts, Romans 7. 43, reproach the Hebrews with having carried into the wilderness the tabernacle of their god Moloch. And though the passing of children through the fire to Moloch was, by the Mosaic law, made a capital crime, the superstition and the corresponding practice retained such strength that we find Solomon building a temple to Moloch on the Mount of Olives, 1 Kings 7, and long after, Manasseh making his son pass through the fire in honor of the same god. It is certain from the denunciations of the prophets that the destruction of children in these flames was actual. From Jeremiah, Romans 19:6, as well as other sources, we know that the burnings took place in the valley of Tophet or Hinnom, Gehenna. The idol Moloch was of brass and its throne of brass. Its head was that of a calf and wore a royal crown. Its stomach was a furnace, and when the children were placed in its arms, they were consumed by the fierce heat, their cries being drowned by the beating of drums. From which Toph meaning a drum, the place was also called Tophet. In the fierce war waged against alien superstitions by Josiah, he defiled Gehenna, filling it with ordure and dead men's bones to make it odious, that no man might make his son or his daughter to pass through the fire to Moloch. 2 Kings, Romans 23:10, and a perpetual fire was kept there to consume the filth of Jerusalem. From this horrible Gehenna, with its perpetual fire, its loathsome worm, its cruelties, has been derived the picture of a never-ending hell prepared for the majority of human beings by one who, while they live on earth, sends the rain and sunshine alike on the evil and the good. Wo Chang, a Chinaman in London, has written to a journal his surprise that our religious teachers should be seized with such concern for the victims of Turkish atrocities in Bulgaria, while they are so calm in view of the millions burning, and destined to burn endlessly in the flames of hell. Our Oriental brothers will learn a great deal from our missionaries, among other things, that the theological god of Christendom is still Moloch. The Ammonites, of whom Moloch was the special demon, appear to have gradually blended with the Arabians. These received from many sources their mongrel superstitions, but among them were always prominent the planet gods and fire gods, whom their growing monotheism, to use the word still in a loose sense, transformed to powerful angels and genii. The genii of Arabia are slaves of the lamp. They are evoked by burning tufts of hair. They ascend as clouds of smoke. Though, as subordinate agents of the fire fiend, they may be consumed by flames, yet those who so fight them are apt to suffer a like fate, as in the case of the Lady of Beauty in the Arabian Nights entertainments. Many stories of this kind preceded the declarations of the Old Testament that Jehovah breathes fire and brimstone, his breath kindling Tophet, and also the passages of the Quran and of the New Testament describing Satan as a fiery fiend. Various superstitions connecting infernal powers with fire survive among the Jews of some remote districts of Europe. The Passover is kept a week by the Jewish inhabitants in the villages on the Vosges Mountains and on the banks of the Rhine. The time of Omer is the interval between the Passover and Pentecost, the 7 weeks elapsing from the departure from Egypt and the giving of the law, marked in former days by the offering of an omer of barley daily at the temple. It is considered a fearful time, during which every Jew is particularly exposed to the evil influence of evil spirits. There is something dangerous and fatal in the air. Everyone should be on the watch and not tempt the skedim demons in any way. Have a strict eye upon your cattle, say the Jews, for the sorceress will get into your stables, mount your cows and goats, bring diseases upon them, and turn their milk sour. In the latter case, try to lay your hand upon the suspected person, shut her up in a room with a basin of sour milk, and beat the milk with a hazel wand, pronouncing God's name 3 times. Whilst you are doing this, the sorceress will make great lamentation, for the blows are falling upon her. Only stop when you see blue flames dancing on the surface of the milk, for then the charm is broken. If at nightfall a beggar comes to ask for a little charcoal to light his fire, be very careful not to give it, and do not let him go without drawing him 3 times by his coat tail. and without losing time, throw some large handfuls of salt on the fire. In all of which we may trace traditions of parched wildernesses and fiery serpents, as well as of Abraham's long warfare with the fire worshippers, until, according to the tradition, he was thrown into the flames he refused to worship. It is probable that in all the popular superstitions, which now connect devils and future punishments with fire, are blended both the apotheoses and the degradation of demons. The first and most universal of deities being the sun, whose earthly representative is fire, the student of comparative mythology has to pick his way very carefully in tracing by any ethnological path the innumerable superstitions of European folklore in which fire worship is apparently reflected. The collection of facts and records contained in a work so accessible to all who care to pursue the subject as that of Brand and his editors renders it unnecessary that I should go into the curious facts to any great extent here. The uniformity of the traditions, by which the midsummer fires of northern Europe have been called Baal fires or Bel fires, warrant the belief that they are actually descended from the ancient rites of Baal, even apart from the notorious fact that they have so generally been accompanied by the superstition that it is a benefit to children to leap over or be passed through such fires. That this practice still survives in out-of-the-way places of the British Empire appears from such communications as the following from the Times, which are occasionally addressed to the London journals. Lerwick, Shetland. July 7, 1871. Sir, it may interest some of your readers to know that last night, being St. John's Eve, old style, I observed, within a mile or so of this town, 7 bonfires blazing, in accordance with the immemorial custom of celebrating the midsummer solstice. These fires were kindled on various heights around the ancient hamlet of Sound, and the children leaped over them and passed through the fire to Moloch, just as their ancestors would have done 1,000 years ago on the same heights, and their still remoter progenitors in eastern lands many thousand years ago. This persistent adherence to mystic rites in this scientific epoch seems to me worth taking note of. J. To this may be added the following recent extract from a Scotch journal. Halloween was celebrated at Balmoral Castle with unusual ceremony, in the presence of Her Majesty, the Princess Beatrice, the ladies and gentlemen of the royal household, and a large gathering of the tenantry. The leading features of the celebration were a torchlight procession, the lighting of large bonfires, and the burning in effigy of witches and warlocks. Upwards of 150 torchbearers assembled at the castle as dark set in and separated into 2 parties, one band proceeding to Invergilder and the other remaining at Balmoral. The torches were lighted at 6:15 o'clock, and shortly after the Queen and Princess Beatrice drove to Invergilder, followed by the Balmoral party of torchbearers. The 2 parties then united and returned in procession to the front of Balmoral Castle, where refreshments were served to all, and dancing was engaged in round a huge bonfire. Suddenly, there appeared from the rear of the castle a grotesque apparition representing a witch with a train of followers dressed like sprites, who danced and gesticulated in all fashions. Then followed a warlock of demoniac shape, who was succeeded by another warlock drawing a car, on which was seated the figure of a witch, surrounded by other figures in the garb of demons. The unearthly visitors having marched several times round the burning pile, the principal figure was taken from the car and tossed into the flames amid the burning of blue lights and a display of crackers and fireworks. The health of Her Majesty, the Queen, was then pledged and drunk with Highland honors by the assembled hundreds. Dancing was then resumed and was carried on till a late hour at night. The Sixth Council of Constantinople, and 680, by its 65th canon, forbids these fires in the following terms: those bonfires that are kindled by certain people before their shops and houses, over which also they use ridiculously to leap, by a certain ancient custom, we command them from henceforth to cease. Whoever, therefore, shall do any such thing, if he be a clergyman, let him be deposed; if he be a layman, let him be excommunicated. For in the 4th book of the Kings it is thus written, "And Manasseh built an altar to all the host of heaven in the 2 courts of the Lord's house, and made his children to pass through the fire." There is a charming naivete in this denunciation. It is no longer doubtful that this bonfire, over which people leaped, came from the same source as that Gehenna from which the Church derived the orthodox theory of hell, as we have already seen. When Shakespeare speaks, Macbeth of the primrose way to the everlasting bonfire. He is, with his wonted felicity, assigning the flames of hell and the fires of Moloch and Baal their right archaeological relation. In my boyhood, I have often leaped over a bonfire in a part of the state of Virginia, mainly settled by Scotch families, with whom probably the custom migrated thither. In the superstitions of the Negroes of that and other southern states, fire plays a large part, but it is hardly possible now to determine whether they have drifted there from Africa or England. Sometimes there are queer coincidences between their notions and some of the early legends of Britain. Thus, the tradition of the shepherd guided by a distant fire to the entrance of King Arthur's subterranean hall, where a flame fed by no fuel coming through the floor reveals the slumbering monarch and his court, resembles somewhat stories I have heard from Negroes of their being led by distant fires to lucky others say unluckier at any rate enchanted spots. A Negro belonging to my father told me that once, as he was walking on a country road, he saw a great fire in the distance. He supposed it must be a house on fire, and hastened towards it, meantime much puzzled, since he knew of no house in that direction. As he went on his way, he turned into a small wood near which the fire seemed to be, but when he emerged, all he found was a single fire coal burning in the path. There were no other traces whatever of fire, but just then, a large dog leaped past him with a loud bark and disappeared. In a letter on Voodooism in Virginia, which appeared in the New York Tribune, dated Richmond, September 17, 1875, occurs an account of a class of superstitions generally kept close from the whites, as I have always believed because of their purely African origin. As will be seen, fire represents an important element in the superstitious practices. If an ignorant Negro is smitten with a disease which he cannot comprehend, he often imagines himself the victim of witchcraft, and having no faith in white folks' physic, for such ailments, must apply to one of these quacks. A physician residing near this city was invited by such a one to witness his mode of procedure with a dropsical patient for whom the physician in question had occasionally charitably prescribed. Curiosity led him to attend the séance, having previously informed the quack that since the case was in such hands, he relinquished all connection with it. On the coverlet of the bed on which the sick man lay was spread a quantity of bones, feathers, and other trash. The charlatan went through with a series of so-called conjurations, burned feathers, hair, and tiny fragments of wood in a charcoal furnace, and mumbled gibberish past the physician's comprehension. He then proceeded to rip open the pillows and bolsters, and took from them some queer conglomerations of feathers. These he said had caused all the trouble. Sprinkling a whitish powder over them, he burnt them in his furnace. A black offensive smoke was produced, and he announced triumphantly that the evil influence was destroyed and that the patient would surely get well. He died not many days later, believing, in common with all his friends and relatives, that the conjurations of the trick doctor had failed to save him only because resorted to too late. The following account of a spell from which his wife was rescued was given me by a Negro in Virginia. The wizard, to quote the exact words of my informant, threw a stick on a chest. The stick bounded like a trap ball 3 times. Then he opened the chest, took out something looking like dust or clay, and put it into a cup with water over a fire. Then he poured it over a board after chopping it 3 times, which he then put up beneath the shingles of the house. Returning to the chest, he took a piece of old chain, near the length of my hand, took a hoe and buried the chain near the sill of the door of my wife's house where she would pass. Then he went away. I saw my wife coming and called to her not to pass, and to go for a hoe and dig up the place. She did this, and I took up the chain, which burned the ends of all my fingers clean off. The same night the conjurer came back. My wife took 2 half-dollars and a quarter in silver and threw them on the ground before him. The man seemed as if he was shocked, and then offered her his hand, which she refused to take, as I had bid her not to let him touch her. He left and never came to the house again. The spell was broken. I am convinced that this is a pure voodoo procedure, and it is interesting in several regards. The introduction of the chain may have been the result of the excitement of the time, for it was during the war when Negroes were breaking their chains. The fire and water show how widespread in Africa is that double ordeal which, as we have seen, is well known in the kingdom of Dahomey. But the mingling of something like dust with the water held in a cup over the fire is strongly suggestive of the Jewish method of preparing holy water, the water of separation. For an unclean person, they shall take of the dust of the burnt heifer of purification for sin, and running water shall be put thereto in a vessel. The fiery element of the mixture was in this case imported with the ashes of the red heifer. As for this sacrifice of the red heifer itself, it was plainly the propitiation of a fiery demon. In Egypt, red hair and red animals of all kinds were considered infernal, and all the details of this sacrifice show that the color of this selected heifer was typical. The heifer was not a usual sacrifice. A red one was obviously by its color marked for the genii of Fire the Terrible Seven and not to be denied them. Its blood was sprinkled 7 times before the tabernacle, and the rest was utterly consumed, including the hide, which is particularly mentioned, and the ashes taken to make the water of separation. Comment notes, in this connection, that the apis of India was red-colored. The following interesting story of the Chinese fire god was supplied to Mr. Dennis by Mr. Playfair of H.M. Consulate, to whom it was related in Peking. The temples of the god of fire are numerous in Peking, as is natural in a city built for the most part of very combustible materials. The idols representing the god are, with one exception, decked with red beards, typifying by their color the element under his control. The exceptional god has a white beard and thereby hangs a tail. 100 years ago, the Chinese imperial revenue was in much better case than it is now. At that time, they had not yet come into collision with Western powers, and the word indemnity had not, so far, found a place in their vocabulary. Internal rebellions were checked as soon as they broke out, and in one word, Qin Lung was in less embarrassed circumstances than Quang Hsu. He had more money to spend, and did lay out a good deal in the way of palaces. His favorite building, and one on which no expense had been spared, was the Hall of Contemplation. This hall was of very large dimensions. The rafters and the pillars which supported the roof were of a size such as no trees in China furnish nowadays. They were not improbably originally sent as an offering by the tributary monarch of some tropical country, such as Burma or Siam. 2 men could barely join hands round the pillars. They were cased in lustrous jet-black lacquer, which, while adding to the beauty of their appearance, was also supposed to make them less liable to combustion. Indeed, every care was taken that no fire should approach the building. No lighted lamp was allowed in the precincts, and to have smoked a pipe inside those walls would have been punished with death. The floor of the hall was of different colored marbles, in a mosaic of flowers and mystic Chinese characters, always kept polished like a mirror. The sides of the room were lined with rare books and precious manuscripts. It was, in short, the finest palace in the imperial city, and it was the pride of Qin Lung. Alas for the vanity of human wishes! In spite of every precaution, one night a fire broke out, and the Hall of Contemplation was in danger. The Chinese of a century ago were not without fire engines, and though miserably inefficient as compared with those of our London Fire Brigade, they were better than nothing, and 100 of them were soon working round the burning building. The emperor himself came out to superintend their efforts and encourage them to renewed exertions. But the hall was doomed. A more than earthly power was directing the flames, and mortal efforts were of no avail. For on one of the burning rafters Qin Lung saw the figure of a little old man with a long white beard standing in a triumphant attitude. "It is the god of fire," said the emperor. "We can do nothing." So the building was allowed to blaze in peace. Next day, Qin Lung appointed a commission to go the round of the Peking temples in order to discover in which of them there was a fire god with a white beard, that he might worship him and appease the offended deity. The search was fruitless. All the fire gods had red beards. But the commission had done its work badly. Being highly respectable mandarins of genteel families, they had confined their search to such temples as were in good repair and of creditable exterior. Outside the north gate of the imperial city was one old, dilapidated, disreputable shrine which they had overlooked. It had been crumbling away for years, and even the dread figure of the god of fire, which sat above the altar, had not escaped desecration. Time had thinned his flowing locks, and the beard had fallen away altogether. One day some water carriers who frequented the locality thought, either in charity or by way of a joke, that the face would look the better for a new beard. So they unraveled some cord, and with the frayed-out hemp adorned the beardless chin. An official passing the temple one day peeped in out of curiosity and saw the hempen beard. "Just the thing the emperor was inquiring about," said he to himself, and he took the news to the palace without delay. Next day there was a state visit to the dilapidated temple, and Keen Lung made obeisance and vowed a vow. "O fire god," said he, "thou hast been wroth with me in that I have built me palaces, and left thy shrine unhonored and in ruins. Here do I vow to build thee a temple surpassed by none other of the fire gods in Peking, but I shall expect thee in future not to meddle with my palaces." The emperor was as good as his word. The new temple is on the site of the old one, and the fire god has a flowing beard of fine white hair. In the San Francisco Bulletin, I recently read a description of the celebration by the Chinese in that city of their feast for the dead, in which there are some significant features. "The chief attention was paid," says the reporter, "to a figure, representing what answers in their theology to our devil, and whom they evidently think it necessary to propitiate before proceeding with their worship over individual graves. This figure is on the west side of their temple. Before and around it, candles and joss sticks were kept burning. On the east side was the better-looking figure, to which they paid comparatively little attention. It was, of course, but natural that the demons of fire should gradually be dispelled from that element in its normal aspects, as its uses became more important through human invention, and its evil possibilities were mastered. Such demons became gradually located in the region of especially dangerous fires, as volcanoes and boiling springs. The Titan whom the ancients believed struggling beneath Etna remained there as the devil in the Christian age. Saint Agatha is said to have prevented his vomiting fire for a century by her prayers. Saint Philip ascended the same mountain, and with book and candle pronounced a prayer of exorcism, at which 3 devils came out like fiery flying stones, crying, "Woe is us! We are still hunted by Peter through Philip the Elder." The volcanoes originated the belief that hell is at the Earth's center, and their busy Vulcans of classic ages have been easily transformed into sulphurous lords of the Christian hell. Such is the medieval Haborim, demon of arson, with his 3 heads man, cat, and serpent who rides through the air mounted on a serpent and bears in his hand a flaming torch. The astrologers assigned him command of 26 legions of demons in hell, and the superstitious often saw him laughing on the roofs of burning houses. But still more dignified is Raum, who commands 30 legions and who destroys villages. Hence, also, concerned in the destructions of war, he became the demon who awards dignities. And although this made his usual form of apparition on the right bank of the Rhine that of the Odinistic raven, on the left bank he may be detected in the little red man who was reported as the familiar of Napoleon I during his career. Among Mr. Gill's South Pacific myths is one of a Prometheus, Maui, who by assistance of a red pigeon gets from the subterranean fire demon the secret of producing fire by rubbing sticks. The demon Moak being then consumed with his realm, and fire being brought to the upper world to remain the friend of man. In Vedic legend, when the world was enveloped in darkness, the gods prayed to Agni, who suddenly burst out as Tivashtri pure fire, the Vedic Vulcan to the dismay of the universe. In Edaic sagas, Loki was deemed the most voracious of beings, until defeated in an eating match with Logi, devouring fire. Survivals of belief in the fiery nature of demons are very numerous. Thus it is a very common belief that the devil cannot touch or cross water, and may therefore be escaped by leaping a stream. This has sometimes been supposed to have something to do with the purifying character of water, but there are many instances in Christian folklore where the devil is shown quite independent of even holy water if it is not sprinkled on him or does not wet his feet. Thus, in the Norfolk legend concerning Saint Godric, the devil is said to have thrown the vessel with its holy water at the saint's head out of anger at his singing a canticle which the Virgin taught him. But when the devil attacked him in various ferocious animal shapes, Saint Godric escaped by running into the Wear, where he sometimes stood all night in water up to his neck. The kobolds get the red jackets they are said to wear from their fiery nature. Originally the Lar familiaris of Germany, the kobold became of many varieties, but in one line he has been developed from the house spirit, whose good or evil temper was recognized in the comforts or dangers of fire, to a special stone demon. The hell dog in Faust's room takes refuge from the spell of Solomon's key behind the stone and is there transformed to human shape. The German maidens read many pretty oracles in the behavior of the fire, and the like in that of its fellow wassager the house dog. It is indeed a widespread notion that imps and witches lurk about the fireside, obviously in cat and dog, and ride through the air on implements that usually stand about the fire shovel, tongs, or broom. In Paris, it was formerly the custom to throw 24 cats into the fire on St. John's night, the animals being, according to M. de Plancy, emblems of the devil. So was replaced the Holocaust of human witches, until at last civilization rang out its curfew for all such fires as that. Chapter 3. Cold. Descent of Ishtar into Hades. Bardism. Baldur. Hercules. Christ. Survivals of the frost giant in Slavonic and other countries. The Clavi. The frozen hell. The northern abode of demons. North side of churches. Even across immemorial generations, it is impossible to read without emotion the legend of the descent of Ishtar into Hades. Through 7 gates the goddess of love passes in search of her beloved, and at each some of her ornaments and clothing are removed by the dread guardian. Ishtar enters naked into the presence of the Queen of Death. But gods, men, and herds languish in her absence, and the wonder-working he, the Savior, so charms the infernal queen that she bids the judge of her realm, Anunnaki, absolve Ishtar from his golden throne. He poured out for Ishtar the waters of life and let her go. Then the first gate let her forth, and restored to her the first garment of her body. The second gate let her forth, and restored to her the diamonds of her hands and feet. The third gate let her forth, and restored to her the central girdle of her waist. The fourth gate let her forth, and restored to her the small, lovely gems of her forehead. The fifth gate let her forth, and restored to her the precious stones of her head. The sixth gate let her forth, and restored to her the earrings of her ears. The seventh gate let her forth, and restored to her the great crown on her head. This old miracle play of nature, the return of summer flower, by flower, is deciphered from an ancient Assyrian tablet in a town within only a few hours of another, where a circle of worshippers repeat the same at every solstice. Myfer Morganug, the archdruid, adores still he by name as his savior, and at the winter solstice assembles his brethren to celebrate his coming to bruise the head of the serpent of Hades, Anon, nearly the same as in the tablet. That seedtime and harvest shall not fail. Is this a survival? No doubt, but there is no cult in the world which, if scratched, as the proverb says, will not reveal beneath it the same conception. However it may be spiritualized, every plan of salvation is cast in the mold of winter conquered by the sun, the descent of love to the underworld, the delivery of the imprisoned germs of life. It is very instructive to compare with the myth of Ishtar that of Hermotter, seeking the release of Baldur the Beautiful from Helheim. The deadly powers of winter are represented in the Eddaic account of the death of Baldur, soft summer light, the Norse Baal. His blind brother Hotter is darkness. The demon who directed his arrow is low-key subterranean fire. The arrow itself is of mistletoe, which, fostered by winter, owes no duty to Baldur. And the realm to which he is born is that of Hell, the frozen zone. Hermotter, having arrived, assured Hell that the gods were in despair for the loss of Baldur. The queen replied that it should now be tried whether Baldur was so beloved. If, therefore, all things in the world, both living and lifeless, weep for him, he shall return to the Aesir. In the end, all wept but the old hag Thok, Darkness, who from her cavern sang. Thok will wail with dry eyes Baldur's balefire, not quick or dead for Karl's son Care I. Let Hel hold her own. So Baldur remained in Helheim. The myth very closely resembles that of Ishtar's descent. In similar accent, the messenger of the southern gods weeps and lacerates himself as he relates the grief of the upper world and all men and animals since the time that Mother Ishtar descended into Hades. But in the latter, the messenger is successful. In the north, he is unsuccessful. In the corresponding myths of Warm and Sunny, climbs the effort at release is more or less successful, in proportion to the extent of winter. In Adonis released from Hades for 4 months every year, and another 4 if he chose to abandon Persephone for Aphrodite, we have a reflection of a variable year. That, and the similar myth of Persephone, varied in the time specified for their passing in the upper and under worlds, probably in accordance with the climatic averages of the regions in which they were told. But in the tropics, it was easy to believe the release complete, as in the myth of Ishtar. In Mangaean myths, the hero, Maui, escapes from a nether world of fire, aided by a red pigeon. When this contest between winter's death and spring's life became humanized, it was as Hercules vanquishing death and completely releasing Alcestis. When it became spiritualized, it was as Christ conquering death and hell and releasing the spirits from prison. The wintry desolation had to be artificially imitated in a 40 days fast and Lent, closing with a thrust from the spear. The mistletoe arrow amid darkness, blind hotter. But the myth of a swift resurrection had to be artificially preserved in the far north. The legend of a full triumph over death and hell could never have originated among our Norse ancestors. Their only story resembling it, that of Iduna, related how her recovery from the giants brought back health to the gods, not men. But it was from the south that men had to hear tidings of a rescue for the earth and man. We cannot realize now what glad tidings were they which told this new gospel to peoples sitting in regions of ice and gloom, after it had been imposed on them against their reluctant fears. In manifold forms, the old combat was renewed in their festivals, and peoples who had long been prostrate and helpless before the terrible powers of nature were never weary of the southern fables of heroic triumphs over them, long interpreted in the simple physical sense. The great demon of the northern world is still winter, and the hereditary hatred of him is such that he is still cursed, scourged, killed, and buried or drowned under various names and disguises. In every Slavonic country, says Mr. Ralston, there are to be found, about carnival time, traces of ancient rites, intended to typify the death of winter and the birth of spring or summer. In Poland, a puppet made of hemp or straw is flung into a pond or swamp with the words, "The devil take thee." Then the participators in the deed scamper home, and if one of them stumbles and falls, it is believed he will die within the year. In Upper Lusatia, a similar figure is fastened on a pole to be pelted, then taken to the village boundary and thrown across it or cast into the water, its bearers returning with green boughs. Sometimes the figure is shrouded in white, representing snow, and bears in its hands a broom, the sweeping storm, and a sickle, the fatal reaper. In Russia, the straw music is burned, and also in Bulgaria. In the latter, the bonfire is accompanied by the firing of guns and by dances and songs to Lato, goddess of spring. This reminiscence of Leto, on whose account Apollo slew the python, is rendered yet more striking by the week of archery which accompanies it, recalling the sunbeam darts of the god. In Spain and Italy, the demon puppet is scourged under the name of Judas, as indeed is the case in the annual Good Friday performance of Portuguese sailors in the London docks. Mr. Tyler found in Mexico a similar custom, the Judas being a regular horned and hoofed devil. In Scotland, the pre-Christian accessories of a corresponding custom are more pronounced both in the time selected, the last day of the year, old style, and the place. The clavy, as the custom of burning the puppet of winter is mysteriously called, occurred on January 12 of this year, 1878, at Burghead, a fishing village near Foras, where stands an old Roman altar locally named the Doro. A tar barrel was set on fire and carried by a fisherman round the town, while the people shouted and hallooed. If the man who carries the barrel falls, it is an evil omen. The lighted barrel, having gone round the town, was carried to the top of the hill and placed on the Doro. More fuel was added. The sparks, as they fly upwards, are supposed to be witches and evil spirits leaving the town. The people therefore shout at and curse them as they disappear in vacancy. When the burning tar barrel falls in pieces, the fishwomen rush in and endeavor to get a lighted bit of wood from its remains. With this light, the fire on the cottage hearth is at once kindled, and it is considered lucky to keep this flame alive all the rest of the year. The charcoal of the clavy is collected and put in bits up the chimney to prevent the witches and evil spirits coming into the house. The Doro is covered with a thick layer of tar from the fires that are annually lighted upon it. Close to it is a very ancient Roman well. It is an instance of the irony of etymology that the word hell means a place of fireless darkness. Nor is the fact that the name of the Scandinavian demoness Hel, phonetically corresponding with Kali, the black one, Goth. Halja, whose abode was an icy hole, has her name preserved as a place of fiery torment, without significance. In regions where cold was known to an uncomfortable extent as well as heat, we usually find it represented in the ideas of future punishment. The realm called Hades, meaning just the same as hell, suggests cold. Tertullian and Jerome say that Christ's own phrases outer darkness, and the gnashing, chattering of teeth suggest a place of extreme cold alternating with the excessive heat. traces of similar speculations are found with the rabbins. Thus, Rabbi Joseph says Gehenna had both water and fire. Noah saw the angel of death approaching and hid from him 12 months. Why 12? Because, explains Rabbi Jehuda, such is the trial of sinners, 6 in water, 6 in fire. Dante, following Virgil, has frigid as well as burning hells, and the idea was refined by some scholiasts to a statement which would seem to make the alternations of future punishment amount to a severe ague and fever. Milton, Paradise Lost, Roman 2, has blended the rabbinical notions with those of Virgil Aene, Roman 6, in his terrible picture of the frozen continent where the parching air burns frore, and cold performs effect of fire. Thither by harpy-footed furies hailed at certain revolutions all the damned are brought, and feel by turns the bitter change of fierce extremes, extremes by change more fierce, from beds of raging fire to starve and ice their soft ethereal warmth, and there to pine immovable, infixed, and frozen round. With which may be compared Shakespeare's lines, in Measure for Measure. The delighted spirit to bathe in fiery floods, or to reside in thrilling region of thick-ribbed ice. In Thibet, hell is believed to have 16 circles, 8 burning, 8 frozen, which M. de Lepierre attributes to the rapid changes of their climate between the extremes of heat and cold. Plutarch, relating the vision of the Specius in Hades, speaks of the frozen region there. Denies Le Chartreux, De Ponis Inferni, says the severest of infernal torments is freezing. In the Calendar of Shepherds, 1506, a legend runs, Lazarus said, I saw a flowed of frosson is in the which envious men and women were plonged unto the navel, and then suddenly came a cold wind writ great that blew and did deped down all the envious into the cold water that nothing was seen of them. Such, too, is Persian Arda Verraf's vision. The demon of cold has a habitat naturally in every northern region. He is the Qimeng of China, who man-shaped, dragon-headed haunts the Chang River and causes rainstorms. In Greenland it is Erlersordak, who suffers perpetual agues and leaps on souls at death to satisfy his hunger. The Chenus demons of the Mimics of Nova Scotia present certain features of the race demons, but are fearfully cold. The Chenu weapon is a dragon's horn, his yell is fatal to the hearer, his heart is a block of ice. This heart must be destroyed if the demon is to be slain, but it can only be done by melting in the fire. The chief precaution required is that one is not drowned in the flood so caused. The icy demon survived long in Scotland. Sir James Melville, in his memoirs, says the spirit or devil that helped the Scottish witches to raise a storm in the Sea of Norway was cold as ice, and his body hard as iron. His face was terrible, his nose like the beak of an eagle, great burning eyes, his hands and legs hairy, with claws on his nails like a griffin. Dr. Fian was burnt for raising this demon to oppose James I, on his stormy passage from Denmark. This type of demon haunted people's minds in Scandinavia, where though traditions of a flame demon, Loki, and the end of the world by fire were imported, the popular belief seems to have been mainly occupied with frost giants, and the formidable Ogier, god of the bleak sea east winds, preserved in our word Anglo-Saxon edge, and more directly in the name of our familiar demon, the ogre, so often slain in the child's Gladsheim. Loki fire was, indeed, speedily relegated by the Aesir gods to a hidden subterraneous realm, where his existence could only be known by the earthquakes, geysers, and Hekla eruptions which he occasioned. Yet he was to come forth at Ragnarok, the twilight of the gods. We can see a singular blending of tropical and frigid zones, the one traditional, the other native in the prose Edda. Thus what will remain, said Gangler, after heaven and earth and the whole universe shall be consumed, and after all the gods and the homes of Valhalla and all mankind shall have perished? There will be many abodes, replied Thridi, some good, some bad. The best place of all to be in will be Gimel, in heaven, and all who delight in quaffing good drink will find a great store in the hall called Brimir, which is also in heaven in the region Akalni. There is also a fair hall of ruddy gold, for Sindri, which stands on the mountains of Nida. In those halls righteous and well-minded men shall abide. In Nostron there is a vast and direful structure with doors that face the north. It is formed entirely of the backs of serpents, waddled together like wickerwork. But the serpents' heads are turned towards the inside of the hall, and continually vomit forth floods of venom, in which wade all those who commit murder or who forswear themselves. As it is said in the Valispa, she saw a hall far from the sun in Nastrand, standing northward the doors look, and venom drops fall in through loopholes. Formed is that hall of wreathed serpents. There saw she wade through heavy streams men forsworn and murderers. These names for the heavenly regions and their occupants indicate sunshine and fire. Gimel means fire gimmer, Brimir brimy, flame, the giant and Sindri cinder, the dwarf, jeweler of the gods are raised to halls of gold. Nothing is said of a garden or walking therein in the cool of the day. On the other hand, Nostrand means strand of the dead. In that region whose doors face the north, far from the sun, we behold an inferno of extreme cold. Christianity has not availed to give the Icelanders any demonic name suggestive of fire. They speak of Skratty, the roarer, perhaps our old Scratch, and Kalski, the coal-black one, but promise nothing so luminous and comfortable as fire or fire fiend to the evil-doer. In the great epic of the Nibelungen Lied, we have probably the shape in which the Northman's dream of paradise finally cohered, a rose garden in the south, guarded by a huge worm, water snake, or glittering glacial sea intervening, whose glowing charms, with beauty Kriemhild for their queen, could be won only by a brave, dragon-slaying Siegfried. In passing by the pretty lakeside home of Richard Wagner, on my way to witness the Ammergau version of another dragon-binding and paradise-regaining legend, I noted that the old name of the Starnberg lake was Wormsea, from the dragon that once haunted it, while from the composer's window might be seen its Isle of Roses, which the dragon guarded. Since then, the myth of many forms has had its musical apotheosis at Bayreuth under his wand. England, partly perhaps on account of its harsh climate, once had the reputation of being the chief abode of demons. A demoness leaving her lover on the continent says, "My mother is calling me in England." But England assigned them still higher latitudes. In Christianizing Ireland, Iona, and other islands far north, it was preliminary to expel the demons. The Clavi, the Daisiuil of Lewis and other Hebrides Islands fire, carried round cattle to defend them from demons, and around mothers not yet churched, to keep the babes from being changed show that the expulsion still goes on, though in such regions Norse and Christian notions have become so jumbled that it is fighting the devil with fire. So in the Havamal men are warned to invoke fire for distempers, and Gudrun sings, "Raise, ye jarls, an oaken pile, let it under heaven the lightest be. May it burn a breast full of woes, the fire round my heart its sorrows melt." The last line is in contrast with the Hindu saying, "The flame of her husband's pyre cools the widow's breast." The characters of the northern heaven and hell survive in the English custom of burying the dead on the southern side of a church. How widely this usage prevailed in Brand's time may be seen by reference to his chapter on churchyards. The north side of the graveyard was set apart for unbaptized infants and executed criminals, and it was permitted the people to dance or play tennis in that part. Dr. Lee says that in the churchyard at Morwenstow, the southern portion only contains graves, the north part being untenanted, as the Cornish believe, following old traditions, that the north is the region of demons. In some parishes of Cornwall, when a baptism occurs, the north door of the nave, opposite the font, is thrown open, so that the devil cast out may retire to his own region, the north. This accords with the saying in Martin's, "Months mindob aquilone omni malum." Indeed, it is not improbable that the fact noted by White in his History of Selborne, that the usual approach to most country churches is by the south, indicated a belief that the sacred edifice should turn its back on the region of demons. It is a singular instance of survival, which has brought about the fact that people who listen devoutly to sermons describing the fiery character of Satan and his abode should surround the very churches in which those sermons are heard with evidences of their lingering faith that the devil belongs to the region of ice, and that their dead must be buried in the direction of the happy abodes of Brimir and Sindri, fire and cinders. M. Francois Lenormant has written an extremely instructive chapter in comparison of the Akkadian and the Finnish mythologies. He there shows that they are as one and the same tree, adapted to antagonistic climates. With similar triad, runes, charms, and even names in some cases, their regard for the fire worshipped by both varies in a way that seems at first glance somewhat anomalous. The Akkadians in their fire worship exhausted the resources of praise in ascription of glory and power to the flames. The Finns in their cold home celebrated the fire festival at the winter solstice, uttered invocations over the fire, and the mother of the family, with her domestic libation said, Always rise so high, O my flame, but burn not larger nor more ardent. This diminution of enthusiasm in the northern fire worshipper, as compared with the southern, may only be the result of euphemism in the latter. Or perhaps while the formidable character of the fire god among the primitive Assyrians is indicated in the utter prostration before him characteristic of their litanies and invocations. In the case of the Finns, the perpetual presence of the more potent cold led to the less excessive adoration. These ventured to recognize the faults of fire. The true nature of this anomaly becomes visible when we consider that the great demon, dreaded by the two countries drawing their cult from a common source, represented the excess of the power most dreaded. The demon in each case was a wind, among the Finns the north wind, among the Akkadians the southwest, the most fiery wind. The Finnish demon was Hiisi, speeding on his pale horse through the air, with a terrible train of monster dogs, cats, furies, scattering pain, disease, and death. The Akkadian demon, of which the bronze image is in the Louvre, is the body of a dog, erect on eagle's feet, its arms pointed with lion's paws. It has the tail of a scorpion and the head of a skeleton, half stripped of flesh, preserving the eyes, and mounted with the horns of a goat. It has 4 outspread wings. On the back of this ingeniously horrible image is an inscription in the Akkadian language, apprising us that it is the demon of the southwest wind, made to be placed at the door or window to avert its hostile action. As we observe such figures as these on the one hand, and on the other the fair beings imagined to be antagonistic to them, as we note in runes and incantations how intensely the ancients felt themselves to be surrounded by these good and evil powers, and, reading nature so, learn to see in the seasons successively conquering and conquered by each other, and alternation of longer days and longer nights, the changing fortunes of a never-ending battle. We may better realize the meaning of solstitial festivals, the customs that gathered around Yuletide and New Year, and the manifold survivals from them which annually masquerade in Christian costume and names. To our sun-worshipping ancestor, the New Year meant the first faint advantage of the warmer time over winter, as nearly as he could fix it. The hovering of day between superiority of light and darkness is now named after doubting Thomas. At Yuletide, the dawning victory of the sun is seen as a holy infant in a manger amid beasts of the stall. The old nature worship has bequeathed to Christian belief a close-fitting mantle. But the old idea of a war between the wintry and the warm powers still haunts the period of the New Year. And the 12 days and nights, once believed to be the period of a fiercely contested battle between good and evil demons, are still regarded by many as a period for a special watchfulness and prayer. New Year's Eve, in the north of England, still Hogmanay probably, O.N. Hokunat, midwinter night, when the sacrifices of Thor were prepared, formerly had many observances which reflected the belief that good and evil ghosts were contending for every man and woman. The air was believed to be swarming with them, and watch must be kept to see that the protecting fire did not go out in any household, that no strange man, woman, or animal approach possibly a demon in disguise. Sacred plants were set in doors and windows to prevent the entrance of any malevolent being from the multitudes filling the air. John Wesley, whose noble heart was allied with a mind strangely open to stories of hobgoblins, led the way of churches and sects back into this ancient atmosphere. Nevertheless, the rationalism of the age has influenced St. Wesley's feast watch night. It can hardly recognize its brother in the Boar's Head banquet of Queen's College, Oxford, which celebrated victory over Tusky winter. The decapitated demon, whose bristles were once icicles fallen beneath the sylvan spirits of holly and rosemary. Yet what the watch night really signifies in the antiquarian sense is just that old culminating combat between the powers of fire and frost, once believed to determine human fates. In White Russia, on New Year's Day, when the annual elemental battle has been decided, the killed and wounded on one hand and the fortunate on the other are told by carrying from house to house the rich and the poor Kaliadas. These are 2 children, one dressed in fine attire and crowned with a wreath of full ears of grain, the other ragged, and wearing a wreath of threshed straw. These having been closely covered, each householder is called in and chooses one. If his choice chances upon the poor Kaliada, the attending chorus chant a mournful strain in which he is warned to expect a bad harvest, poverty, and perhaps death. If he selects the rich Kaliada, a cheerful song is sung promising him harvest, health, and wealth. The natives of certain districts of Dardistan assign political and social significance to their Feast of Fire, which is celebrated in the month preceding winter, at new moon, just after their meat provision for the season is laid in to dry. Their legend is that it was then their national hero slew their ancient tyrant and introduced good government. This legend, related elsewhere, is of a tyrant slain through the discovery that his heart was made of snow. He was slain by the warmth of torches. In the celebrations, all the men of the villages go forth with torches, which they swing round their heads and throw in the direction of Gilgit, where the snow-hearted tyrant so long held his castle. When the husbands return home from their torch-throwing, a little drama is rehearsed. The wives refuse them entrance till they have entreated, recounting the benefits they have brought them. After admission, the husband affects sulkiness and must be brought round with caresses to join in the banquet. The wife leads him forward with this song, "Thou hast made me glad, thou favourite of the Raja. Thou hast rejoiced me, O bold horseman. I am pleased with thee who so well usest the gun and sword. Thou hast delighted me, O thou invested with a mantle of honours. O great happiness, I will buy it by giving pleasure's price. O thou nourishment to us, heap of corn, store of ghee delighted, will I buy it all by giving pleasure's price." Chapter 4. Elements. A Scottish Monocerudra Siva's lightning, I the flaming, sword-limping demons of the storm Helios, Elias, Peron Thor, arrows the bob-tailed dragon whirlwind Japanese, thunder god Christian survivals, Ginny inundations Noanik, Nicholas, old Nick Nixie's Hydra's demons of the Danube tide survivals in Russia and England. During some recent years, curious advertisements have appeared in a journal of Edinburgh, calling for pious persons to occupy certain hours of the night with holy exercises. It would appear that they refer to a band of prayerful persons who provide that there shall be an unbroken round of prayers during every moment of the day and night. Their theory is that it is the usual cessation of Christian prayers at night which causes so many disasters. The devils, being then less restrained, raise storms and all elemental perils. The praying circle, which hopes to bind these demons by an uninterrupted chain of prayers, originated, as I am informed, in the pious enthusiasm of a lady whose kindly solicitude in some pre-existent sister was no doubt personified in the Hindu Manasa, who, while all gods slept, sat in the shape of a serpent on a branch of euphorbia to preserve mankind from the venom of snakes. It is to be feared, however, that it is hardly the wisdom of the serpent which is on prayerful watch at Edinburgh, but rather a vigilance of that perilous kind which was exercised by Meggie o' the Shore, anno 1785, as related by Hugh Miller. On a boisterous night, when two young girls had taken refuge in her cottage, they all heard about midnight cries of distress mingling with the roar of the sea. "Raise the window curtain and look out," said Meggie. The terrified girls did so and said, "There is a bright light in the middle of the bay of Udall. It hangs over the water about the height of a ship's mast, and we can see something below it like a boat riding at anchor, with the white sea raging around her." "Now drop the curtain," said Meggie. "I am no stranger, my lasses, to sights and noises like these sights and noises of another world, but I have been taught that God is nearer to me than any spirit can be, and so have learned not to be afraid." Afterwards, it is not wonderful that a Cromarty yawl was discovered to have foundered, and all on board to have been drowned, though Meggie's neighbors seem to have preserved the legend after her faith, and made the scene described a premonition of what actually occurred. It was an A region where mariners when becalmed invoke the wind by whistling, and both the whistling and the praying, though their prospects in the future may be slender, have had a long career in the past. In the Rig Veda, there is a remarkable hymn to Rudra the Roarer, which may be properly quoted here. "One sire of the storm gods, let thy favor extend to us. Shut us not out from the sight of the sun. May our hero be successful in the onslaught. O Rudra, may we wax mighty in our offspring. 2. Through the assuaging remedies conferred by thee, O Rudra, may we reach 100 winters. Drive away far from us hatred, distress, and all-pervading diseases. 3. Thou, O Rudra, art the most excellent of beings in glory, the strongest of the strong, O wielder of the bolt. Bear us safely through evil to the further shore, ward off all the assaults of sin. For may we not provoke thee to anger, O Rudra, by our adorations, neither through faultiness in praises, nor through wantonness in invocations. Lift up our heroes by thy remedies. Thou art, I hear, the chief physician among physicians. 5. May I propitiate with hymns this Rudra, who is worshipped with invocations and oblations. May the tender-hearted, easily entreated, tawny-haired, beautiful-chinned god not deliver us up to the plotter of evil. 6. The bounteous giver, escorted by the storm gods, hath gladdened me, his suppliant, with most invigorating food. As one distressed by heat seeketh the shade, may I, free from harm, find shelter in the good will of Rudra. 7. Where, O Rudra, is that gracious hand of thine, which is healing and comforting? Do thou, removing the evil which cometh from the gods, O bounteous giver, have mercy upon me. 8. To the tawny, the fair-complexioned dispenser of bounties, I send forth a great and beautiful song of praise. Adore the radiant god with prostrations. We hymn the illustrious name of Rudra. 9. Sturdy-limbed, many-shaped, fierce, tawny, he hath decked himself with brilliant ornaments of gold. Truly strength is inseparable from Rudra, the sovereign of this vast world. 10. Worthy of worship, thou bearest the arrows and the bow. Worthy of worship, thou wearest a resplendent necklace of many forms. Worthy of worship, thou rulest over this immense universe. There is none, O Rudra, mightier than thou. 11. Celebrate the renowned and ever-youthful god who is seated on a chariot, who is, like a wild beast, terrible, fierce, and destructive. Have mercy upon the singer, O Rudra, when thou art praised. May thy hosts strike down another than us. 12. As a boy saluteth his father who approacheth and speaketh to him, so, O Rudra, I greet thee, the giver of much, the Lord of the good. Grant us remedies when thou art praised. 13. Your remedies, O storm gods, which are pure and helping, O bounteous givers, which are joy-conferring, which our father Manu chose, these and the blessing and succor of Rudra I crave. 14. May the dart of Rudra be turned aside from us, may the great malevolence of the flaming god be averted. Unbend thy strong bow from those who are liberal with their wealth. O generous God, have mercy upon our offspring and our posterity, i.e., our children and children's children. 15. Thus, O tawny Rudra, wise giver of gifts, listen to our cry, give heed to us here, that thou mayest not be angry with us, O God, nor slay us. May we, rich in heroic sons, utter great praise at the sacrifice. In other hymns, the malevolent character of Rudra is made still more prominent. 7. Slay not our strong man nor our little child, neither him who is growing nor him who is grown, neither our father nor our mother. Hurt not, O Rudra, our dear selves. 8. Harm us not in our children and children's children, nor in our men, nor in our kine, nor in our horses. Smite not our heroes in thy wrath, we wait upon thee perpetually with offerings. In this hymn, verse 1, Rudra is described as having braided hair, and in the Yajurveda and the Atharvaveda, other attributes of Siva are ascribed to him, such as the epithet Nilagriva or blue-necked. In the Rigveda, Siva occurs frequently as an epithet and means auspicious. It was used as a euphemistic epithet to appease Rudra, the lord of tempests, and finally, the epithet developed into a distinct god. The parentage of Siva is further indicated in the legends that his glance destroyed the head of the youthful deity Gainsa, who now wears the elephant head with which it was replaced, and that the gods persuaded him to keep his eyes perpetually winking, like sheet lightning, lest his concentrated look, the thunderbolt, should reduce the universe to ashes. With the latter legend, the gaze of the evil eye in India might naturally be associated, though in the majority of countries this was rather associated with the malign influences ascribed to certain planets, especially Saturn, the charms against the evil eye being marked over with zodiacal signs. The very myth of Siva's eye survives in the Russian demon Magarko, Winker, and the Servian Roman Seven, whose glance is said to have power to reduce men, and even cities, to ashes. The terrible Rudra is represented in a vast number of beliefs, some of them perhaps survivals, in the rough sea and east-wind demon Ogier of the northern world and Typhon in the south, and in Luther's faith that devils do house in the dense black clouds and send storms, hail, thunder, and lightning, and poison the air with their infernal stench. A doctrine which Burton, the anatomist of melancholy, too maintained against the meteorologists of his time. Among the ancient Aryans, lightning seems to have been the supreme type of divine destructiveness. Rudra's dart, Siva's eye, reappear with the Sinhalese prince of demons Wesamani, described as wielding a golden sword, which, when he is angry, flies out of his hand, to which it spontaneously returns, after cutting off 1,000 heads. A wonderful spear was borne by Odin and was possibly the original Excalibur. The four-faced Sviatevit of Russia, whose mantle has fallen to St. George, whose statue was found at Zeebrugge in 1851, bore a horn of wine rain and a sword lightning. In Greece, similar swords were wielded by Zeus and also by the god of war. Through Zeus and Ares, the original wielders of the lightning Indra and Siva became types of many gods and semi-divine heroes. The evil eye of Siva glared from the forehead of the Cyclopes, forgers of thunderbolts, and the saving disc of Indra flashed in the swords and arrows of famous dragon slayers Perseus, Pegasus, Hercules, and St. George. The same sword defended the tree of life in Eden and was borne in the hand of death on the pale horse. A white horse was sacrificed to Sviatevit in Russia within Christian times. And finally, we have the wonderful sword which obeys the command heads off, delighting all nurseries by the service it does to the king of the Golden Mountain. I beheld Satan as lightning falling out of heaven. To the Greeks, this falling of rebellious deities out of heaven accounted, as we have seen explained, for their lameness. But a universal phenomenon can alone account for the many demons with crooked or crippled legs, like Diabol Boitu, all around the world. The Namaquas of South Africa have a deity whose occupation it is to cause pain and death. His name is Tsuiknap, that is, wounded knee. Livingstone says of the Bakwains, another people of South Africa, it is curious that in all their pretended dreams or visions of their god, he has always a crooked leg, like the Egyptian Thou. In Manas, South America, they believe in a treacherous demon Uchulachakwi, or Lamefoot, who in dark forests puts on a friendly shape to lure Indians to destruction. But the huntsmen say they can never be deceived if they examine this demon's foot track, because of the unequal size of the 2 feet. The native Australians believed in a demon named Biam. He is black and deformed in his lower extremities. They attributed to him many of their songs and dances, but also a sort of smallpox to which they were liable. We have no evidence that these superstitions migrated from a common center, and there can be little doubt that many of these crooked legs are traceable to the crooked lightning. At the same time, this is by no means inconsistent with what has been already said of the fall of titans and angels from heaven as often accounting for their lameness in popular myths. But in such details, it is hard to reach certainty, since so many of the facts bear a suspicious resemblance to each other. A wild boar with distorted legs attacked Saint Godric, and the temptation is strong to generalize on the story, but the legs probably mean only to certify that it was the devil. Dr. Schliemann has unearthed among his other treasures the remarkable fact that a temple of Helios, the sun, once stood near the site of the present church of Ilias, at Mycenae, which has from time immemorial been the place to which people repair to pray for rain. When the storm-breeding sun was succeeded by the prophet whose prayer evoked the cloud, even the name of the latter did not need to be changed. The discovery is the more interesting because it has always been a part of the Christian folklore of that region that, when a storm with lightning occurs, it is Ilias in his chariot of fire. A similar phrase is used in some part of every Aryan country, with variation of the name. It is Woden, or King Waldemar, or the Grand Venur, or sometimes God, who is said to be going forth in his chariot. These storm demons in their chariots have their forerunner in Vada or Vayu, the subject of one of the most beautiful Vedic hymns. I celebrate the glory of Vada's chariot. Its noise comes rending and resounding. Touching the sky, he moves onward, making all things ruddy, and he comes propelling the dust of the earth. Soul of the gods, source of the universe, this deity moves as he lists. His sounds have been heard, but his form is not seen. This Vada let us worship with an oblation. This last verse, as Mr. Muir has pointed out, bears a startling resemblance to the passage in John. The wind bloweth where it listeth, and thou canst not tell whence it cometh or whither it goeth. So is every one that is born of the wind. But an equally striking development of the Vedic idea is represented in the Siamese legend of Buddha. And in this case, the Vedic wind god Vayu reappears by name for the angels of tempests, or Loka-Vayu. The first portent which preceded the descent of Buddha from the Tushita heavens was when the angels of the tempest, clothed in red garments, and with streaming hair, travel among the abodes of mankind crying, "Attend all ye who are near to death. Repent and be not heedless. The end of the world approaches, but 100,000 years more and it will be destroyed. Exert yourselves, then, exert yourselves to acquire merit. Above all things be charitable, abstain from doing evil, meditate with love to all beings, and listen to the teachings of holiness. For we are all in the mouth of the King of Death. Strive then earnestly for meritorious fruits, and seek that which is good. Not less remarkable is the Targum of Jonathan ben Uzziel to 1 Kings Roman 19, where around Elias on the mountain gather, a host of angels of the wind, cleaving the mountain and breaking the rocks before the Lord. And after these, angels of commotion, and next of fire, and, finally, voices singing in silence preceded the descent of Jehovah. It can hardly be wondered that a prophet of whom this story was told, and that of the storm evoked from a small cloud, should be caught up into that chariot of the Vedic Vayu, which has rolled on through all the ages of mythology. Mythologic streams seem to keep their channels almost as steadfastly as rivers, but as even these change at last or blend, so do the old traditions. Thus we find that while Thor and Odin remain as separate in survivals as Vayu and Parjanya in India, in Russia Elias has inherited not the mantle of the wind god or storm-breeding sun, but of the Slavonic thunderer Perun. There is little doubt that this is Parjanya, described in the Rig Veda as the thunderer, the showerer, the bountiful, who strikes down trees and the wicked. The people of Novgorod, says Herberstein, formerly offered their chief worship and adoration to a certain idol named Perun. When subsequently they received baptism, they removed it from its place and threw it into the river Volchav, and the story goes that it swam against the stream, and that near the bridge a voice was heard saying, "This for you, O inhabitants of Novgorod, in memory of me." And at the same time a certain rope was thrown upon the bridge. Even now it happens from time to time on certain days of the year that this voice of Perun may be heard, and on these occasions the citizens run together and lash each other with ropes, and such a tumult arises therefrom that all the efforts of the governor can scarcely assuage it. The statue of Perun in Kiev, says Mr. Ralston, had a trunk of wood, while the head was of silver, with mustaches of gold, and among its weapons was a mace. Afanasieff states that in White Russian traditions, Perun is tall and well-shaped, with black hair and a long golden beard. This beard relates him to Barbarossa, and perhaps though distantly with the wood demon Barbados, the wild archer, who divined by the songs of birds. Perun also has a bow which is sometimes identified with the rainbow, an idea which is known also to the Finns. From it, according to the White Russians, are shot burning arrows, which set on fire all things that they touch. In many parts of Russia, as well as of Germany, it is supposed that these bolts sink deep into the soil, but that at the end of 3 or 7 years, they return to the surface in the shape of longish stones of a black or dark gray color, probably belemnites, or masses of fused sandwich are called thunderbolts, and considered as excellent preservations against lightning and conflagrations. The Finns call them Ukonkiwi, the stone of thunder god Ukko, and in Kurland their name is Perkunstein, which explains itself. In some cases, the flaming dart of Perun became, in the imagination of the people, a golden key. With it, he unlocked the earth, and brought to light its concealed treasures, its restrained waters, its captive founts of light. With it also he locked away in safety fugitives who wished to be put out of the power of malignant conjurers, and performed various other good offices. Appeals to him to exercise these functions still exist in the spells used by the peasants, but his name has given way to that of some Christian personage. In one of them, for instance, the Archangel Michael is called upon to secure the invoker behind an iron door fastened by 27 locks, the keys of which are given to the angels to be carried to heaven. In another, John the Baptist is represented as standing upon a stone in the Holy See, resting upon an iron crook or staff, and is called upon to stay the flow of blood from a wound, locking the invoker's veins with his heavenly key. In this case, the myth has passed into a rite. In order to stay a violent bleeding from the nose, a locked padlock is brought, and the blood is allowed to drop through its aperture, or the sufferer grasps a key in each hand, either plan being expected to prove efficacious. As far as the key is concerned, the belief seems to be still maintained among ourselves. The key has a holy sense in various religions, and consequently an infernal key is its natural counterpart. The Vedic hymns, which say so much about the shutting and opening, imprisoning and releasing, of heavenly rains and earthly fruits by demons and deities, interpret many phenomena of nature, and the same ideas have arisen in many lands. We cannot be certain, therefore, that Comet is right in assigning an Indian origin to the subjoined figure 5, an ancient Persian metal. The signs of the zodiac on its body show it to be one of those celestial demons believed able to bind the beneficent or loose the formidable powers of nature. The key is of a special import in Hebrew faith. It was the high priest Eliakim's symbol of office, as being also prefect in the king's house. The key of the house of David will I lay upon his shoulder. He shall open and none shall shut. He shall shut and none shall open. The rabbins had a saying that God reserves to himself 4 keys, which he will entrust not even to the angels: the key of rain, the key of the grave, the key of fruitfulness, and the key of barrenness. It was the sign of one set above angels when Christ was seen with the keys of hell and death, or when he delivered the keys of heaven to Peter, still thrust down the backs of Protestant children to cure nosebleed. The ubiquitous superstition which attributes the flint arrows of prehistoric races to gods, shot by them as lightning, and, as some said, from a rainbow, is too childlike a theory to call for elaborate treatment. We need not, ethnographically, connect our Thor arrows and elf shots with the stones hurled at mortals by the Thunderduke, Liu Tsz of China. The ancient Parthians, who used to reply to the thunderstorm by shooting arrows at it, and the Turks, who attack an eclipse with guns, fairly represent the infancy of the human race, though perhaps with more than its average pluck. Dr. MacGowan relates, concerning the Leichao Thunder District of China, various myths which resemble those which surround the world. After thunderstorms, black stones, it is believed, may be found which emit light and peculiar sounds on being struck. In a temple consecrated to the Thunder Duke, the people annually place a drum for that stormy demon to beat. The drum was formerly left on a mountaintop with a little boy as a sacrifice. Mr. Denys speaks of the belief in the same country that violent winds and typhoons are caused by the passage through the air of the bob-tailed dragon, and also of the rain god Yusha. A storm god connected with the eager, or boar of the river Tsintang, presents a coincidence of name with the Scandinavian ogier, which would be hardly noticeable were it not for the very close resemblance between the folklore concerning the bob-tailed dragon and the storm dragons of several Aryan races. Generally, in both China and Japan, the dragon is regarded with a veneration equal to the horror with which the serpent is visited. Of this phenomenon and its analogies in Britain, I shall have an explanation to submit when we come to consider dragon myths more particularly. To this general rule, the bob-tailed dragon of China is a partial exception. His fidelity as a friend led to the ill return of an attack by which his tail was amputated, and ever since his soured temper has shown itself in raising storms. When a violent tempest arises, the Cantonese say, the bob-tailed dragon is passing, in the same proverbial way as the Aryan peasantries attribute the same phenomenon to their storm gods. The notion is widely prevalent in some districts of France that all whirlwinds, however slight, are caused by wizards or witches, who are in them, careering through the air. And it is stated by the Melusine that in the department of the Orne storms are attributed to the clergy, who are supposed to be circling in them. The same excellent journal states that some years ago, in that department, a parishioner who saw his crops threatened by a hailstorm fired into the cloud. The next day, he heard that the parish priest had broken his leg by a fall for which he could not account. The following examples are given by Kuhn. Near Stangenhagen is a treasure hid in a mountain which Lord von Thuman tried to seek, but was caught up with his horse by a whirlwind and deposited at home again. The devil is believed to be seated at the center of every whirlwind. At Biesenthal, it is said a noble lady became the wind's bride. She was in her time a famous rider and huntress, who rode recklessly over farmers' fields and gardens. Now she is herself hunted by snakes and dragons, and may be heard howling in every storm. I suspect that the bristling hair, so frequently portrayed in the Japanese oni, devils, refers to their frequent residence at the center of a gale of wind. Their demon of the storm is generally pictured throned upon a flower of flames, his upraised and extended fingers emitting the most terrific lightnings, which fall upon his victims and envelop them in flames. Sometimes, however, the Japanese artists poke fun at their thunder god and show him sprawling on the ground from the recoil of his own lightnings. The following extract from the Christian Herald, London, April 12, 1877, will show how far the dread of this Japanese oni extends. A pious father writes, "A few days ago there was a severe thunderstorm, which seemed to gather very heavily in the direction where my son lived, and I had a feeling that I must go and pray that he might be protected and not be killed by the lightning. The impression seemed to say, "There is no time to be lost." I obeyed and went and knelt down and prayed that the Lord would spare his life. I believe he heard my prayer. My son called on me afterwards, and speaking of the shower, said, "The lightning came downwards and struck the very hoe in my hands and numbed me." I said, "Perhaps you would have been killed if someone had not been praying for you." Since then he has been converted, and I trust will be saved in God's everlasting kingdom. Such paragraphs may now strike even many Christians as survivals. But it is not so very long since some eminent clergymen looked upon Benjamin Franklin as the heaven-defying Ajax of Christendom, because he undertook to show people how they might divert the lightnings from their habitations. In those days, Franklin personally visited a church at Streatham, whose steeple had been struck by lightning, and after observing the region, gave an opinion that if the steeple were again erected without a lightning rod, it would again be struck. The audacious man who snatched scepters from tyrants and lightnings from heaven, as the proverb ran, was not listened to. The steeple was rebuilt and again demolished by lightning. The supreme god of the Quechuas, American, Viracocha sea foam, rises out of Lake Titicaca and journeys with lightnings for all opposers to disappear in the Western Ocean. The Quechua is mentally brother of the Arab camel driver. The sea, it is said in the Arabian Nights, the sea became troubled before them, and there arose from it a black pillar, ascending towards the sky and approaching the meadow, and behold, it was a jinn of gigantic stature. The jinn is sometimes helpful as it is formidable. It repays the fisherman who unseals it from the casket, fished up from the sea, as fruitfulness comes out of the cloud, no larger than a man's hand evoked by Elijah. The perilous jinn described in the above extract is the waterspout. Waterspouts are attributed in China to the battles of dragons in the air, and the same country recognizes a demon of high tides. The newest goddess in China is a canonized protectress against the shipwrecking storm demons of the coast, an exaltation recently proclaimed by the government of the empire in obedience, as the edict stated, to the belief prevailing among sailors. In this, the Chinese are a long way behind the mariners and fishermen of the French coast, who have for centuries, by a pious philology, connected Maria with La Marée and La Mer. And whenever they have been saved from storms, bring their votive offerings to seaside shrines of the Star of the Sea. The old Jewish theology, in its eagerness to claim for Jehovah the absolutism which would make him Lord of Lords, instituted his responsibility for many doubtful performances, the burthen of which is now escaped by the device of saying that he permitted them. In this way, the Elohim who brought on the deluge have been identified with Jehovah. None the less must we see in the biblical account of the flood the action of tempestuous water demons. What power a Christian would recognize in such an event, were it related in the sacred books of another religion, may be seen in the vision of the Apocalypse. The serpent cast out of his mouth a flood of water after the woman, that he might cause her to be carried away with the flood. And the earth helped the woman and opened its mouth and swallowed up the flood. This demon of inundation meets the explorer of Egyptian and Akkadian inscriptions at every turn. The terrible seven, whom even the god of fire cannot control, break down the banks of the abyss of waters. The god of the Tigris, Tartak of the Bible, is the great destroyer. Leviathan maketh the deep to boil like a pot. When he raises up himself, the mighty are afraid. By reason of breakings, they purify themselves. In the astronomical tablets, which Professor Sayce dates about B.C. 1600, we have the continual association of eclipse and flood. On the 15th day an eclipse takes place. The king dies and reigns in the heaven, floods in the channels are. In the month of Elul, August, the 14th day an eclipse takes place. Northward, its shadow is seen, and to the king of Mulias a crown is given. To the king the crown is an omen, and over the king the eclipse passes. Rains in heaven, floods in the channels flow. A famine is in the country, men their sons for silver sell. After a year the air god inundates. In the Chaldeo-Babylonian cosmogony, the three zones of the universe were ruled over by a triad as follows. The heaven by Anu, the surface of the earth, including the atmosphere, by Bel, the underworld by Noah. This same Noah is the Assyrian he or savior, and it is knower of the Bible. The name means a rest or residence, the place where man may dwell. when Tiamat the dragon or the Leviathan opens the fountains of the great deep, and Anu the windows of heaven, it is he or Noah who saves the life of man. M. François Lenormant has shown this to be the probable sense of one of the most ancient Akkadian fragments in the British Museum. In it, allusion is made to the serpent of 7 heads. That beats the sea. He, however, appears to be more clearly indicated in a fragment which Professor Sayce appends to this. Below in the abyss the forceful multitudes may they sacrifice. The overwhelming fear of Anu in the midst of heaven encircles his path. The spirits of earth, the mighty gods, withstand him not. The king like a lightning flash opened. Adar, the striker of the fortresses of the rebel band, opened. Like the streams in the circle of heaven I besprinkled the seed of men. His marching in the fealty of Bel to the temple I directed. He is the hero of the gods, the protector of mankind, far and near. O my lord, life of Nebo, breathe thy inspiration. Incline thine ear. O Adar, hero, crown of light, breathe thy inspiration. Incline thine ear, the overwhelming fear of thee may the sea know. I setting is the herald of his rest from marching, in thy marching Merodach is at rest. I father on his throne thou dost not smite. Bel on his throne thou dost not smite. The spirits of earth on their throne may he consume. May thy father into the hands of thy valor cause them to go forth. May Bel into the hands of thy valor cause them to go forth. The king, the proclaimed of Anu, the firstborn of the gods, he that stands before Bel, the heart of the life of the house of the beloved. The hero of the mountain, for those that die in multitudes. The one God he will not urge. In this primitive fragment we find the hero of the mountain, Noah, invoking both Bel and Nebo, aerial and infernal intelligences, and Adar the Chaldean Hercules, for their inspiration, that breath which, in the biblical story, goes forth in the form of the dove, the herald of his rest in the Akkadian fragment. And in the wind by which the waters were assuaged in the fragment, the spirits of the earth, which are given into the hand of the violent hero of the mountain, whom alone the gods will not urge. The Hydra may be taken as a type of the destructive water demon in a double sense, for its heads remain in many mythical forms. The Syrian Dagon and Atargates, fish deities, have bequeathed but their element to our undines of romance. Some nymphs have so long been detached from aqueous associations as to have made their names puzzling, and their place in demonology more so. To the Nixie Nercho of Germany, now merely mischievous like the British pixie, many philologists trace the common phrase for the devil Old Nick. I believe, however, that this phrase owes its popularity to Saint Nicholas rather than to the Norse water god, whose place he was assigned after the Christian accession. This saintly Poseidon, who, from being the patron of fishermen, gradually became associated with that demon whom Sir Walter Scott said, "The British sailor feared when he feared nothing else, was also of old the patron of pirates, and robbers were called Saint Nicholas clerks." In Norway and the Netherlands, the ancient belief in the demon Nick was strong. He was a kind of wild huntsman of the sea, and has left many legends, of which the Flying Dutchman is one. But my belief is that, through his legendary relation to boys, Saint Nicholas gave the name Old Nick its modern moral accent. Because of his reputation for having restored to life 3 murdered children, Saint Nicholas was made their patron, and on his day, December 6, it was the old custom to consecrate a boy bishop, who held office until the 28th of the month. By this means he became the moral appendage of the old Wadden god of the Germanic races, who was believed in wintertime to find shelter in and shower benefits from evergreens, especially firs, on his favorite children who happened to wander beneath them. Bartle, Kloboff, or whatever he might be called, was reduced to be the servant of Saint Nicholas, whose name is now jumbled into Santa Claus. According to the old custom, he appeared attended by his necked Kloboff personated by those who knew all about the children bringing a sort of doomsday. The gifts having been bestowed on the good children, Saint Nicholas then ordered Kloboff to put the naughty ones into his pannier and carry them off for punishment. The terror and shrieks thus caused have created vast misery among children, and in Munich and some other places, the authorities have very properly made such tragedies illegal. But for many centuries, it was the custom of nurses and mothers to threaten refractory children with being carried off at the end of the year by Nicholas. And in this way each year closed, in the young apprehension, with a judgment day, a weighing of souls, and a devil or Old Nick as agent of retribution. Nick has long since lost his aquatic character, and we find his name in the far west America, turning up as the Nick of the Woods, the wild legend of a settler who, following a vow of vengeance for his wrongs, used to kill the red men while they slept, and was supposed to be a demon. The Japanese have a water dragon kappa of a retributive and moral kind, whose office it is to swallow bad boys who go to swim in disobedience to their parents' commands or at improper times and places. It is not improbable that such dangers to the young originated some of the water demons, probably such as are thought of as diminutive and mischievous, e.g., nixies. The nixa was for a long time on the Baltic coast the female Old Nick, and much feared by fishermen. Her malign disposition is represented in the kelpie of Scotland a waterhorse, believed to carry away the unwary by sudden floods to devour them. In Germany, there was a river goddess whose temple stood at Magdeburg, whence its name. A legend exists of her having appeared in the market there in Christian costume, but she was detected by a continual dripping of water from the corner of her apron. In Germany, the nixies generally played the part of the naiads of ancient times. In Russia, similar beings, called ruzalkas, are much more formidable. In many regions of Christendom, it is related that these demons, relatives of the swan maidens, considered in another chapter, have been converted into friendly or even pious creatures and baptized into saintly names. Sometimes there are legends which reveal this transition. Thus it is related that in the year 1440, the dikes of Holland being broken down by a violent tempest, the sea overflowed the meadows, and some maidens of the town of Edam in West Friesland, going in a boat to milk their cows, espied a mermaid embarrassed in the mud, the waters being very shallow. They took it into their boat and brought it to Edam, and dressed it in women's apparel, and taught it to spin. It ate as they did, but could not be brought to speak. It was carried to Haarlem, where it lived for some years, though showing an inclination to water. Parevel, who tells the story, relates that they had conveyed to it some notions of the existence of a deity, and it made its reverences devoutly whenever it passed a crucifix. Another creature of the same species was in the year 1531 caught in the Baltic and sent as a present to Sigismund, King of Poland. It was seen by all the persons about the court, but only lived 3 days. The hydra, the torrent, which, cut off in one direction, makes many headways in others, has its survivals in the many diabolical names assigned to boiling springs and to torrents that become dangerously swollen. In California, the boiling springs called Devil's Tea Kettle and Devil's Mushpot repeat the Devil's Punch Bowls of Europe and the innumerable Devil's Dikes and Ditches. St. Gerard's Hill, near Pesth, on which the saints suffered martyrdom, is believed to be crowded with devils whenever an inundation threatens the city. They indulge in fiendish laughter and play with the telescopes of the observatory, so that they who look through them afterwards see only devils and witches' dances. At Buda, across the river from Pesth, is the famous Devil's Ditch, which the inhabitants use as a sewer while it is dry, making it a Gehenna to poison them with stenches, but which often becomes a devastating torrent when thaw comes on the Blocksberg. In 1874, the inhabitants vaulted it over to keep away the normal stench, but the hydra head so lopped off grew again, and in July 1875 swallowed up 100 people. The once perilous strudel and werble of the Danube are haunted by diabolical legends. From Dr. William Beattie's admirable work on the Danube, I quote the following passages. After descending the Grainerschwall, or rapids of grain above mentioned, the river rolls on for a considerable space, in a deep and almost tranquil volume, which, by contrast with the approaching turmoil, gives increased effect to its wild, stormy, and romantic features. At first a hollow, subdued roar, like that of distant thunder, strikes the ear and rouses the traveler's attention. This increases every second, and the stir and activity which now prevail among the hands on board show that additional force, vigilance, and caution are to be employed in the use of the helm and oars. The water is now changed in its color chafed into foam and agitated like a seething cauldron. In front and in the center of the channel rises an abrupt, isolated and colossal rock, fringed with wood and crested with a moldering tower, on the summit of which is planted a lofty cross, to which in the moment of danger the ancient boatmen were wont to address their prayers for deliverance. The first sight of this used to create no little excitement and apprehension on board. The master ordered strict silence to be observed. The steersman grasped the helm with a firmer hand. The passengers moved aside so as to leave free space for the boatmen, while the women and children were hurried into the cabin, there to await, with feelings of no little anxiety, the result of the enterprise. Every boatman, with his head uncovered, muttered a prayer to his patron saint, and away dashed the barge through the tumbling breakers, that seemed as if hurrying it on to inevitable destruction. All these preparations, joined by the wildness of the adjacent scenery, the terrific aspect of the rocks, and the tempestuous state of the water, were sufficient to produce a powerful sensation on the minds even of those who had been all their lives familiar with dangers, while the shadowy phantoms with which superstition had peopled it threw a deeper gloom over the whole scene. Concerning the whirlpool called Werble and the surrounding ruins, the same author writes, "Each of these moldering fortresses was the subject of some miraculous tradition, which circulated at every hearth. The somber and mysterious aspect of the place, its wild scenery, and the frequent accidents which occurred in the passage invested it with awe and terror. But above all, the superstitions of the time, a belief in the marvelous, and the credulity of the boatmen made the navigation of the strudel and the Werble a theme of the wildest romance. At night, sounds that were heard far above the roar of the Danube issued from every ruin. Magical lights flashed through their loopholes and casements. Festivals were held in the long-deserted halls, maskers glided from room to room, the waltzers maddened to the strains of an infernal orchestra. Armed sentinels paraded the battlements, while at intervals the clash of arms, the neighing of steeds, and the shrieks of unearthly combatants smote fitfully on the boatmen's ear. But the tower on which these scenes were most fearfully enacted was that on the Longstone, commonly called the Devil's Tower, as it well deserved to be, for here, in close communion with his master, resided the Black Monk, whose office it was to exhibit false lights and landmarks along the gulf, so as to decoy the vessels into the whirlpool or dash them against the rocks. He was considerably annoyed in his quarters, however, on the arrival of the great Solomon in these regions, for to repel the turbaned host, or at least to check their triumphant progress to the upper Danube, the inhabitants were summoned to join the national standard, and each to defend his own hearth. Fortifications were suddenly thrown up. Even churches and other religious edifices were placed in a state of military defense. Women and children, the aged and the sick, as already mentioned in our notice of Schomberg, were lodged in fortresses, and thus secured from the violence of the approaching Moslem. Among the other points at which the greatest efforts were made to check the enemy, the passage of the Strudel and Werble was rendered as impregnable as the time and circumstances of the case would allow. To supply materials for the work, patriotism for a time got the better of superstition, and the said Devil's Tower was demolished and converted into a strong breastwork. Thus forcibly dislodged, the Black Monk is said to have pronounced a malediction on the intruders, and to have chosen a new haunt among the recesses of the Harz Mountains. When the glaciers send down their torrents and flood the Rhone, it is the immemorial belief that the devil may be sometimes seen swimming in it, with a sword in one hand and a golden globe in the other. Since it is contrary to all orthodox folklore that the devil should be so friendly with water, the name must be regarded as a modern substitute for the earlier Rhone demon. We probably get closer to the original form of the superstition in the Swiss Oberland, which interprets the noises of the Furka glacier, which feeds the Rhone, as the groans of wicked souls condemned forever to labor there in directing the river's course, their mistress being a demoness who sometimes appears just before the floods, floating on a raft and ordering the river to rise. There is a tidal demonolatry also. The author of Rambles in Northumberland gives a tradition concerning the river Wansbeck. This river discharges itself into the sea at a place called Cambois, about 9 miles to the eastward, and the tide flows to within 5 miles of Morpeth. Tradition reports that Michael Scott, whose fame as a wizard is not confined to Scotland, would have brought the tide to the town had not the courage of the person failed upon whom the execution of this project depended. This agent of Michael, after his principal had performed certain spells, was to run from the neighborhood of Cambois to Morpeth without looking behind, and the tide would follow him. After having advanced a certain distance, he became alarmed at the roaring of the waters behind him, and forgetting the injunction, gave a glance over his shoulder to see if the danger was imminent, when the advancing tide immediately stopped, and the burgesses of Morpeth thus lost the chance of having the Wansbeck navigable between their town and the sea. It is also said that Michael intended to confer a similar favor on the inhabitants of Durham by making the Wear navigable to their city. But his good intentions, which were to be carried into effect in the same manner, were also frustrated by the cowardice of the person who had to guide the tide. The gentle and just King Aeolus, who taught his islanders navigation, in his mythologic transfiguration, had to share the wayward dispositions of the winds he was said to rule. But though he wrecked the Trojan fleet and many a ship, his old human heart remained to be trusted on the appearance of Halcyon. His unhappy daughter of that name cast herself into the sea after the shipwreck of her husband, Saix, and the two were changed into birds. It was believed that for 7 days before and 7 after the shortest day of the year, when the Halcyon is breeding, Aeolus restrains his winds, and the sea is calm. The accent of this fable has been transmitted to some variants of the folklore of swans. In Russia, the Tsar or water demon's beautiful daughters, swans, may naturally be supposed to influence the tides which the fair bathers of our time are reduced to obey. In various regions, the tides are believed to have some relation to swans and to respect them. I have met with a notion of this kind in England. On the day of Livingstone's funeral, there was an extraordinary tide in the Thames, which had been predicted and provided for. The crowds which had gathered at the Abbey on that occasion repaired after the funeral to Westminster Bridge to observe the tide, and among them was a venerable disbeliever in science, who announced to a group that there would be no high tide, because the swans were nesting. This skeptic was speedily put to confusion by the result, and perhaps one superstition the less remained in the circle that seemed to regard him as an oracle. The Russian peasantry live in much fear of the Rusalkas and Vodianui, water spirits who, of course, have for their chief the surly Neptune Tsar Morsk. In deprecation of this tribe, the peasant is careful not to bathe without a cross round the neck, nor to ford a stream on horseback without signing a cross on the water with a scythe or knife. In the Ukraine, these water demons are supposed to be the transformed souls of Pharaoh and his host when they were drowned, and they are increased by people who drown themselves. In Bohemia, fishermen are known sometimes to refuse aid to one drowning, for fear the Vodiani will be offended and prevent the fish, over which he holds rule, from entering their nets. The wrath of such beings is indicated by the upheavals of water and foam, and they are supposed especially mischievous in the spring, when torrents and floods are pouring from melted snow. Those undefined monsters which Beowulf slew Grendel and his mother are interpreted by Simrock as personifications of the untamed sea and stormy floods invading the low, flat shores, whose devastations so filled Faust with horror, Roman 2. Roman 4. And in combating which his own hitherto desolating powers found their task. The sea sweeps on in 1,000 quarters flowing, itself unfruitful, barrenness bestowing, it breaks and swells and rolls, and overwhelms the desert stretch of desolated realms. Let that high joy be mine forevermore, to shut the lordly ocean from the shore, the watery waste to limit and to bar, and push it back upon itself afar. In such brave work Faust had many forerunners, whose art and courage have their monument in the fairer fables of all these elemental powers in which fear saw demons. Pavana, in India, messenger of the gods, rides upon the winds, and in his 49 forms, corresponding with the points of the Hindu compass, guards the earth. Solomon, too, journeyed on a magic carpet woven of the winds, which still serves the purposes of the wise. From the churned ocean rose Lakshmi, after the solar origin was lost to the myth, Hindu goddess of prosperity, and from the sea foam rose Aphrodite, beauty. These fair forms had their true worshipper in the Northmen, who left on mastered wind and wave his song as Emerson found it. The gale that wrecked you on the sand, it helped my rowers to row. The storm is my best galley hand and drives me where I go. Chapter 5. Animals. Animal demons distinguish trivial sources of mythology hedgehog fox transmigrations in Japan horses, bewitched rats lions cats the dog goat's horror of dog superstitions of the Parsees, people of Travancore, and American Negroes, Red Indians, and C. Cynosphal, the wolf traditions of the Nez Perces Fenris fables that bore the bear serpent every animal power to harm demonized horns. The animal demons those whose evil repute is the result of something in their nature which may be inimical to man should be distinguished from the forms which have been diabolized by association with mythological personages or ideas. The lion, tiger, and wolf are examples of the one class, the stag, horse, owl, and raven of the other. But there are circumstances which render it very difficult to observe this distinction. The line has to be drawn, if at all, between the measureless forces of degradation on the one side, discovering some evil in animals which, but for their bad associations, would not have been much thought of, and of euphemism on the other, transforming harmful beasts to benignant agents by dwelling upon some minor characteristic. There are few obviously dangerous animals, such as the serpent, where it is easy to pick our way. We can recognize the fear that flatters it to an agathodman and the diminished fear that pronounces it accursed. But what shall be said of the goat? Was there really anything in its smell, or in its flesh when first eaten, its butting, or injury to plants, which originally classed it among the unclean animals? Or was it merely demonized because of its uncanny and shaggy appearance? What explanation can be given of the evil repute of our household friend the cat? Is it derived by inheritance from its fierce ancestors of the jungle? Was it first suggested by its horrible human-like sleep-murdering caterwaulings at night? Or has it simply suffered from a theological curse on the cats said to draw the chariots of the goddesses of beauty? The demonic dog is, if anything, a still more complex subject. The student of mythology and folklore speedily becomes familiar with the trivial sources from which vast streams of superstition often issue. The cock's challenge to the all-detecting sun, no doubt, originated his ominous career from the Code of Manu to the cock-headed devils frescoed in the cathedrals of Russia. The fleshy, forked roots of a soporific plant issued in that vast mandrake mythology, which has been the subject of many volumes, without being even yet fully explored. The Italians have a saying that one knavery of the hedgehog is worth more than many of the fox. Yet the nocturnal and hibernating habits and general quaintness of the humble hedgehog, rather than his furtive propensity to prey on eggs and chickens, must have raised him to the honors of demonhood. In various popular fables, this little animal proves more than a match for the wolf and the serpent. It was in the form of a hedgehog that the devil is said to have made the attempt to let in the sea through the Brighton Downs, which was prevented by a light being brought, though the seriousness of the scheme is still attested in the Devil's Dyke. There is an ancient tradition that, when the devil had smuggled himself into Noah's Ark, he tried to sink it by boring a hole. But this scheme was defeated, and the human race saved, by the hedgehog stuffing himself into the hole. In the Brighton story, the devil would appear to have remembered his former failure in drowning people, and to have appropriated the form which defeated him. The fox, as incarnation of cunning, holds in the primitive belief of the Japanese almost the same position as the serpent in the nations that have worshipped, until bold enough to curse it. In many of the early pictures of Japanese demons, one may generally detect amid their human, wolfish, or other characters some traits of the kitsune, fox. He is always the soul of the three-eyed demon of Japan, Fig. 7. He is the sagacious vizier, as the Persian Desatir calls him, and is practically the Japanese scapegoat. If a fox has appeared in any neighborhood, the next trouble is attributed to his visit, and on such occasions the sufferers and their friends repair to some ancient gnarled tree in which the fox is theoretically resident and propitiate him, just as would be done to a serpent in other regions. In Japan, the fox is not regarded as always harmful, but generally so. He is not to be killed on any account. Being thus spared through superstition, the foxes increase sufficiently to supply abundant material for the continuance of its demonic character. Take us the foxes, the little foxes that spoil the vines, is an admonition reversed in Japan. The correspondence between the cunning respected in this animal and that of the serpent reverenced elsewhere is confirmed by Mr. Fitzcunliffe Owen, who observed, as he informs me, that the Japanese will not kill even the poisonous snakes which crawl freely amid the decaying Buddhist temples of Nikko, one of the most sacred places in Japan, where once as many as 8,000 monastic Buddhists were harbored. It is the red fox that abounds in Japan, and its human-like cry at night near human habitations is such as might easily encourage these superstitions. But, furthermore, mythology supplies many illustrations of a creditable tendency among rude tribes to mark out for special veneration or fear any force in nature finer than mere strength. Emerson says, "Foxes are so cunning because they are not strong." In our Japanese demon, whose 3 eyes alone connect it with the preternatural vision ascribed by that race to the fox, the hare lip is very pronounced. That little animal, The hare is associated with a large mythology, perhaps because out of its weakness proceeds its main forces of survival timidity, vigilance, and swiftness. The superstition concerning the hare is found in Africa. The same animal is the much-venerated good genius of the Kamaks, who call him Sakyamuni Buddha, and say that on earth he submitted himself to be eaten by a starving man, for which gracious deed he was raised to dominion over the moon, where they profess to see him. The legend is probably traceable back to the Sanskrit word sasan, moon, which means literally the hare-marked. Sasa means hare. Pausanias relates the story of the moon goddess instructing exiles to build their city where they shall see a hare take refuge in a myrtle grove. In the demonic fauna of Japan, another cunning animal figures the weasel. The name of this demon is the sickle weasel, and it also seems to occupy the position of a scapegoat. In the language of a Japanese report, when a person's clogs slip from under his feet, and he falls and cuts his face on the gravel, or when a person, who is out at night when he ought to have been at home, presents himself to his family with a freshly scarred face, the wound is referred to the agency of the malignant invisible weasel and his sharp sickle. In an Aboriginal legend of America, also, two sister demons commonly take the form of weasels. The popular feeling which underlay much of the animal worship in ancient times was probably that which is reflected in the Japanese notions of today, as told in the subjoined sketch from an amusing book. One of these visitors was an old man, who himself was at the time a victim of a popular superstition that the departed revisit the scenes of their life in this world in shapes of different animals. We noticed that he was not in his usual spirits and pressed him to unburden his mind to us. He said he had lost his little son Kiasan, but that was not so much the cause of his grief as the absurd way in which his wife, backed up by a whole conclave of old women who had taken up their abode in his house to comfort her, was going on. "What do they all do?" we asked sympathetically. "Why," he replied, "every beastly animal that comes to my house, there is a cry amongst them all, 'Kiasan, Kiasan has come back.' And the whole house swarms with cats and dogs and bats, for they say they are not quite sure which is Kiasan, and that they had better be kind to the lot than run the chance of treating him badly. The consequence is, all these brutes are fed on my rice and meat, and now I am driven out of doors and called an unnatural parent because I killed a mosquito which bit me." The strange and inexplicable behavior of animals in cases of fear, panic, or pain has been generally attributed by ignorant races to their possession by demons. Of this nature is the story of the devil entering the herd of swine and carrying them into the sea, related in the New Testament. It is said that even yet in some parts of Scotland the milkmaid carries a switch of the magical rowan to expel the demon that sometimes enters the cow. Professor Moncure Williams writes from southern India: "When my fellow travelers and myself were nearly dashed to pieces over a precipice the other day by some restive horses on a ghaut near Pune, we were told that the road at this particular point was haunted by devils who often caused similar accidents, and we were given to understand that we should have done well to conciliate Gainsa, son of the god Siva, and all his troops of evil spirits, before starting." The same writer also tells us that the guardian spirits or mothers, who haunt most regions of the peninsula, are believed to ride about on horses, and if they are angry, scatter blight and disease. Hence the traveler just arrived from Europe is startled and puzzled by apparitions of rudely formed terracotta horses, often as large as life, placed by the peasantry round shrines in the middle of fields as acceptable propitiatory offerings, or in the fulfillment of vows in periods of sickness. This was the belief of the Corinthians in the Taraxippos, or shade of Glaucus, who, having been torn in pieces by the horses with which he had been racing, and which he had fed on human flesh to make more spirited, remained to haunt the isthmus and frighten horses during the races. There is a modern legend in the far west America of a horse called the White Devil, which, in revenge for some harm to its comrades, slew men by biting and trampling them, and was itself slain after defying many attempts at its capture. But among the many ancient legends of demon horses, there are few which suggest anything about that animal hostile to man. His occasional evil character is simply derived from his association with man, and is therefore postponed. For a similar reason, the goat also must be dealt with hereafter, and as a symbolical animal. A few myths are met with which relate to its unpleasant characteristics. In South Guinea, the odor of goats is accounted for by the saga that their ancestor, having had the presumption to ask a goddess for her aromatic ointment, she angrily rubbed him with ointment of a reverse kind. It has also been said that it was regarded as a demon by the worshippers of Bacchus because it cropped the vines, and that it thus originated the tragoluff, or goat-stag monsters mentioned by Plato, and gave us also the word tragedy. But such traits of the goat can have very little to do with its important relations to mythology and demonology. To the list of animals demonized by association must also be added the stag. No doubt the anxious mothers, wives, or sweethearts of rash young huntsmen utilize the old fables of beautiful hinds, which in the deep forests changed to demons and devoured their pursuers for admonition. But the fact that such stags had to transform themselves for evil work is a sufficient certificate of character to prevent their being included among the animal demons proper. That is, such as have in whole or part supplied in their disposition to harm man the basis of a demonic representation. It will not be deemed wonderful that rats bear a venerable rank in demonology. The shudder which some nervous persons feel at sight of even a harmless mouse is a survival from the time when it was believed that in this form unshriven souls or unbaptized children haunted their former homes. And probably it would be difficult to estimate the number of ghost stories which have originated in their nocturnal scamperings. Many legends report the departure of unhallowed souls from human mouths in the shape of a mouse. During the earlier Napoleonic Wars, mice were used in southern Germany as diviners, by being set with inked feet on the map of Europe to show where the fatal Frenchman would march. They gained this sanctity by a series of associations with force, stretching back to the Hindu fable of a mouse delivering the elephant, and the lion by knowing the cords that bound them. The Battle of the Frogs and Mice is ascribed to Homer. Mice are said to have foretold the first civil war in Rome by knowing the gold in the temple. Rats appear in various legends as avengers. The uncles of King Popeless Roman II, murdered by him and his wife and thrown into a lake, reappear as rats and gnaw the king and queen to death. The same fate overtakes Miskilaus of Poland, through the transformed widows and orphans he had wronged. Mouse Tower, standing in the middle of the Rhine, is the haunted monument of cruel Archbishop Hatto of Mainz, who, anno 970, bade the famine-stricken people repair to his barn, wherein he shut them fast and burned them. But next morning an army of rats, having eaten all the corn in his granaries, darkened the roads to the palace. The prelate sought refuge from them in the tower, but they swam after, gnawed through the walls and devoured him. Saint Gertrude, wearing the funereal mantle of Holda, commands an army of mice. In this respect she succeeds to the Pied Piper of Hamelin, who also leads off children, and my ingenious friend Mr. John Fiske suggests that this may be the reason why Irish servant maids often show such frantic terror at sight of a mouse. The care of children is often entrusted to them, and the appearance of mice prognosticated of old the appearance of the preternatural rat-catcher and psychopomp. Pliny says that in his time it was considered fortunate to meet a white rat. The people of Bassora always bow to these revered animals when seen, no doubt to propitiate them. The lion is a symbol of majesty and of the sun in his glory reached in the zodiacal Leo, though here and there his original demonic character appears as in the combats of Indra, Samson, and Heracles with terrible lions. Euphemism, in one sense, fulfills the conditions of Samson's riddle sweetness, coming out of the strong end has brought honey out of the lion. His cruel character has subtly fallen to Sirius the dog star, to whom are ascribed the drought and malaria of dog days, when the sun is in Leo. But the primitive fact is intimated in several fables like that of Aristeus, who, born after his mother had been rescued from the Libyan lion, was worshipped in Ceos as a savior from both droughts and lions. The lion couching at the feet of beautiful Durga in India reappears drawing the chariot of Aphrodite and typifies the potency of beauty rather than, as Emerson interprets, that beauty depends on strength. The chariot of the Norse Venus, Freyja, was drawn by cats, diminished forms of her southern sister's steeds. It was partly by these roots the cat came to play the sometimes beneficent role in Russian, and to some extent in German, French, and English folklorigy. Puss in Boots, Whittington and his cat, and Madame d'Aulnoy's La Chatte Blanche. The demonic characteristics of the destructive cats have been inherited by the Blackor, as in Macbeth, the brindle cat. In Germany, the approach of a cat to a sickbed announces death. To dream of one is an evil omen. In Hungary, it is said every black cat becomes a witch at the age of 7. It is the witch's favorite riding horse, but may sometimes be saved from such servitude by incision of the sign of the cross. A scratch from a black cat is thought to be the beginning of a fatal spell. De Gubernates has a very curious speculation concerning the origin of our familiar fable the Kilkenny cats, which he traces to the German superstition, which dreads the combat between cats as presaging death to one who witnesses it. And this belief he finds reflected in the Tuscan Child's Game of Souls, in which the devil and angel are supposed to contend for the soul. The author thinks this may be one outcome of the contest between night and twilight in mythology. But if the connection can be traced, it would probably prove to be derived from the struggle between the two angels of death, one variation of which is associated with the legend of the strife for the body of Moses. The Book of Enoch says that Gabriel was sent, before the flood, to excite the man-devouring giants to destroy one another. In an ancient Persian picture in my possession, animal monsters are shown devouring each other, while their proffered victim, like Daniel, is unharmed. The idea is a natural one and hardly requires comparative tracing. Dr. Deniz tells us that in China there exists precisely the same superstition as in Scotland as to the evil omen of a cat or dog passing over a corpse. Brand and Pennant both mention this, the latter stating that the cat or dog that has so done is killed without mercy. This fact would seem to show that the fear is for the living, lest the soul of the deceased should enter the animal and become one of the innumerable werewolf or vampire class of demons. But the origin of the superstition is no doubt told in the Slavonic belief that if a cat leap over a corpse, the deceased person will become a vampire. In Russia, the cat enjoys a somewhat better reputation than it does in most other countries. Several peasants in the neighborhood of Moscow assured me that, while they would never be willing to remain in a church where a dog had entered, they would esteem it a good sign if a cat came to church. One aged woman near Moscow told me that when the devil once tried to creep into paradise, he took the form of a mouse. The dog and cat were on guard at the gates, and the dog allowed the evil one to pass, but the cat pounced on him and so defeated another treacherous attempt against human felicity. The cat superstition has always been strong in Great Britain. It is, indeed, in one sense true, as Old Howell wrote 1647, "We need not cross the sea for examples of this kind, we have too many God wot at home." King James a great while was loath to believe there were witches. But that which happened to my Lord Francis of Rutland's children convinced him, who were bewitched by an old woman that was a servant of Belvoir Castle. But being displeased, she contracted with the devil, who conversed with her in the form of a cat, whom she called Rutterkin, to make away those children out of mere malignity and thirst of revenge. It is to be feared that many a poor woman has been burned as a witch against whom her cherished cat was the chief witness. It would be a curious psychological study to trace how far the superstition owns a survival in even scientific minds, as in Buffon's vituperation of the cat, and in the astonishing story, told by Mr. Wood, of a cat which saw a ghost, anno 1877. The dog, so long the faithful friend of man, and even, possibly, because of the degree to which he has caught his master's manners, has a large demonic history. In the Semitic stories, there are many that indicate the path by which dog became the Mussulman synonym of infidel. And the one dog Katmir, who in Arabic legend was admitted to paradise for his faithful watching 309 years before the cave of the Seven Sleepers, must have drifted among the Moslems from India as the Ephesian sleepers did from the Christian world. In the beautiful episode of the Mahabharata, Yudhisthira, having journeyed to the door of heaven, refuses to enter into that happy abode unless his faithful dog is admitted also. He is told by Indra, "My heaven hath no place for dogs, they steal away our offerings on earth." And again, "If a dog but behold a sacrifice, men esteem it unholy and void." This difficulty was solved by the dog Yama in disguise revealing himself and praising his friend's fidelity. It is tolerably clear that it is to his connection with Yama, god of death, and under the evolution of that dualism which divided the universe into upper and nether, that the dog was degraded among our Aryan ancestors. At the same time, his sometimes wolfish disposition and some other natural characters supplied the basis of his demonic character. He was at once a dangerous and a corruptible guard. In the early Vedic mythology, it is the abode of the gods that is guarded by the two dogs, identified by solar mythologists as the morning and evening twilight. A later phase shows them in the service of Yama, and they reappear in the guardian of the Greek Hades, Cerberus, and Orthros. The first of these has been traced to the Vedic Sarvara, the latter to the monster Vritra. Orthros is the phonetical equivalent of Vritra. The bitch Sarama, mother of the two Vedic dogs, proved a treacherous guard and was slain by Indra. Hence the Russian peasant comes fairly by another version of how the dog, while on guard, admitted the devil into heaven on being thrown a bone. But the two watchdogs of the Hindu myth do not seem to bear an evil character. In a funeral hymn of the Rig Veda, X14, addressed to Yama, king of death, we read, "By an auspicious path do thou hasten past the two four-eyed brindled dogs, the offspring of Sarama, then approach the beautiful Pitris who rejoice together with Yama. Entrust him, O Yama, to thy two watchdogs, four-eyed, road-guarding, and man-observing. The two brown messengers of Yama, broad of nostril and insatiable, wander about among men. May they give us again today the auspicious breath of life, that we may see the sun." And now thousands of years after this was said, we find the dog still regarded as the seer of ghosts, and watcher at the gates of death, of whose opening his howl forewarns. The howling of a dog on the night of December 9, 1871, at Sandringham, where the Prince of Wales lay ill, was thought important enough for newspapers to report to a shuddering country. I read lately of a dog in a German village, which was supposed to have announced so many deaths that he became an object of general terror, and was put to death. In that country, belief in the demonic character of the dog seems to have been strong enough to transmit an influence even to the powerful brain of Goethe. In Goethe's poem, it was when Faust was walking with the student Wagner that the black dog appeared, rushing around them in spiral curve spreading, as Faust said, "A magic coil as a snare around them." That after this dog had followed Faust into his study, it assumed a monstrous shape, until changed to a mist, from which Mephistopheles steps forth the colonel of the Brutin guise of a traveling scholar. This is in notable coincidence with the archaic symbolism of the dog as the most frequent form of the Lares, Fig. 9, or household genii, originally because of its vigilance. The form here presented is nearly identical with the Cynocephalus, whom the learned author of Mankind, Their Origin and Destiny, identifies as the Adamic being set as a watch and instructor in Eden, Gen. Romans 16:15, an example of which, holding pen and tablet, as described by Horapollo, is given in that work from Philae. Chrysippus says that these were afterwards represented as young men clothed with dog skins. Remnants of the tutelary character of the dog are scattered through German folklore. He is regarded as oracle, ghost-seer, and gifted with second sight. In Bohemia, he is sometimes made to lick an infant's face that it may see well. The passage in Faust has been traced to Goethe's antipathy to dogs, as expressed in his conversation with Falk at the time of Wieland's death. Annihilation is utterly out of the question, but the possibility of being caught on the way by some more powerful and yet baser monas and subordinated to it. This is unquestionably a very serious consideration, and I, for my part, have never been able entirely to divest myself of the fear of it in the way of a mere observation of nature. At this moment, says Falk, a dog was heard repeatedly barking in the street. Goethe sprang hastily to the window and called to it, "Take what form you will, vile larva, you shall not subjugate me." After some pause, he resumed with the remark, "This rabble of creation is extremely offensive. It is a perfect pack of monads with which we are thrown together in this planetary nook. Their company will do us little honor with the inhabitants of other planets if they happen to hear anything about them." In visiting the house where Goethe once resided in Weimar, I was startled to find as the chief ornament of the hall a large bronze dog, of full size and very dark, looking proudly forth, as if he possessed the Goethean monas after all. However, it is not probable that the poet's real dislike of dogs arose solely from that speculation about monads. It is more probable that in observing the old wall picture in Auerbach's cellar, wherein a dog stands beside Mephistopheles, Goethe was led to consider carefully the causes of that intimacy. Unfortunately, and notwithstanding the fables and the sentiment which invest that animal, there are some very repulsive things about him, such as his tendency to madness and the infliction on man of a frightful death. The Greek manias, fleet hounds, Baki 977, have spread terrors far and wide. Those who carefully peruse the account given by Mr. Lewes of the quarrel between Karl August and Goethe, on account of the opposition of the latter to the introduction of a performing dog on the Weimar Stadion incident, which led to his resignation of his position of intendant of the theatre, may detect this aversion mingling with his disgust as an artist. And it may be also suspected that it was not the mere noise which caused the tortures he described himself as having once endured at Göttingen from the barking of dogs. It is, however, not improbable that in the wild notion of Goethe, joined with his cynophobia, we find a survival of the belief of the Parsees of Surat, who venerate the dog above all other animals, and who, when one is dying, place a dog's muzzle near his mouth, and make it bark twice, so that it may catch the departing soul and bear it to the waiting angel. The devil worshippers of Travancore to this day declare that the evil power approaches them in the form of a dog, as Mephistopheles approached Faust. But before the superstition reached Goethe's poem, it had undergone many modifications, and especially its keen scent had influenced the Norse imagination to ascribe to it preternatural wisdom. Thus we read in the saga of Hakon the Good that when Eystein the Bad had conquered Drontheim, he offered the people choice of his slave Thorir or his dog Saur to be their king. They chose the dog. Now the dog was by witchcraft gifted with 3 men's wisdom, and when he barked, he spoke 1 word and barked 2. This dog wore a collar of gold and sat on a throne, but, for all his wisdom and power, seems to have been a dog still. For when some wolves invaded the cattle, he attacked and was torn to pieces by them. Among the Negroes of the southern states in America, I have found the belief that the most frequent form of a diabolical apparition is that of a large dog with fiery eyes, which may be among them an original superstition attributable to their horror of the bloodhound, by which, in some regions, they were pursued when attempting to escape. Among the whites of the same region, I have never been able to find any instance of the same belief, though belief in the presage of the howling dog is frequent, and it is possible that this is a survival from some region in Africa, where the dog has an evil name of the same kind as the scapegoat. Among some tribes in Fazogl, there is an annual carnival at which everyone does as he likes. The king is then seated in the open air, a dog tied to the leg of his chair, and the animal is then stoned to death. Mark Twain records the folklore of a village of Missouri, where we find lads quaking with fear at the howling of a stray dog in the night, but indifferent to the howling of a dog they recognize, which may be a form of the common English belief that it is unlucky to be followed by a strange dog. From the same book it appears also that the dog will always have his head in the direction of the person whose doom is signified. The lads are entirely relieved when they find the howling animal has his back turned to them. It is remarkable that these fragments of European superstition should meet in the far west a plentiful crop of their like which has sprung up among the Aborigines, as the following extract from Mr. Brinton's work, Myths of the New World, will show. Dogs were supposed to stand in some peculiar relation to the moon, probably because they howl at it and run at night, uncanny practices which have cost them dear in reputation. The custom prevailed among tribes so widely asunder as Peruvians, Tupis, Creeks, Iroquois, Algonquins, and Greenland Eskimos to thrash the curs most soundly during an eclipse. The Creeks explained this by saying that the big dog was swallowing the sun, and that by whipping the little ones they could make him desist. What the big dog was they were not prepared to say. We know. It was the night goddess, represented by the dog, who was thus shrouding the world at midday. In a better sense, they represented the more agreeable characteristics of the lunar goddess. Xochiquetzal, most fecund of Aztec divinities, patroness of love, of sexual pleasure, and of childbirth, was likewise called Itzcuinan, which, literally translated, is bitch mother. This strange and to us so repugnant title for a goddess was not without parallel elsewhere. When in his wars the Inca Pachacutec carried his arms into the province of Huenca, he found its inhabitants had installed in their temples the figure of a dog as their highest deity. This canine canonization explains why in some parts of Peru a priest was called, by way of honor, Alco, dog. Many tribes on the Pacific coast united in the adoration of a wild species, the coyote, the Canis latrans of naturalists. Of the dog demon Chantico, the legend of the Nahuas was that he made a sacrifice to the gods without observing a preparatory fast, for which he was punished by being changed into a dog. He then invoked the god of death to deliver him, which attempt to evade a just punishment so enraged the divinities that they immersed the world in water. The common phrase, hellhounds, has come to us by various roots. Diana being degraded to Hecate, the dogs of Hades, Orthros, and Cerberus, multiplied into a pack of hounds for her chase, were degraded with her into infernal howlers and hunters. A like degradation of Odin's hunt took place at a later date. The wild huntsman, being a diabolical character, is considered elsewhere. Concerning the dog, it may be further said here that there are probably various characteristics of that animal reflected in his demonic character. His liability to become rabid and to afflict human beings with hydrophobia appears to have had some part in it. Spinoza alludes to the custom in his time of destroying persons suffering from this canine rabies by suffocation. And his English biographer and editor, Dr. Willis, tells me that in his boyhood in Scotland, he always heard this spoken of as the old custom. That such treatment could have prevailed can hardly be ascribed to anything but a belief in the demonic character of the rabid dog, cognate with the unconscious superstition which still causes rural magistrates to order a dog which has bitten anyone to be slain. The notion is that if the dog goes mad thereafter, the man will also. Of course, it would be rational to preserve the dog's life carefully, in order that, if it continues healthy, the bitten may feel reassured, as he cannot be if it be dead. But the degradation of the dog had a cause even in his fidelity as a watch. For this, as we have just seen, made him a common form among lares or domestic demons. The teraphim also were often in this shape. Christianity had therefore a special reason for ascribing an infernal character to these little idols, which interfered with the popular dependence on the saints. It will thus be seen that there were many causes operating to create that formidable class of demons which were called in the Middle Ages cynosphal. The ancient holy pictures of Russia especially abound in these dog-headed devils. In the 16th century, they were frequently represented rending souls in hell. And sometimes the dragon of the apocalypse is represented with 7 horrible canine heads. M. Towsonal, in his Transcendental Interpretations, has identified the wolf as the bandit and outlaw. The proverbial medieval phrase for an outlaw one who wears a testloev, caput lupinum wolfisciafad, which the ingenious author perhaps remembered is of good antiquity. The wolf is called robber in the Rig Veda, and he is there also demonized, since we find him fleeing before a devotee. In the Zend, Vendidad, the souls of the pious fear to meet the wolf on the way to heaven. The god Pushan is invoked against the evil wolf, the malignant spirit. Cardano says that to dream of a wolf announces a robber. There is in the wolf, at the same time, that always attractive love of liberty which, in the well-known fable, makes him prefer leanness to the comfort of the collar-wearing dog, which makes him among demonic animals sometimes the same as the mighty huntsman Nimrod and shaggy Esau among humanized demons. One is not surprised to find occasionally good stories about the wolf. Thus the Nez Perces tribe in America trace the origin of the human race to a wolf. They say that originally, when there were nothing but animals, there was a huge monster which devoured them whole and alive. This monster swallowed a wolf, who, when he entered its belly, found the animals therein snarling at and biting one another as they had done on the earth outside. The wolf exhorted them that their common suffering should teach them friendliness, and finally he induced them to a system of cooperation, by which they made their way out through the side of the monster, which instantly perished. The animals so released were at once transformed to men, how and why the advocates of cooperation will readily understand, and founded the Nez Perces Indians. The myths of Asia and Europe are unhappily antipodal to this in spirit and form, telling of human beings transformed to wolves. In the Norse mythology, however, there stands a demon wolf whose story bears a touch of feeling, though perhaps it was originally the mere expression for physical law. This is the wolf Fenris, which, from being at first the pet of the gods and lapdog of the goddesses, became so huge and formidable that Asgard itself was endangered. All the skill and power of the gods could not forge chains which might chain him. He snapped them like straws and toppled over the mountains to which he was fastened. But the little elves working underground made that chain so fine that none could see or feel it, fashioned it out of the beards of women, the breath of fish, noise of the cat's footfall, spittle of birds, sinews of bears, roots of stones by which are meant things non-existent. This held him. Fenris is chained till the final destruction, when he shall break loose and devour Odin. The fine chain that binds ferocity, is it, the love that can tame all creatures? Is it the sunbeam that defines to the strongest creature its habitat? The two monsters formed when Rahu was cloven in twain, in Hindu mythology, reappear in Eddaic fable as the wolves Skal and Hati, who pursue the sun and moon. As it is said in the Valispa, eastward in the ironwood the old one sitteth, and there bringeth forth Fenrir's fell kindred. Of these one, the mightiest, the moon's devourer, in form most fiend-like, and filled with the lifeblood of the dead and the dying, reddens with ruddy gore the seats of the high gods. Euphemism attending propitiation of such monsters may partly explain the many good things told of wolves in popular legend. The stories of the she-wolf nourishing children, as Romulus and Remus, are found in many lands. They must indeed have had some prestige to have been so largely adopted in saintly tradition. Like the bears that Elisha called to devour the children, the wolves do not lose their natural ferocity by becoming pious. They devour heretics and sacrilegious people. One guarded the head of Saint Edmund, the martyr of England. Another escorted Saint Otto, abbot of Cluny, as his ancestors did the priests of Cluny. The skin of the wolf appears in folklore as a charm against hydrophobia. Its teeth are best for cutting children's gums, and its bite, if survived, is an assurance against any future wound or pain. The tragedy which is so foolishly sprung upon the nerves of children Little Red Riding Hood shows the wolf as a crafty animal. There are many legends of a like character which have made it a favorite figure in which to represent pious impostors. In our figure 10, the wolf appears as the dangerous confessor. It was intended, as Mr. Wright thought, for Mary of Modena, Queen of James Roman II, and Father Petter. At the top of the original are the words convert Anglium, and beneath, it is a foolish sheep that makes the wolf her confessor. The craft of the wolf is represented in a partly political, partly social turn given by an American fabulist to one of Aesop's fables. The wolf having accused the lamb he means to devour of fouling the stream, and receiving answer that the lamb was drinking farther down the current, alters the charge and says, "You opposed my candidature at the caucus 2 years ago." "I was not then born," replies the lamb. The wolf then says, "Anyone hearing my accusations would testify that I am insane and not responsible for my actions," and thereupon devours the lamb with full faith in a jury of his countrymen. M. Towsonel says the wolf is a terrible strategist, albeit the less observant have found little in his character to warrant this attribute of craft, his physiognomy and habits showing him a rather transparent highwayman. It is probable that the fables of this character have derived that trait from his association with demons and devils supposed to take on his shape. In a beautiful hymn to the earth in the Atharva Veda, it is said, "The earth, which endureth the burden of the oppressor, beareth up the abode of the lofty and of the lowly, suffereth the hog, and giveth entrance to the wild boar." Boarhounds in Brittany and some other regions are still kept at government expense. There are many indications of this kind that in early times men had to defend themselves vigorously against the ravages of the wild boar, and, as de Gubernatis remarks, its character is generally demoniacal. The contests of Hercules with the Eurymanthian, and of Meleager with the Caledonian, boar, are enough to show that it was through its dangerous character that he became sacred to the gods of war, Mars and Odin. But it is also to be remembered that the third incarnation of Vishnu was as a wild boar, and as the fearless exterminator of snakes, the pig merited this association with the preserver. Provided with a thick coat of fat, no venom can harm him unless it be on the lip. It may be this ability to defy the snake ordeal which, after its uncleanliness had accepted the hog from human voracity in some regions, assigned it a diabolical character. In rabbinical fable, the hog and rat were created by Noah to clear the ark of filth, but the rats becoming a nuisance, he evoked a cat from the lion's nose. It is clear that our Asiatic and Norse ancestors never had such a ferocious beast to encounter as the grizzly bear Ursus horribilis of America, else the appearances of this animal in demonology could never have been so respectable. The comparatively timid Asiatic bear, Eulabiatus, the small and almost harmless Thibton species, Euthybtanus, would appear to have preponderated over the fiercer but rarer bears of the north in giving us the Indo-Germanic fables in which this animal is, on the whole, a favorite. Emerson finds in the fondness of the English for their national legend of Beauty and the Beast, a sign of the Englishman's own nature. He is a bear with a soft place in his heart. He says no, and helps you. The old legend found place in the heart of a particularly representative American, also Theodore Parker, who loved to call his dearest friend Bear, and who, on arriving in Europe, went to Bern to see his favorites, from which its name is derived. The fondness of the bear for honey whence its Russian name, medvjed. Honey eater had probably something to do with its dainty taste for roses and its admiration for female beauty, as told in many myths. In his comparative treatment of the mythology of the bear, de Gubernates mentions the transformation of King Tricenchus into a bear, and connects this with the constellation of the Great Bear. But it may with equal probability be related to the many fables of princes who remain under the form of a bear until the spell is broken by the kiss of some maiden. It is worthy of note that in the Russian legends the bear is by no means so amiable as in those of our Western folklore. In one, the bear prince lurking in his fountain holds by the beard the king who, while hunting, tries to quench his thirst, and releases him only after a promise to deliver up whatever he has at home without his knowledge. The twins, Ivan and Maria, born during his absence, are thus doomed are concealed, but discovered by the bear, who carries them away. They are saved by help of the bull. When escaping the bear, Ivan throws down a comb, which becomes a tangled forest, which, however, the bear penetrates, but the spread-out towel, which becomes a lake of fire, sends the bear back. It is thus the ferocious Arctic bear which gives the story its somber character. Such also is the Russian tale of the bear with iron hairs, which devastates the kingdom, devouring the inhabitants until Ivan and Helena alone remain. After the two in various ways try to escape, their success is secured by the bull, which, more kindly than Elisha, blinds the bear with his horns. The bear retires in winter. In Norwegian story, the bear becomes Mildare, beautiful youth by night, whose wife loses him because she wishes to see him by lamplight. Her place is taken by a long-nosed princess, until, by aid of the golden apple and the rose, she recovers her husband. In the Pentameron, Pretiosa, to escape the persecutions of her father, goes into the forest disguised as a she-bear. She nurses and cures the prince, who is enamored of her, and at his kiss becomes a beautiful maid. The bear thus has a twofold development in folklore. He used to be killed, 13th century, at the end of the carnival in Rome, as the devil. The Siberians, if they have killed a bear, hang his skin on a tree and apologize humbly to it, declaring that they did not forge the metal that pierced it, and they meant the arrow for a bird, from which it is plain that they rely more on its stupidity than its good heart. In Canada, when the hunters kill a bear, one of them approaches it and places between his teeth the stem of his pipe, breathes in the bowl, and thus, filling with smoke the animal's mouth, conjures its soul not to be offended at his death. As the bear's ghost makes no reply, the huntsman, in order to know if his prayer is granted, cuts the thread under the bear's tongue and keeps it until the end of the hunt, when a large fire is kindled, and all the band solemnly throw in it what threads of this kind they have. If these sparkle and vanish, as is natural, it is a sign that the bears are appeased. In Greenland, the great demon, at once feared and invoked, especially by fishermen, is Torngarsuk, a huge bear with a human arm. He is invisible to all except his priests, the Ancoks, who are the only physicians of that people. The extreme point of demonic power has always been held by the serpent. So much, however, will have to be said of the destructiveness and other characteristics of this animal when we come to consider at length its unique position in mythology, that I content myself here with a pictorial representation of the Singhalese demon of serpents. If anyone find himself shuddering at sight of a snake, even in a country where they are few and comparatively harmless, perhaps this figure, 11, may suggest the final cause of the shudder. In conclusion, it may be said that not only every animal ferocity, but every force which can be exerted injuriously has had its demonic representations. Every claw, fang, sting, hoof, horn has been assert to be catalogued and labeled in demonology as in physical science. It is remarkable also how superstition rationalizes. Thus the horn in the animal world, though sometimes dangerous to man, was more dangerous to animals, which, as foes of the horned animals, were foes to man's interests. The early herdsmen knew the value of the horn as a defense against dog and wolf, besides its other utilities. Consequently, Although it was necessary that the horn principle, so to say, in nature must be regarded as one of its retractile and cruel features, man never demonized the animals whose butt was most dangerous, but for such purpose transferred the horns to the head of some nondescript creature. The horn has thus become a natural weapon of man-demons. The same evolution has taken place in America, for, although among its aboriginal legends we may meet with an occasional demon buffalo, such are rare and of apocryphal antiquity. The accompanying American figure, 12, is from a photograph sent me by the president of Vanderbilt University, Tennessee, who found it in an old mound, Red Indian, in the state of Georgia. It is probably as ancient as any example of a human head with horns in the world, and as it could not have been influenced by European notions, it supplies striking evidence that the demonization of the forces and dangers of nature belongs to the structural action of the human mind. Chapter 6. Enemies. Aryas Dacius. Nagas Yakos Lycians Ethiopians Herpini, polite Sisyphilus werewolves Goths, and Scythians giants, and dwarfs berserkers Britons Iceland mimics Gog and Magog. We paint the devil black, says George Herbert. On the other hand, the Negro paints him white, with reason enough. The name of the devil at Mozambique is Muzingu Maya, or Wicked White Man. Of this demon they make little images of extreme hideousness, which are kept by people on the coast, and occasionally displayed, in the belief that if the white devil is lurking near them, he will vanish out of sheer disgust with a glimpse of his own ugliness. The hereditary horror of the kidnapper displayed in this droll superstition may possibly have been assisted by the familiarity with all things infernal represented in the language of the white sailors visiting the coast. Captain Basil Hall, on visiting Mozambique about 50 years ago, found that the native dignitaries had appropriated the titles of English noblemen, and a dumpy little Duke of Devonshire met him with his whole vocabulary of English. How do you do, sir? Very glad see you. Damn your eyes, Johanna man like English very much. God damn, that very good. Devilish hot, sir. What news? Hope your ship stay too long while very. Damn my eye, very fine day. In most parts of India, Siva also is painted white, which would indicate that there too was found reason to associate diabolism with the white face. It is said the thugs spared Englishmen because their white faces suggested relationship to Siva. In some of the ancient Indian books, the monster whom Indra slew, Vritra, is called Dasyu enemy, a name which in the Vedas designates the Aborigines as contrasted with the Aryans of the north. In the Old Sanskrit, in the hymns of the Veda, Arya occurs frequently as a national name and as a name of honor comprising the worshippers of the gods of the Brahmins, as opposed to their enemies, who are called in the Veda Dasyus. Thus one of the gods, Indra, who in some respects answers to the Greek Zeus, is invoked in the following words, Rigveda, I-57-8, Know thou the Aryas, O Indra, and those who are Dasyus, punish the lawless and deliver them unto thy servant. Be thou the mighty helper of the worshippers, and I will praise all these thy deeds at the festivals. Naglok, Snakeland, was at an early period a Hindu name for hell. But the Nagas were not real snakes in that case they might have fared better, but an aboriginal tribe in Ceylon, believed by the Hindus to be of serpent origin, Naga being an epithet for native. The Sinhalese, on the other hand, have adapted the popular name for demons in India, Rakshasa, in their Raksyo, a tribe of invisible cannibals without supernatural powers, except invisibility, who no doubt merely embody the traditions of some early race. The dreaded powers were from another tribe designated Yakos, demons, and believed to have the power of rendering themselves invisible. Buddha's victories over these demonic beings are related in the Mahawanso. It was known, by inspiration by the vanquishers, that in Lanka, filled by Yakos, would be the place where his religion would be glorified. In like manner, knowing that in the center of Lanka, on the delightful bank of a river, in the agreeable Mahanaga garden, there was a great assembly of the principal Yakos, the deity of happy advent approaching that great congregation, immediately over their heads hovering in the air, struck terror into them by rains, tempests, and darkness. The Yakos, overwhelmed with awe, supplicated of the vanquisher to be released from their terror. The consoling vanquisher thus replied, I will release ye Yakos from this your terror and affliction. Give ye unto me here by unanimous consent a place for me to alight on. All these Yakos replied, Lord, we confer on thee the whole of Lanka, grant thou comfort to us. the vanquisher thereupon dispelling their terror and cold shivering, and spreading his carpet of skin on the spot bestowed on him, he there seated himself. He then caused the aforesaid carpet, refulgent with a fringe of flames, to extend itself on all sides. They, scorched by the flames, receding, stood around on the shores of the island, terrified. The Savior then caused the delightful isle of Giri to approach for them. As soon as they transferred themselves thereto, to escape the conflagration, he restored it to its former position. This legend, which reminds one irresistibly of the expulsion of reptiles by saints from Ireland and other Western regions, is the more interesting if it be considered that these yakos are the Sanskrit yakshas, attendants on Kuvera, the god of wealth, employed in the care of his garden and treasures. They are regarded as generally inoffensive. The transfer by English authorities of the Tasmanians from their native island to another, with the result of their extermination, may suggest the possible origin of the story of Giri. Buddha's dealings with the serpent men or nagas is related as follows in the same volume. The vanquisher, i.e., of the 5 deadly sins, in the 5th year of his Buddhahood, while residing at the garden of the prince, Jito, observing that, on account of a disputed claim for a gem set thrown between the Naga Mahadero and a similar Chaladero, a maternal uncle and nephew, a conflict was at hand. Taking with him his sacred dish and robes, out of compassion to the Nagas, visited Nagadipo. These mountain Nagas were, moreover, gifted with supernatural powers. The savior and dispeller of the darkness of sin, poising himself in the air over the center of the assembly, caused a terrifying darkness to these Nagas. Attending to the prayer of the dismayed Nagas, he again called forth the light of day. They, overjoyed at having seen the deity of felicitous advent, bowed down at the feet of the divine teacher. To them, the vanquisher preached a sermon of reconciliation. Both parties, rejoicing thereat, made an offering of the gem throne to the divine sage. The divine teacher, alighting on the earth, seated himself on the throne, and was served by the Naga kings with celestial food and beverage. The Lord of the universe procured for 80 kodis of Nagas, dwelling on land and in the waters, the salvation of the faith and the state of piety. At every step in the conversion of the native Sinhalese, the demons and serpent-men Buddha and his apostles are represented as being attended by the devas, the deities of India, who are spoken of as if glad to become menials of the new religion. But we find Zoroaster using this term in a demonic sense and describing alien worshippers as children of the devas, a Semite would say, sons of Belial. And in the conventional Persian pictures of the Last Judgment, Muslim, the archfiend has the Hindu complexion. A similar phenomenon may be observed in various regions. In the medieval frescoes of Moscow representing infernal tortures, it is not very difficult to pick out devils representing the physical characteristics of most of the races with which the Muscovite has struggled in early times. There are also black Ethiopians among them, which may be a result of devils being considered the brood of Chernibog, god of darkness, but may also, not impossibly, have come of such apocryphal narratives as that ascribed to St. Augustine. I was already Bishop of Hippo when I went into Ethiopia with some servants of Christ, there to preach the gospel. In this country we saw many men and women without heads, who had 2 great eyes in their breasts, and in countries still more southerly, we saw a people who had but 1 eye in their foreheads. In considering animal demons, the primitive demonization of the wolf has been discussed, but it is mainly as a transformation of man and a type of savage foes that this animal has been a prominent figure in mythology. Professor Max Muller has made it tolerably clear that Bellerophon means slayer of the hairy, and that Belleros is the transliteration of Sanskrit Varvara, a term applied to the dark aborigines by their Aryan invaders, equivalent to barbarians. This points us for the origin of the title rather to Bellerophon's conquest of the Lycians, or wolfmen, than to his victory over the Chimera. The story of Lycaon and his sons barbarians defying the gods and devouring human flesh turned into wolves by Zeus connects itself with the Lycians, hairy, wolfish barbarians, whom Bellerophon conquered. It was not always, however, the deity that conquered in such encounters. In the myth of Soracte, the wolf is seen able to hold his own against the gods. Soranus, worshipped on Mount Soracte, was at Rome the god of light and is identified with Apollo by Virgil. A legend states that he became associated with the infernal gods, though called Despitter, because of the sulfurous exhalations from the side of Mount Soracte. It is said that once when some shepherds were performing a sacrifice, some wolves seized the flesh. The shepherds, following them, were killed by the poisonous vapors of the mountain to which the wolves retreated. An oracle gave out that this was a punishment for their pursuing the sacred animals, and a general pestilence also having followed, it was declared that it could only cease if the people were all changed to wolves and lived by prey. Hence the Herpini, from the Sabine herpes, a wolf. The story is a variant of that of the Herpinian Samnites, who were said to have received their name from their ancestors having followed a sacred wolf when seeking their new home. The wolf ceremonies were, like the Roman Lupercalia, for purposes of purification. The worshippers ran naked through blazing fires. The annual festival, which Strabo describes as occurring in the grove of Feronia, goddess of nature, became at last a sort of fair. Its history, however, is very significant of the formidable character of the Herpini, or wolf tribe, which could alone have given rise to such euphemistic celebrations of the wolf. It is interesting to note that in some regions this wolf of superstition was domesticated into a dog. Pyrius says there was a temple of Vulcan in Mount Aetna, in whose grove were dogs that fawned on the pious, but rent the polluted worshippers. It will be seen by the left form of fig. 13 that the wolf had a diminution, in pictorial representation similar to that which the canine Lares underwent, p. 135. This picture is referred by John Beaumont to Carterius, work on the images of the gods of the ancients. The form wearing a wolf's skin and head is that of the demon Polites, who infested Temesa in Italy, according to a story related by Pausanias. Ulysses, in his wanderings, having come to this town, one of his companions was stoned to death for having ravished a virgin, after which his ghost appeared in form of this demon, which had to be appeased, by the direction of the oracle of Apollo, by the annual sacrifice to him of the most beautiful virgin in the place. Euthymus, enamored of a virgin about to be so offered, gave battle to this demon, and having expelled him from the country, married the virgin. However, since the infernal powers cannot be deprived of their rights without substitution, this savior of Temesa disappeared in the river Cesinus. The form on the right in fig. 13 represents the genius of the city of Rome, and is found on some of Hadrian's coins. He holds the cornucopia and the sacrificial dish. The child and the serpent in the same picture represent the origin of the demonic character attributed to the Eleans by the Arcadians. This child and serpent symbol, which bears resemblance to certain variants of Bel and the dragon, no doubt was brought to Aelia or Velia in Italy by the Phaeacians when they abandoned their Ionian homes rather than submit to Cyrus, and founded that town BC 544. The two forms were jointly worshipped with annual sacrifices in the temple of Lucina under the name Sisypolis. The legend of this title is related by Pausanias. When the Arcadians invaded the Eleans, a woman came to the Elean commander with an infant at her breast and said that she had been admonished in a dream to place her child in front of the army. This was done. As the Arcadians approached, the child was changed to a serpent, and astounded at the prodigy, they fled without giving battle. The child was represented by the Eleans decorated with stars and holding the cornucopia, by the Arcadians, no doubt, in a less celestial way. It is not uncommon in mythology to find the most dangerous demons represented under some guise of weakness, as, for instance, among the South Africans, some of whom recently informed English officers that the Gallicas were led against them by a terrible sorcerer in the form of a hare. The most fearful traditional demon ever slain by hero in Japan was Shuden Dozi, the child-faced drinker. In Ceylon, the apparition of a demon is said to be frequently under the form of a woman with a child in her arms. Many animal demons are mere fables for the ferocity of human tribes. The werewolf superstition, which exists still in Russia, where the transformed monster is called Volkadlak, Volk, a wolf, and Dilak, hare, might even have originated in the costume of Norse barbarians and huntsmen. The belief was always more or less rationalized, resembling that held by Verstegen 300 years ago, and which may be regarded as prevalent among both the English and Flemish people of his day. These werewolves, he says, are certain sorcerers, who, having anointed their bodies with an ointment they make by the instinct of the devil, and putting on a certain enchanted girdle, do not only unto the view of others seem as wolves, but to their own thinking have both the nature and shape of wolves so long as they wear the said girdle. And they do dispose themselves as very wolves in worrying and killing and waste of human creatures. During the Franco-German War of 1870–71, a family of ladies on the German side of the Rhine, sitting up all night in apprehension, related to me such stories of the Turcos that I have since found no difficulty in understanding the belief in weird and preternatural wolves, which once filled Europe with horror. The facility with which the old Lycian wolf girdle, so to say, was caught up and worn in so many countries where race wars were chronic for many ages, renders it nearly certain that this superstition, lycanthropy, however it may have originated, was continued through the custom of ascribing demonic characteristics to hostile and fierce races. It has been, indeed, a general opinion that the theoretical belief originated in the Pythagorean doctrine of metempsychosis. Thus Shakespeare. Thou almost makest me waver in my faith to hold opinion with Pythagoras, that souls of animals infuse themselves into the trunks of men. Thy currish spirit governed a wolf who, hanged for human slaughter, even from the gallows did his fell soul fleet, and whilst thou layest in thy unhallowed dam infused itself in thee, for thy desires are wolfish, bloody, starved, and ravenous. But the superstition is much older than Pythagoras, who, no doubt tried to turn it into a moral theory of retributions as, indeed, did Plato in his story of the vision of the Armenian. Professor Weber and others have adduced evidence indicating that although belief in the transformation of men into beasts was not developed in the Vedic age of India, the matrix of it was there. But of our main Fakthi association of demonic characters with certain tribes, India has presented many examples. In the mountains of Travancore, there are tribes which are still generally believed to be on terms of especial familiarity with the devils of that region. And the dwellers on the plains relate that on these mountains gigantic demons, 16 or 17 feet high, may sometimes be seen hurling firebrands at each other. Professor Moncure Williams contributes an interesting note concerning this general phase of South Indian demonology. Furthermore, it must not be forgotten that although a belief in devils and homage to bhutas, or spirits, of all kinds is common all over India, yet what is called devil worship is far more systematically practiced in the south of India and Ceylon than in the north. And the reason may be that as the invading Aryans advanced towards southern India, they found portions of it peopled by wild aboriginal savages, whose behavior and aspect appeared to them to resemble that of devils. The Aryan mind, therefore, naturally pictured to itself the regions of the south as the chief resort and stronghold of the demon race, and the dread of demonical agency became more deeply rooted in southern India than in the north. Curiously enough, too, it is commonly believed in southern India that every wicked man contributes by his death to swell the ever-increasing ranks of devil legions. His evil passions do not die with him. They are intensified, concentrated, and perpetuated in the form of a malignant and mischievous spirit. It is obvious that this principle may be extended from individuals to entire tribes. The Sumerians were regarded as dwelling in a land allied with hell. In the legend of the Alhambra, as told by Washington Irving, the astrologer warns the Moorish king that the beautiful damsel is no doubt one of those Gothic sorceresses of whom they have heard so much. Although, as we have seen, England was regarded on the continent as an island of demons because of its northern latitude, probably some of its tribes were of a character dangerous enough to prolong the superstition. The nightmare elves were believed to come from England and to hurry away through the keyholes at daybreak, saying the bells are calling in England. Visigoth probably left us our word bigot, and Goths and Vandals sometimes designate English roughs, as Turks, those of Constantinople. Herodotus says the Scythians of the Black Sea regarded the Nurians as wizards, who transformed themselves into wolves for a few days annually. But the Scythians themselves are said by Herodotus to have sprung from a monster, half-woman, half-serpent, and possibly the association of the Scotch with the Scythians by the Germans, who called them both Scutten, had something to do with the uncanny character ascribed to the British Isles. Sir Walter Raleigh described the Red Men of America as gigantic monsters. Red Devils is still the pioneer's epithet for them in the far west. The hairy dukes of Esau were connected with the goat and demonized as Edom, and Ishmael was not believed much better by the more peaceful Semitic tribes. Such notions are akin to those which many now have of the thugs and bashi-bazouks, and are too uniform and natural to tax much the ingenuity of comparative mythology. Underlying many of the legends of giants and dwarfs may be found a similar demonologic formation. A principle of natural selection would explain the existence of tribes, which, though of small stature, are able to hold their own against the larger and more powerful by their superior cunning. That such equalization of apparently unequal forces has been known in prehistoric ages may be gathered from many fables. Before Bali, the monarch already mentioned, whose power alarmed the gods themselves, Vishnu appeared as a dwarf, asking only so much land as he could measure with 3 steps. The apparently ridiculous request granted, the god strode over the whole earth with 2 steps and brought his third on the head of Bali. In Scandinavian fable, we have the young giantess coming to her mother with the plow and plowman in her apron, which she had picked up in the field. To her child's inquiry, "What sort of beetle is this I found wriggling in the sand?" the giantess replies, "Go put it back in the place where thou hast found it. We must be gone out of this land, for these little people will dwell in it." The sagas contain many stories which, while written in glorification of the giant race, relate the destruction of their chiefs by the magical powers of the dwarfs. I must limit myself to a few notes on the Unglinga saga. In Swithiad, we are told, are many great domains and many wonderful races of men and many kinds of languages. There are giants and there are dwarfs and there are also blue men. There are wild beasts and dreadfully large dragons. We learn that in Azeland was a great chief, Odin, who went out to conquer Vanaland. The Vanalanders are declared to have magic arts such as are ascribed to Finns and Lapps to this day by the more ignorant of their neighbors, but that the people of Azeland learned their magic charms. Odin was the cleverest of them all, and from him all the others learned their magic arts. Odin could make his enemies in battle blind or deaf or terror-struck, and their weapons so blunt that they could no more cut than a willow twig. On the other hand, his men rushed forward without armor, were as mad as dogs or wolves, bit their shields, and were as strong as bears or wild bulls, and killed people at a blow, and neither fire nor iron told upon them. These were called berserkers. From bur, bear, and cirker, sark or coat, the word being probably, as Mora says, a survival of an earlier belief in the transformation of men into bears. But the successors of Odin did not preserve his occult power. Svegdir, for instance, saw a large stone and a dwarf at the door entering in it. The dwarf called him to come in and he should see Odin. Sweeger ran into the stone, which instantly closed behind him, and Sweeger never came back. The witchcraft of the Finn people is said to have led Vanlandi, Svegdir's son, to his death by Mara nightmare. Vanlandi's son, too, Visper, fell a victim to sorcery. Such legends as these, and many others which may be found in Sturleson's Heimskringla, have influenced our popular stories whose interest turns on the skill with which some little jack or thumbling overcomes his adversary by superior cunning. Superstitions concerning dwarf powers are especially rife in Northumberland, where they used to be called Duger, and they were thought to abound on the hills between Rothbury and Elston. They mislead with torches. One story relates that a traveler, beguiled at night into a hut where a dwarf prepared a comfortable fire for him, found himself when daylight returned sitting upon the edge of a deep, rugged precipice, where the slightest movement had caused him to be dashed to pieces. The Northumbrian stories generally, however, do not bear the emphasis of having grown out of aboriginal conditions, or even of having been borrowed for such. The legends of Scotland, and of the southwest of England, appear to me much more suggestive of original struggles between large races and small. They are recalled by the superstitions which still linger in Norway concerning the Lapps, who are said to carry on unholy dealings with gnomes. In the last century, the brownie was commonly spoken of in Scotland as appearing in shape of a tall man, and the name seems to refer to the brown complexion of that bogey, and its long brown hair hardly Scottish. It is generally the case that second sight, which once attained the dignity of being called deuteroscopia, sees a doomed man or woman shrink to the size of a dwarf. The tall man is not far off in such cases. In some age of the world more remote than even that of Alyppos, says Hugh Miller, the whole of Britain was peopled by giants, a fact amply supported by early English historians and the traditions of the north of Scotland. Diocletian, king of Syria, say the historians, had 33 daughters, who, like the daughters of Danaus, killed their husbands on their wedding night. The king, their father, in abhorrence of the crime, crowded them all into a ship, which he abandoned to the mercy of the waves, and which was drifted by tides and winds till it arrived on the coast of Britain, then an uninhabited island. There they lived solitary, subsisting on roots and berries, the natural produce of the soil, until an order of demons, becoming enamored of them, took them for their wives. And a tribe of giants, who must be regarded as the true aborigines of the country, if indeed the demons have not a prior claim, were the fruit of these marriages. Less fortunate, however, than even their prototypes the Cyclops, the whole tribe was extirpated a few ages after by Brutus the parricide, who, with a valor to which mere bulk could offer no effectual resistance, overthrew Gog-Magog and Termagol, and a whole host of others with names equally terrible. Tradition is less explicit than the historians in what relates to the origin and extinction of the race, but its narratives of their prowess are more minute. There is a large and ponderous stone in the parish of Etterston, which a giantess of the tribe is said to have flung from the point of a spindle across the Dornoch Firth, and another, within a few miles of Dingwall, still larger and more ponderous, which was thrown by a person of the same family, and which still bears the marks of a gigantic finger and thumb. Perhaps we may find the mythological descendants of these titans, and also of the Druids, in the so-called great men once dreaded by Highlanders. The natives of South Uist believed that a valley called Glenslite, situated between two mountains on the east side of the island, was haunted by these great men, and that if anyone entered the valley without formally resigning themselves to the conduct of those beings, they would infallibly become mad. Martin, having remonstrated with the people against this superstition, was told of a woman's having come out of the valley a lunatic because she had not uttered the spell of 3 sentences. They also told him of voices heard in the air. The brownie, a tall man with very long brown hair, who has cow's milk poured out for him on a hill in the same region, probably of this giant tribe, might easily have been demonized at the time when the Druids were giving St. Columba so much trouble, and trying to retain their influence over the people by professing supernatural powers. The man of the smaller stature, making up for his inferiority by invention, perhaps first forged the sword, the coat of mail, and the shield, and so confronted the giant with success. The god with the hammer might thus supersede the god of the flint spear. Magic art seemed to have rendered invulnerable the man from whom the arrow rebounded. It would appear from King Olaf Tryggvason's saga that 900 years ago the Icelanders and the Danes reciprocally regarded each other as giants and dwarfs. The Icelanders indicted lampoons against the Danes, which allude to their diminutive size. The gallant Harold in the field between his legs lets drop his shield, into a pony he was changed, and see. On the other hand, the Danes had by no means a contemptuous idea of their Icelandic enemies, as the following narrative from Heimskringla proves. King Harold told a warlock to hie to Iceland in some altered shape, and to try what he could learn there to tell him, and he set out in the shape of a whale. And when he came near to the land, he went to the west side of Iceland, north around the land, when he saw all the mountains and hills full of land serpents, some great, some small. When he came to Vapnafjord, he went in towards the land, intending to go on shore, but a huge dragon rushed down the dale against him, with a train of serpents, paddocks, and toads that blew poison towards him. Then he turned to go westward around the land as far as Eyjafjord, and he went into the fjord. Then a bird flew against him, which was so great that its wings stretched over the mountains on either side of the fjord, and many birds, great and small, with it. Then he swam further west, and then south into Breiðafjord. When he came into the fjord, a large gray bull ran against him, wading into the sea and bellowing fearfully, and he was followed by a crowd of land serpents. From thence he went round by Reykjanes and wanted to land at Vikarstid, but there came down a hill giant against him with an iron staff in his hands. He was a head higher than the mountains, and many other giants followed him. The most seductive Hesperian gardens of the south and east do not appear to have been so thoroughly guarded or defended as Iceland, and one can hardly call it cowardice when, after the wizard whale brought back the log of its voyage, it is recorded. Then the Danish king turned about with his fleet and sailed back to Denmark. It is a sufficiently curious fact that the Mimics, aborigines of Nova Scotia, were found with a whale story, already referred to p46, so much like this. They also have the legend of an ancient warrior named Buin, who possessed the preternatural powers especially ascribed to Odin, those of raising storms, causing excessive cold, increasing or diminishing his size, and assuming any shape. Besides the fearful race of gigantic ice demons dreaded by this tribe, as elsewhere stated, p. 84, they dread also a yellow-horned dragon called Chipachilm, whose form the great Buin sometimes assumes. They make offerings to the new moon. They believe in pixies, calling them Wigulata Muchkik, very little people. They anciently believed in two great spirits, good and evil, both called Manitous. Since their contact with Christians, only the evil one has been so called. The entire motif of the Mimak demonology is, to my mind, that of early conflicts with some formidable races. It is to be hoped that travelers will pay more attention to this unique race before it has ceased to exist. The Chinese theory of genii is almost exactly that of the Mimaks. The Chinese genii are now small as a moth, now fill the world, can assume any form, they command demons, they never die, but at the end of some centuries, ride to heaven on a dragon's back. Ordinarily, the Chinese genii use the yellow heron as an aerial courser. The Mimaks believe in a large preternatural water bird, Kulu, which devours ordinary people, but bears on its back those who can tame it by magic. Mr. Mayers, in his Chinese Reader's Manual, suggests that the designation of Formosa as Isles of the Genii, San Shan Shan by the Chinese, has some reference to their early attempts at colonization in Japan. Su Fa, a necromancer who lived BC 219, is said to have announced their discovery, and at the head of a troop of young men and maidens, voyaged with an expedition towards them, but when within sight of the Magic Islands, were driven back by contrary winds. Gog and Magog stand in London Guildhall, though much diminished in stature, to suit the English muscles that had to bear them in processions, monuments of the preternatural size attributed to the enemies which the Aryan race encountered in its great westward migrations. Even today, when the progress of civilization is harassed by untamed Scythian hordes, how strangely fall upon our ears the ancient legends and prophecies concerning them. Thus saith the Lord Jehovah, Behold, I am against thee, O Gog, prince of Rosh, of Meshech, and of Tubal, and I will turn thee back and leave but the sixth part of thee, and I will cause thee to come up from the north parts, and will bring thee upon the mountains of Israel, and I will smite thy bow out of thy left hand, and will cause thine arrows to fall from thy right hand. Thou shalt fall upon the mountains of Israel, thou and all thy bands. In the Quran it is related of Dulkarnain. He journeyed from south to north until he came between the two mountains, beneath which he found a people who could scarce understand what was said. And they said, O Dulkarnain, verily Gog and Magog waste the land. Shall we, therefore, pay thee tribute, on condition that thou build a rampart between us and them? He answered, The power wherewith my Lord hath strengthened me is better than your tribute, but assist me strenuously, and I will set a strong wall between you and them. Wherefore, when this wall was finished, Gog and Magog could not scale it, neither could they dig through it. And Dulkarnain said, This is a mercy from my Lord, but when the prediction of my Lord shall come to be fulfilled, he will reduce the wall to dust. The terror inspired by these barbarians is reflected in the prophecies of their certain eruption from their supernaturally built fastnesses, as in Ezekiel. Thou shalt ascend and come like a storm, thou shalt be like a cloud to cover the land, thou and all thy bands, and many people with thee. And in the Quran, Gog and Magog shall have a passage open for them, and they shall hasten from every high hill. And in the Apocalypse, Satan shall be loosed out of his prison, and shall go out to deceive the nations which are in the four quarters of the earth, Gog and Magog, to gather them in battle, the number of whom is as the sand of the sea. 5 centuries ago Sir John Monville was telling in England the legend he had heard in the East. In that same region ben the mountains of Caspi, that men clepen Uber in the country. Between the mountains the Jews of 10 lineages ben enclosed, that men clepen Goth and Magoth, and they mo not gone out on no side. There wherein enclosed 22 kinges, with higher pepple, that dwelled in between the mountains of Scythe. Their king Alisander chased hem between the mountains, and there he thought for to enclose hem Thorg work of his men. But when he saw that he might not do it, ne bringe it to an end, he prayed to God of nature, that he wold perform that he had begown. And all were it so, that he was a painim, and not worthy to ben heard, zit God of his grace closed the mountains to jitter. So that they dwell in there, all fast illocked and enclosed with high mountains all about, Saf only on O side, and on that side is the Sea of Caspi. Chapter 7. Barrenness. Indian famine and sunspot sun worship demon of the desert, the Sphinx Egyptian, plagues described by Lepsius. Locusts, hurricane, flood, mice, flies the sheiks, ride abaddon set typhon the cane, wind Seth mirage the desert, Eden Azazel to Wiskara, and the wild rose. In their adoration of rain-giving Indra as also a solar majesty, the ancient Hindus seem to have been fully aware of his inconsistent habits. "Thy inebriety is most intense," exclaims the eulogist, and soothingly adds, "Thou desirest that both thy inebriety and thy beneficence should be the means of destroying enemies and distributing riches." Against famine is invoked the thunderbolt of Indra, and it is likened to the terrible Tivashtri, in whose fearful shape, pure fire, Agni once appeared to the terror of gods and men. This Tivashtri was not an evil being himself, but, as we have seen, an artificer for the gods similar to Vulcan. He was, however, father of a three-headed monster who has been identified with Vritra. Though these early worshippers recognized that their chief trouble was connected with glaring heat, which Tivashtri seems to mean in the passage just referred to, Indra's celebrants beheld him superseding his father Dios and reigning in the day's splendor as well as in the cloud's bounty. This monopolist of parts in their theogony anticipated Jupiter Pluvius. Vedic mythology is pervaded with stories of the demons that arrested the rain and stole the cloud cows of Indra, shutting them away in caves. And the god is endlessly praised for dealing death to such. He slays Vritra, the rain-arresting, and Dribhika, Bala Urana Arbuda, devouring Swasna, unabsorbable Sushna, Pipru Namachi, Rudhikra, Varchin and his 100,000 descendants, the deadly strangling serpent Ahi, a special type of Druth as it dries up rivers, and through all these combats with the alleged authors of the recurring barrenness and famine, as most of these monsters were, the seat of the evil was the sun god's adorable self. Almost pathetic does the long and vast history appear just now, when competent men of science are giving us good reason to believe that right knowledge of the sun, and the relation of its spots to the rainfall, might have covered India with ways and means which would have adapted the entire realm to its environment, and wrested from Indra his hostile thunderbolt, the sunstroke of famine. The Hindus have covered their lands with temples raised to propitiate and deprecate the demons, and to invoke the deities against such sources of drouth and famine. Had they concluded that famine was the result of inexactly quartered sundials, the land would have been covered with perfect sundials. But the famine would have been more destructive because of the increasing withdrawal of mind and energy from the true cause and its implied answer. Even so were conflagrations in London attributed to inexact city clocks. The clocks would become perfect, the conflagrations more numerous, through misdirection of vigilance. But how much wiser are we of Christendom than the Hindus? They have adapted their country perfectly for propitiation of famine demons that do not exist, at a cost which would long ago have rendered them secure from the famine forces that do exist. We have similarly covered Christendom with a complete system of securities against hells and devils and wrathful deities that do not exist, while around our churches, chapels, cathedrals, are the actually existent seething hells of pauperism, shame, and crime. Nothing can advance art in any district of this accursed machine and devil-driven England until she changes her mind in many things. So wrote John Ruskin recently. Of course, so long as the machine toils and earns wealth and other power, which still goes to support and further social and ecclesiastical forms, constituted with reference to salvation from a devil or demons no longer believed in, the phrase, machine and devil-driven, is true. Until the invention and enterprise of the nation are administered in the interest of right ideas, we may still sigh, like John Sterling, for a dozen men to stand up for ideas as Cobden and his friends do for machinery. But it still remains as true that all the machinery and wealth of England devoted to man might make its every home happy, and educate every inhabitant, as that every idolatrous temple in India might be commuted into a shield against famine. Our astronomers and economists have enabled us to see clearly how the case is with the country whose temples offer no obstruction to Christian vision. The facts point to the conclusion that the sunspots reach their maximum and minimum of intensity at intervals of 11 years, and that their high activity is attended with frequent fluctuations of the magnetic needle and increased rainfall. In 1811, and since then, famines in India have, with one exception, followed years of minimum sunspots. These facts are sufficiently well attested to warrant the belief that English science and skill will be able to realize in India the provision which Joseph is said to have made for the 7 lean years of which Pharaoh dreamed. Until that happy era shall arrive, the poor Hindus will only go on alternately adoring and propitiating the sun, as its benign or its cruel influences shall fall upon them. The artist Turner said, "The sun is God." The superb effects of light in Turner's pictures could hardly have come from any but a sun worshipper dwelling amid fogs. Unfamiliarity often breeds reverence. There are few countries in which the sun, when it does shine, is so likely to be greeted with enthusiasm and observed in all its variations of splendor, as one in which its appearance is rare. Yet the superstition inherited from regions where the sun is equally a desolation was strong enough to blot out its glory in the mind of a writer famous in his time, Tobias Swindon, M.A., who wrote a work to prove the sun to be the abode of the damned. The speculation may now appear only curious, but probably it is no more curious than 100 years from now will seem to all the vulgar notion of future fiery torments for mankind, the scriptural necessity of which led the fanciful rector to his grotesque conclusion. These two extremes, the sun worship of Turner, the sun horror of Swindon, survivals in England, represent the two antagonistic aspects of the sun, which were of overwhelming import to those who dwelt beneath its greatest potency. His ill humor, or his hunger and thirst, in any year transformed the earth to a desert, and dealt death to thousands. In countries where drouth, barrenness, and consequent famine were occasional, as in India, it would be an inevitable result that they would represent the varying moods of a powerful will, and in such regions, we naturally find the most extensive appliances for propitiation. The preponderant number of fat years would tell powerfully on the popular imagination in favor of priestly intercession, and the advantage of sacrifices to the great hunger demon who sometimes consumed the seeds of the earth. But in countries where barrenness was an ever-present, visible, unvarying fact, the demon of the desert would represent necessity, a power not to be coaxed or changed. People dwelling in distant lands might invent theoretical myths to account for the desert. It might be an accident resulting from the sun god having given up his chariot one day to an inexperienced driver who came too close to the earth. But to those who lived beside the desert, it could only seem an infernal realm, quite irrecoverable. The ancient civilization of Egypt, so full of grandeur, might, in good part, have been due to the lesson taught them by the desert, that they could not change the conditions around them by any entreaties, but must make the best of what was left. If such, indeed, was the force that built the ancient civilization, whose monuments remain so magnificent in their ruins, its decay might be equally accounted for when that primitive faith passed into a theological phase. For as necessity is the mother of invention, fate is fatal to the same. Belief in facts and laws fixed in the organic nature of things stimulates man to study them and constitute his life with reference to them. But belief that things are fixed by the arbitrary decree of an individual power is the final sentence of enterprise. Fate might thus steadily bring to ruin the grandest achievements of necessity. Had we only the true history of the Sphinx the Binder, we might find it a landmark between the rise and decline of Egyptian civilization. When the great limitation surrounding the powers of man was first personified with that mystical grandeur, it would stand in the desert not as the riddle but its solution. No such monument was ever raised by doubt. But once personified and outwardly shaped, the external binder must bind thought as well, nay, will throttle thought if it cannot pierce through the stone and discover the meaning of it. How true is that old fable of the Sphinx who sat by the wayside propounding her riddle to the passengers, which if they could not answer she destroyed them. Such a Sphinx is this life of ours to all men and societies of men. Nature, like the Sphinx, is of womanly celestial loveliness and tenderness, the face and bosom of a goddess, but ending in claws and the body of a lioness. There is in her a celestial beauty which means celestial order, pliancy to wisdom, but there is also a darkness, a ferocity, fatality, which are infernal. She is a goddess, but one not yet disimprisoned, one still half-imprisoned the articulate, lovely still encased in the inarticulate chaotic. How true, and does she not propound her riddles to us? Of each man she asks daily in mild voice, yet with a terrible significance, knowest thou the meaning of this day? What thou canst do today, wisely attempt to do. nature, universe, destiny, existence, howsoever we name this grand, unnameable fact in the midst of which we live and struggle, is as a heavenly bride and conquest to the wise and brave, to them who can discern her behests and do them, a destroying fiend to them who cannot. Answer her riddle, it is well with thee. Answer it not, pass on regarding it not, it will answer itself. The solution for thee is a thing of teeth and claws. Nature to thee is a dumb lioness, deaf to thy pleadings, fiercely devouring. Thou art not now her victorious bridegroom, thou art her mangled victim, scattered on the precipices, as a slave found treacherous, recreant, ought to be and must. On the verge of the desert, prime minister to the necropolis at whose gateway it stands, the Sphinx reposes amid the silence of science and the centuries. Who built it? None can answer, so far as the human artist, or the king under whom he worked, is concerned. But the ideas and natural forces which built the Sphinx surround even now the archaeologist who tries to discover its history and chronology. As fittest appendage to Carlyle's interpretation, let us read some passages from Lepsius. The Oedipus for this king of the Sphinxes is yet wanting. Whoever would drain the immeasurable sand flood which buries the tombs themselves, and lay open the base of the Sphinx, the ancient temple path, and the surrounding hills could easily decide it. But with the enigmas of history, there are joined many riddles and wonders of nature, which I must not leave quite unnoticed. The newest of all, at least, I must describe. I had descended with a beacon into a mummy pit, to open some newly discovered sarcophagi, and was not a little astonished, upon descending, to find myself in a regular snowdrift of locusts, which, almost darkening the heavens, flew over our heads from the southwest from the desert in hundreds of thousands to the valley. I took it for a single flight, and called my companions from the tombs, where they were busy, that they might see this Egyptian wonder ere it was over. But the flight continued. Indeed, the workpeople said it had begun an hour before. Then we first observed that the whole region, near and far, was covered with locusts. I sent an attendant into the desert to discover the breadth of the flock. He ran for the distance of a quarter of an hour, then returned and told us that, as far as he could see, there was no end to them. I rode home in the midst of the locust shower. At the edge of the fruitful plain, they fell down in showers, and so it went on the whole day until the evening, and so the next day from morning till evening, and the third, in short to the sixth day, indeed in weaker flights much longer. Yesterday it did seem that a storm of rain in the desert had knocked down and destroyed the last of them. The Arabs are now lighting great smoke fires in the fields, and clattering and making loud noises all day long to preserve their crops from the unexpected invasion. It will, however, do little good. Like a new animated vegetation, these millions of winged spoilers cover even the neighboring sandhills, so that scarcely anything is to be seen of the ground. And when they rise from one place, they immediately fall down somewhere in the neighborhood. They are tired with their long journey, and seem to have lost all fear of their natural enemies, men, animals, smoke, and noise, in their furious wish to fill their stomachs, and in the feeding of their immense number. The most wonderful thing, in my estimation, is their flight over the naked wilderness, and the instinct which has guided them from some oasis over the inhospitable desert to the fat soil of the Nile Vale. 14 years ago, it seems, this Egyptian plague last visited Egypt with the same force. The popular idea is that they are sent by the comet which we have observed for 12 days in the southwest, and which, as it is now no longer obscured by the rays of the moon, stretches forth its stately tail across the heavens in the hours of the night. The zodiacal light, too, so seldom seen in the north, has lately been visible for several nights in succession. Other plagues of Egypt are described by Lepsius. Suddenly the storm grew to a tremendous hurricane, such as I have never seen in Europe, and hail fell upon us in such masses as almost to turn day into night. Our tents lie in a valley, whither the plateau of the pyramids inclines, and are sheltered from the worst winds from the north and west. Presently I saw a dashing mountain flood hurrying down upon our prostrate and sand-covered tents, like a giant serpent upon its certain prey. The principal stream rolled on to the great tent, another arm threatened mine without reaching it. But everything that had been washed from our tents by the shower was torn away by the two streams, which joined behind the tents and carried into a pool behind the Sphinx, where a great lake immediately formed, which fortunately had no outlet. Just picture this scene to yourself. Our tents, dashed down by the storm and heavy rain lying between two mountain torrents, thrusting themselves in several places to the depth of 6 feet in the sand, and depositing our books, drawings, sketches, shirts, and instruments, yes, even our levers and iron crowbars. In short, everything they could seize in the dark foaming mud ocean. Besides this, ourselves wet to the skin, without hats, fastening up the weightier things, rushing after the lighter ones, wading into the lake to the waist to fish out what the sand had not yet swallowed. And all this was the work of a quarter of an hour, at the end of which the sun shone radiantly again and announced the end of this flood by a bright and glorious rainbow. Now comes the plague of mice, with which we were not formerly acquainted. In my tent they grow, play, and whistle, as if they had been at home here all their lives and quite regardless of my presence. At night they have already run across my bed and face, and yesterday I started terrified from my slumbers, as I suddenly felt the sharp tooth of such a daring guest at my foot. Above me a canopy of gauze is spread, in order to keep off the flies, these most shameless of the plagues of Egypt, during the day, and the mosquitoes at night. Scorpions and serpents have not bitten us yet, but there are very malicious wasps, which have often stung us. The dale in the desert was wild and monotonous, nothing but sandstone rock, the surfaces of which were burned as black as coals, but turned into burning golden yellow at every crack, and every ravine, whence a number of sand rivulets, like fire streams from black dross, ran and filled the valleys. No tree, no tuft of grass had we yet seen, also no animals, except a few vultures and crows feeding on the carcass of the latest fallen camel. Over a wild and broken path and cutting stones, we came deeper and deeper into the gorge. The first wide basins were empty, we therefore left the camels and donkeys behind, climbed up the smooth granite wall, and thus proceeded amidst these grand rocks from one basin to another. They were all empty. Behind there, in the farthest ravine, the guide said there must be water, for it was never empty, but there proved to be not a single drop. We were obliged to return dry. We saw the most beautiful mirages very early in the day. They most minutely resemble seas and lakes, in which mountains, rocks, and everything in their vicinity are reflected as in the clearest water. They form a remarkable contrast with the staring dry desert, and have probably deceived many a poor wanderer, as the legend goes. If one be not aware that no water is there, it is quite impossible to distinguish the appearance from the reality. A few days ago, I felt quite sure that I perceived an overflowing of the Nile or a branch near El-Mecheref and rode towards it, but only found Bar Shaitan, Satan's water, as the Arabs call it. Amid such scenery, the Sphinx arose. Egypt was able to recognize the problem of blended barrenness and beauty alternation of nature's flowing breast and leonine clawbutt could she return the right answer. The primitive Egyptian answer may, indeed, as I have guessed, be the great monuments of her civilization, but her historic solution has been another world. This world a desert, with here and there a momentary oasis, where man may dance and feast a little, stimulated by the corpse borne round the banquet, ere he passes to paradise. So thought they and were deceived. From generation to generation have they been destroyed, even unto this day. How destroyed, Lepsius may again be our witness. The sheikh of the Sodich derwishes rides to the chief sheikh of all the derwishes of Egypt, El-Bekri. On the way thither, a great number of these holy folk, and others, too, who fancy themselves not a whit behindhand in piety, throw themselves flat on the ground, with their faces downward, and so that the feet of one lie close to the head of the next. Over this living carpet the sheikh rides on his horse, which is led on each side by an attendant, in order to compel the animal to the unnatural march. Each body receives 2 treads of the horse. Most of them jump up again without hurt, but whoever suffers serious, or, as it occasionally happens, mortal injury, has the additional ignominy to bear of not having pronounced, or not being able to pronounce, the proper prayers and magical charms that alone could save him. What a fearful barbarous worship! The sikr, in which the derwishes dance until exhausted, howling no god but Allah, which the astounded multitude, great and small, gentle and simple, gaze upon seriously, and with stupid respect, and in which it not unfrequently takes a part. The invoked deity is manifestly much less an object of reverence than the fanatic saints who invoke him. For mad, idiotic, or other psychologically diseased persons are very generally looked upon as holy by the Mohammedans and treated with great respect. It is the demoniacal, incomprehensibly acting, and therefore fearfully observed, power of nature that the natural man always reveres when he perceives it, because he is sensible of some connection between it and his intellectual power, without being able to command it. First in the mighty elements, then in the wondrous but obscure law-governed instincts of animals, and at last in the yet more overpowering ecstatical or generally abnormal mental condition of his own race. The right answer to the enigma of the Sphinx is man. But this creature prostrating himself under the Sheikh's horse, or under the invisible Sheikh called Allah, and ascribing sanctity to the half-witted, is not man at all. Those hard-worked slaves who escaped into the wilderness, and set up for worship an anthropomorphic supreme will, and sought their promised milk and honey in this world alone, carried with them the only force that could rightly answer the Sphinx. Their Allah, or Elohim, they heard say, "Why howlest thou to me?" Go forward. Somewhat more significant than his usual jests was that cartoon of Punch which represented the Sphinx with relaxed face smiling recognition on the most eminent of contemporary Israelites returning to the land of his race's ancient bondage, to buy the Suez Canal. The Suez Canal half answers the Sphinx. When man has subdued the great desert to a sea, the solution will be complete, and the Sphinx may cast herself into it. Far and wide through the southern world have swarmed the locusts described by Lepsius, and with them have migrated many superstitions. The writer of this well remembers the visit of the so-called 17-year locusts to the region of Virginia where he was born, and across many years can hear the terrible never-ceasing roar coming up from the woods, uttering, as all agreed, the ominous word Pharaoh. On each wing every eye could see the letter W signifying war. With that modern bit of ancient Egypt in my memory, I find the old locust mythology sufficiently impressive. By an old tradition, the Egyptians, as described by Lepsius, connected the locusts with the comet. In the Apocalypse, Roman 9, a falling star is the token of the descent of the locust demon to unlock the pit that his swarms may issue forth for their work of destruction. Their king Abaddon, in Greek Apollyon destroyer, has had an evolution from being the angel of the two rabbinical divisions of Hades to the successive chiefs of Saracenic hordes. It is interesting to compare the graphic description of a locust storm in Joel, with its adaptation to an army of human destroyers in the Apocalypse. And again, the curious description of these hosts of Abaddon in the latter book partly repeat the strange notions of the Bedouins concerning the locust, one of whom, says Niebuhr, compared the head of the locust to that of the horse, its breast to that of a lion, its feet to those of a camel, its body to that of the serpent, its tail to that of the scorpion, its horns and antennae to the locks of hair of a virgin. The present generation has little reason to deny the appropriateness of the biblical descriptions of Scythian hordes as locusts. The land is as the Garden of Eden before them, and behind them a desolate wilderness. The ancient-seeming contest between apparent good and evil in Egypt was represented in the wars of Ra and Set. It is said, Gen. Roman 4:26, and to Seth, to him also was born a son, and he called his name Enos. Then began men to call upon the name of the Lord. Aquilar reads this: then Seth began to be called by the name of the Lord. Mr. Baringgood remarks on this that Seth was at first regarded by the Egyptians as the deity of light and civilization, but that they afterwards identified as Typhon, because he was the chief god of the Hyksos or shepherd kings. And in their hatred of these oppressors, the name of Seth was everywhere obliterated from their monuments, and he was represented as an ass or with an ass's head. But the earliest date assigned to the Hyksos dominion in Egypt, BC 2000, coincides with that of the Egyptian planisphere in Kercher, where Seth is found identified with Sirius or the dog-headed Mercury in Capricorn. This is the Zodiac period, or cycle of the dog star. He was thus associated with the goat and the winter solstice, to which, BC 2000, Capricorn was adjacent. That Seth or Set became the name for the demon of disorder and violence among the Egyptians is, indeed, probably due to his being a chief god, among some tribes Baal himself, among the Asiatics, before the time of the Hyksos. It was already an old story to put their neighbors' light for their own darkness. The ass's ears they gave him referred not to his stupidity, but to his hearing everything, as in the case of the ass of Apuleius, and the ass Nikon of Plutarch, or, indeed, the many examples of the same kind which preceded the appearance of this much misunderstood animal as the steed of Christ's triumphal entry into Jerusalem. In Egyptian symbolism, those long ears were as much dreaded as devil's horns. From the eyes of Ra all beneficent things, from the eyes of Set all noxious things, were produced. Amen-Ra, as the former was called, slew the son of Set, the great serpent Naka, which in one hymn is perhaps tauntingly said to have saved his feet. Amen-Ra becomes Horus, and Set becomes Typhon. The Typhonian myth is very complex, and includes the conflict between the Nile and all its enemies, the crocodiles that lurk in it, the sea that swallows it, the drought that dries it, the burning heat that brings malaria from it, the floods that render it destructive, and Set was through it evolved to a point where he became identified with Saturn, Shaitan, or Satan. Plutarch, identifying Set with Typho, says that those powers of the universal soul, which are subject to the influences of passions, and in the material system whatever is noxious, as bad air, irregular seasons, eclipses of the sun and moon, are ascribed to Typho. The name Set, according to him, means violent and hostile, and he was described as double-headed, he who has two countenances, and the Lord of the world. Not the least significant fact, in a moral sense, is that Set, or Typho, is represented as the brother of Osiris whom he slew. Without here going into the question of relationship between Typhon and Typhus, we may feel tolerably certain that the fire-breathing hurricane monster Typhon of Homer, and the hundred-headed fierce-eyed roarer Typhus, son of Tartarus, father of winds, and harpies, represent the same ferocities of nature. No fitter place was ever assigned him than the African desert, and the story of the gods and goddesses fleeing before Typhon into Egypt, and their transforming themselves into animals from terror, is a transparent tribute to the dominion over the wilderness of sand exercised by the typhoon in its many moods. The vulture harpy tearing the dead is his child. He is many-headed, now hot, stifling, tainted, now tempestuous, here Sirach, their hurricane, and often tornado. It may be indeed that as at once coiled in the whirlwind and blistering, he is the fiery serpent to appease whom Moses lifted the brazen serpent for the worship of Israel. I have often seen snakes hung up by Negroes in Virginia to bring rain in time of drought. Typhon, as may easily be seen by the accompanying figure, 14, is a hungry and thirsty demon. His tongue is lolling out with thirst. His later connection with the underworld is shown in various myths, one of which seems to suggest a popular belief that Typhon is not pleased with the mummies withheld from him, and that he can enjoy his human viands only through burials of the dead. In Egypt, after the Coptic Easter Monday called Sheminissim, smelling the zephyr, come the 50 days hot wind, called Khamsin or Cain wind. After slaying Abel, Cain wandered amid such a wind, tortured with fever and thirst. Then he saw two birds fight in the air, one having killed the other scratched a hole in the desert sand and buried it. Cain then did the like by his brother's body, when a zephyr sprang up and cooled his fever. But still, say the Alexandrians, the 50 days hot Cain wind return annually. In pictures of the mirage, or in cloud shapes faintly illumined by the afterglow, the dwellers beside the plains of sand saw, as in phantasmagoria, the gorgeous palaces, the air castles, and mysterious cities, which make the romance of the desert. Unwilling to believe that such realms of barrenness had ever been created by any good god, they beheld in dreams, which answer to nature's own mirage dreaming, visions of dynasties passed away, of magnificent palaces and monarchs on whose pomp and heaven-defying pride the fatal sandstorm had fallen, and buried their glories in the dust forever. The desert became the emblem of immeasurable, all-devouring time. In many of these legends, there are intimations of a belief that Eden itself lay where now all is unbroken desert. In the beautiful legend in the Midrash of Solomon's voyage on the wind, the monarch alighted near a lofty palace of gold, and the scent there was like the scent of the Garden of Eden. The dust had so surrounded this palace that Solomon and his companions only learned that there had been an entrance from an eagle in it 13 centuries old, which had heard from its father the tradition of an entrance on the western side. The obedient wind having cleared away the sand, a door was found on whose lock was written, "Be it known to you, ye sons of men, that we dwelt in this palace in prosperity and delight many years. When the famine came upon us, we ground pearls in the mill instead of wheat, but it profited us nothing. Amid marvelous splendors, from chamber to chamber garnished with ruby, topaz, emerald, Solomon passed to a mansion on whose 3 gates were written admonitions of the transitory nature of all things but death. Let not fortune deceive thee. The world is given from one to another. On the 3rd gate was written, Take provision for thy journey, and make ready food for thyself while it is yet day, for thou shalt not be left on the earth, and thou knowest not the day of thy death. This gate Solomon opened and saw within a lifelike image seated. As the monarch approached, this image cried with a loud voice, "Come hither, ye children of Satan, see, King Solomon is come to destroy you." Then fire and smoke issued from the nostrils of the image, and there were loud and bitter cries, with earthquake and thunder. But Solomon uttered against them the ineffable name, and all the images fell on their faces, and the sons of Satan fled and cast themselves into the sea, that they might not fall into the hands of Solomon. The king then took from the neck of the image a silver tablet, with an inscription which he could not read, until the Almighty sent a youth to assist him. It said, "I, Shedad, son of Ad, reigned over 1,000,000 provinces, and rode on 1,000,000 horses. 1,000,000 kings were subject to me, and 1,000,000 warriors I slew. Yet in the hour that the angel of death came against me, I could not withstand him. Whoso shall read this writing, let him not trouble himself greatly about this world, for the end of all men is to die, and nothing remains to man but a good name." Azazel of doubtful meaning is the biblical name of the demon of the desert, Lev. Romans 16. Aaron shall cast lots upon the two goats, one lot for Jehovah and the other for Azazel. And Aaron shall bring the goat upon which the lot for Jehovah fell, and offer him for a sin offering. But the goat, on which the lot for Azazel fell, shall be presented alive before Jehovah, to make an atonement with him, to let him go to Azazel in the wilderness. And Aaron shall lay both his hands upon the head of the live goat, and confess over him all the iniquities of the children of Israel, and all their transgressions in all their sins, putting them upon the head of the goat, and send him away by the hand of a fit man into the desert. And the goat shall bear upon him all their iniquities unto a land not inhabited, and he shall let go the goat in the desert. Of the moral elements here involved, much will have to be said hereafter. This demon ultimately turned to a devil, and persisting through both forms is the familiar principle that it is well enough to have friends on both sides, so plainly at work in the Levitical custom. But it is particularly interesting to observe that the same animal should be used as offerings to the antagonistic deities. In Egyptian mythology, we find that the goat had precisely this twofold consecration. It was sacred to Kem, the Egyptian pan-god of orchards and of all fruitful lands, and it became also sacred to Mendes, the destroyer, or avenging power of Ra. It will thus be seen that the same principle which from the sun detached the fructifying from the desert-making power, and made Typhon and Osiris hostile brothers, prevailed to send the same animal to Azazel in the desert and Jehovah of the milk and honey land. Originally, the goat was supreme. The Samaritan Pentateuch, according to a Ben Ezra preface to Esther, opens, "In the beginning Ashima created the heaven and the earth." In the Hebrew culture myth of Cain and Abel, also brothers, there may be represented, as Goldziher supposes, the victory of the agriculturist over the nomad or shepherd, but there is also traceable in it the supremacy of the goat, Mendes, or Azima. Abel brought the firstling of the goats. Very striking is the American Iroquois myth of the conflict between Joskeha and Tawiskara, the white one and the dark one. They were twins, born of a virgin who died in giving them life. Their grandmother was the moon Atinsik, she who bathes. These brothers fought, Joskeha using as weapon the horns of a stag, Tawiskara the wild rose. The latter fled sorely wounded, and the blood gushing from him turned to flintstones. The victor, who used the stag horns, the same weapon that Frey uses against Bali in the Prose Edda, and denoting perhaps a primitive Bone Age art, destroyed a monster frog which swallowed all the waters, and guided the torrents into smooth streams and lakes. He stalked the woods with game, invented fire, watched and watered crops, and without him, says the old missionary Brebeuf, they think they could not boil a pot. The use by the desert demon Tawiskara of a wild rose as his weapon is a beautiful touch in this myth. So much loveliness grew even amid the hard flints. One is reminded of the closing scene in the second part of Goethe's Faust. There, when Faust has realized the perfect hour to which he can say, "Stay, thou art fair," by causing by his labor a wilderness to blossom as a rose, he lies down in happy death, and when the demons come for his soul, angels pelt them with roses, which sting them like flames. Not wild roses were these, such as gave the dark one such poor succor. The defense of Faust is the roses he has evoked from briars. Chapter 8. Obstacles. Mephistopheles on Crags Emerson on Monadnock Ruskin on Alpine Peasants Holy, and unholy mountains the devil's pulpit montagnards tarns tenjo ti shanapakatekwilteroles, legends rock ordeal scylla, and Charybdis Scottish giant pontifex devils, bridges lig gaiant yeas. Related to the demons of barrenness, and to the hostile human demons, but still possessing characteristics of their own, are the demons supposed to haunt gorges, mountain ranges, ridges of rocks, streams which cannot be forded and are yet unbridged, rocks that wreck the raft or boat. Each and every obstruction that stood in the way of man's plow, or of his first frail ship, or his migration, has been assigned its demon. The reader of Goethe's page has only to turn to the opening lines of Walpurgisnacht in Faust to behold the real pandemonium of the northern man. As in Milton, he may find that of the dweller amid fiery deserts and volcanoes. That labyrinth of vales, crossed with wild crag and furious torrent, is the natural scenery to surround the orgies of the phantoms, which flit from the uncultured brain to uncultured nature. Elsewhere in Goethe's great poem, Mephistopheles pits against the philosophers the popular theory of the rugged remnants of chaos in nature, and the obstacles before which man is powerless. Faust, for me this mountain mass rests nobly dumb, I ask not whence it is, nor why 'tis come, herself when nature in herself did found this globe of earth, she then did purely round. The summit and abyss her pleasure made, mountain to mountain, rock to rock she laid. The hillocks down she neatly fashioned then to valleys softened them with gentle train. Then all grew green and bloomed, and in her joy she needs no foolish spoutings to employ. Mephistopheles, so say ye? It seems clear as noon to ye, yet he knows who is there the contrary. I was hard by below, when seething flame swelled the abyss, and streaming fire forth came, when Moloch's hammer forging rock to rock, far flew the fragment cliffs beneath the shock, of masses strange and huge the land was full. Who clears away such piles of hurled misrule? Philosophers the reason cannot see, there lies the rock, and they must let it be. We have reflected till ashamed we've grown, the common folk can thus conceive alone, and in conception no disturbance know, their wisdom ripened has long while ago, a miracle it is, they Satan honor show. My wanderer on faith's crutches hobbles on towards the devil's bridge and devil's stone. The great American poet made his pilgrimage to the mountain so beautiful in the distance, thinking to find there the men of equal elevation. Did not Milton describe freedom as a mountain nymph? To myself, I oft recount the tale of many a famous mount, Wales, Scotland, Uri, Hungary's Dells Roys, and Skanderbergs, and tells. Here nature shall condense her powers, her music and her meteors, and lifting man to the blue deep where stars their perfect courses keep, like wise preceptor, lure his eye, to sound the science of the sky. But instead of finding there, the man using those crags as a fastness to fight pollution of the mind, he searched the region round, and in low hut my monarch found. He was no eagle and no earl, alas. My foundling was a churl, with heart of cat and eyes of bug, dull victim of his pipe and mug. Ruskin has the same gloomy report to make of the mountaineers of Europe. The wild goats that leap along those rocks have as much passion of joy in all that fair work of God as the men that toil among them, perhaps more. Is it not strange to reflect that hardly an evening passes in London or Paris, but one of those cottages is painted for the better amusement of the fair and idle, and shaded with pasteboard pines by the scene shifter, and that good and kind people, poetically minded, delight themselves in imagining the happy life led by peasants who dwell by alpine fountains and kneel to crosses upon peaks of rock. That nightly we lay down our gold to fashion forth simulacra of peasants, in gay ribbons and white bodices, singing sweet songs and bowing gracefully to the picturesque crosses, and all the while the veritable peasants are kneeling, songlessly, to veritable crosses in another temper than the kind and fair audiences dream of, and assuredly with another kind of answer than is got out of the opera catastrophe. The writer remembers well the emphasis with which a poor woman at whose cottage he asked the path to the natural bridge in Virginia said, "I don't know why so many people come to these rocks. For my part, give me a level country." Many ages lay between that aged crone and Emerson or Ruskin, and they were ages of heavy war with the fortresses of nature. The fabled ordeals of water and fire, through which the human race passed, were associated with Ararat and Sinai, because to migrating or farming man the mountain was always an ordeal, irrespective even of its torrents or its occasional lava streams. A terrible vista is opened by the cry of Lot. I cannot escape to the mountain lest some evil take me. Not even the fire-consuming Sodom in the plains could nerve him to dare cope with the demons of the steep places. As time went on, devotees proved to the awe-stricken peasantries their sanctity and authority by combating those mountain demons and erecting their altars in the high places. So many summits became sacred. But this very sanctity was the means of bringing on successive demoniac hordes to haunt them, for every new religion saw in those altars, in high places, not victories over demons, but demon shrines. And thus mountains became the very battlefields between rival deities, each demon to his or her rival. And the conflict lasts from the cursing of the high places by the priests of Israel to the devil's pulpits of the Alps and Apennines. Among the beautiful frescoes at Baden is that of the Angels and the Devil's Pulpit by Gotzenberger. Near Jernsbach, appropriately at the point where the cultivable valley meets the unconquerable crests of rock, stand the two pulpits from which Satan and an angel contended, when the first Christian missionaries had failed to convert the rude foresters. When, by the angel's eloquence, all were won from the devil's side except a few witches and usurers, the fiend tore up great masses of rock and built the devil's mill on the mountain top. And he was hurled down by the Almighty on the rocks near Lord's Meadow, where the marks of his claws may still be seen, and where, by a diminishing number of undiminished ears, his groans are still heard when a storm rages through the valley. Such conflicts as these have been in some degree associated with every mountain of holy or unholy fame. Each was in its time a prosaic hill difficulty, with lions by no means chained, to affright the hearts of mistrust and timorous, till dervish or Christian impressed there his holy footprint, visible from Adam's peak to Olivet, or built there his convents, discernible from Meru and Olympus to Pontypridd and St. Catherine's Hill. By necessary truces the demons and deities repair gradually to their respective summits. Ser and Sinai hold each their own. But the holy hills have never equaled the number of dark mountains dreaded by man. These obstructive demons made the mountains Malji and Ninji, names for the king and queen of the Akkadian hell. They made the Finnish Mount Kippumäki the abode of all pests. They have identified their name, Elf, with the Alps, given nearly every tarn an evil fame, and indeed created a special class of demons, montagnards, much dreaded by medieval miners, whose faces they sometimes twisted so that they must look backward physically, as they were much in the habit of doing mentally, forever afterward. Gervais of Tilbury, in his chronicle, declares that on the top of Mount Canagan in France, which has a very inaccessible summit, there is a black lake of unknown depth, at whose bottom the demons have a palace, and that if anyone drops a stone into that water, the wrath of the mountain demons is shown in sudden and frightful tempests. From a like tarn in Cornwall, as Cornish folklore claims, on an accessible but very tedious hill, came up the hand which received the brand Excalibur when its master could wield it no more as told in the Mort d'Arthur, with, however, clear reference to the sea. I cannot forbear enlivening my page with the following sketch of a visit of English officers to the realm of Tenjo, the long-nosed mountain demon of Japan, which is very suggestive of the mental atmosphere amid which such specters exist. The mountains and forests of Japan are, say these writers, inhabited as thickly by good and evil spirits as the Hartz and Black Forest, and chief among them, in horrible sanctity, is O-Yama. The word echoes the Hindu Yama, Japanese Ama, kings of Hades whose demon is Tenjo. Abdul and Mulney once started on 3 days' leave, with the intention of climbing to the summit not of Tenjo's nose, but of the mountain, their principal reason for so doing being simply that they were told by everyone that they had better not. They first tried the ascent on the most accessible side, but fierce two-sworded Yakimans jealously guarded it, and they were obliged to make the attempt on the other, which was almost inaccessible, and was Tenjo's region. The villagers at the base of the mountain begged them to give up the project, and one old man, a species of patriarch, reasoned with them. "What are you going to do when you get to the top?" he asked. Our two friends were forced to admit that their course, then, would be very similar to that of the King of France and his men come down again. The old man laughed pityingly and said, "Well, go if you like, but take my word for it, Tenjo will do you an injury." They asked who Tenjo was. "Why, Tenjo," said the old man, "is an evil spirit with a long nose, who will dislocate your limbs if you persist in going up the mountain on this side. How do you know he has got a long nose? They asked. Have you ever seen him? Because all evil spirits have long noses here, Mulney hung his head. And, continued the old man, not noticing how dreadfully personal he was becoming to one of the party, Tenjo has the longest of the lot. Did you ever know a man with a long nose who was good? Come on, said Mulney hurriedly to Abdul, or the old fool will make me out an evil spirit. Sayonara, said the old man as they walked away, but look out for Tenjo. After climbing hard for some hours, and not meeting a single human being, not even the woodcutter could be tempted by the fine timber to encroach on Tenjo's precincts. They reached the top, and enjoyed a magnificent view. After a rest, they started on their descent, the worst part of which they had accomplished, when, as they were walking quietly along a good path, Abdul's ankle turned under him, and he went down as if he had been shot, with his leg broken in 2 places. With difficulty, Mulney managed to get him to the village they had started from, and the news ran like wildfire that Tenjo had broken the leg of one of the adventurous Tajins. I told you how it would be, exclaimed the old man, but you would go. Ah, Tenjo is a dreadful fellow. All the villagers, clustering round, took up the cry and shook their heads. Tenjo's reputation had increased wonderfully by this accident. Poor Abdul was on his back for 11 weeks, and numbers of Japanese, for he was a general favorite amongst them, went to see him, and to express their regret and horror at Tenjo's behavior. It is obvious that to a demon dwelling in a high mountain, a long nose would be variously useful to poke into the affairs of people dwelling in the plains, and also to enjoy the scent of their sacrifices offered at a respectful distance. That feature of the face which Napoleon I regarded as of martial importance, and which is prominent in the warriors marked on the Mycenae pottery, has generally been a physiognomical characteristic of European ogres, who are blood smellers. That the significance of Tenjo's long nose is this appears probable when we compare him with the Kalmuk demon Erlik, whose long nose is for smelling out the dying. The Cossacks believed that the protector of the earth was a many-headed elephant. The snouted demon, figure 15, is from a picture of Christ delivering Adam and Eve from hell by Lucas van Leyden, 1521. The Chinese mountains also have their demons. The demon of the mountain Tiaishan, in Shantung, is believed to regulate the punishments of men in this world and the next. 4 other demon princes rule over the principal mountain chains of the empire. Mr. Deniz remarks that mountainous localities are so regularly the homes of fairies in Chinese superstition that some connection between the fact and the relation of elf to Alp in Europe is suggested. But this coincidence is by no means so remarkable as the appearance among these Chinese mountain sprites of the magical sesame, so familiar to us in Arabian legend. The celebrated mountain Kain Lun, usually identified with the Hindu Kush, is said to be peopled with fairies, who cultivate upon its terraces the fields of sesamum and gardens of coriander seeds, which are eaten as ordinary food by those who possess the gift of longevity. In the superstitions of the American Aborigines, we find gigantic demons who with their hands piled up mountain chains as their castles, from whose peak towers they hurled stones on their enemies in the plains and slung them to the 4 corners of the earth. Such was the terrible Apocatequil, whose statue was erected on the mountains, with that of his mother on the one hand and his brother on the other. He was Prince of Evil and the chief god of the Peruvians. From Quito to Cusco, every Indian would give all he possessed to conciliate him. 5 priests, 2 stewards, and a crowd of slaves served his image. His principal temple was surrounded by a considerable village, whose inhabitants had no other occupation than to wait on him. The plaudits which welcomed the first railway train that sped beneath the Alps, echoing amid their crags and gorges, struck with death the old phantasms which had so long held sway in the imagination of the southern peasantry. The great tunnel was hewn straight through the stony hearts of giants whom Christianity had tried to slay, and failing that, baptized and adopted. It is in the Tyrol that we find the clearest survivals of the old demons of obstruction, the mountain monarchs. Such is Jordan the giant of Kohlhut Chasm, near Ungarkopf, whose story, along with others, is so prettily told by the Countess von Gunther. This giant is something of a Tenjo as to nose, for he smells human meat where his pursued victims are hidden, and his snort makes things tremble as before a tempest. but he has not the intelligence ascribed to large noses, for the boys ultimately persuade him that the way to cross a stream is to tie a stone around his neck, and he is drowned. One of the giants of Albach could carry a rock weighing 10,000 pounds, and his comrades, while carrying others of 700 pounds, could leap from stone to stone across rivers, and stoop to catch the trout with their hands as they leaped. The ferocious Orko, the mountain ghost who never ages, fulfills the tradition of his classic name by often appearing as a monstrous black dog, from whose side stones rebound, and fills the air with a bad smell, like Mephisto. His employment is hurling wayfarers down precipices. In her story of the Unholdenhof, or Monster Farm, in the Stubethel, the Countess von Gunther describes the natural character of the mountain demons. It was on this selfsame spot that the forester and his son took up their abode, and they became the dread and abomination of the whole surrounding country, for they practiced, partly openly and partly in secret, the most manifold iniquities, so that their nature and bearing grew into something demoniacal. As quarrelers very strong, and as enemies dreadfully revengeful, they showed their diabolical nature by the most inhuman deeds, which brought down injury not only on those against whom their wrath was directed, but also upon their families for centuries. In the heights of the mountains, they turned the beds of the torrents, and devastated by this means the most flourishing tracts of land. On other places, the unhold set on fire whole mountain forests, to allow free room for the avalanches to rush down and overwhelm the farms. Through certain means they cut holes and fissures in the rocks in which, during the summer, quantities of water collected, which froze in the winter, and then in the spring the thawing ice split the rocks, which then rolled down into the valleys, destroying everything before them. But at last heaven's vengeance reached them. An earthquake threw the forester's house into ruins, wild torrents tore over it, and thunderbolts set all around it in a blaze, and by fire and water, with which they had sinned, father and son perished, and were condemned to everlasting torments. Up to the present day, they are to be seen at nightfall on the mountain in the form of 2 fiery boars. Some of these giants, as has been intimated, were converted. Such was the case with Haimo, who owned and devastated a vast tract of country on the river Inn, which, however, he bridged whence Innsbruck when he became a Christian and a monk. This conversion was a terrible disappointment to the devil, who sent a huge dragon to stop the building of the monastery, but Haimo attacked the dragon, killed him, and cut out his tongue. With this tongue, 1.5 yards long, in his hand, he is represented in his statue, and the tongue is still preserved in the cloister. Haimo became a monk at Wilton, lived a pious life, and on his death was buried near the monastery. The stone coffin in which the gigantic bones repose is shown there and measures over 28 feet. Of nearly the same character as the mountain demons, and possessing even more features of the demons of barrenness, are the monsters guarding rocky passes. They are distributed through land, sea, and rivers. The famous rocks between Italy and Sicily bore the names of dangerous monsters, Scylla and Charybdis, which have now become proverbial expressions for alternative perils besetting any enterprise. According to Homer, Scylla was a kind of canine monster with 6 long necks, the mouths paved each with 3 rows of sharp teeth, while Charybdis, sitting under her fig tree, daily swallowed the waters and vomited them up again. Distantly related to these fabulous monsters, probably, are many of the old notions of ordeals undergone between rocks standing close together, or sometimes through holes in rocks, of which examples are found in Great Britain. An ordeal of this kind exists at Pera, where the holy well is reached through a narrow slit. Visitors going there recently on New Year's Day were warned by the dervish in charge, "Look through it at the water if you please, but do not essay to enter unless your consciences are completely free from sin, for as sure as you try to pass through with a taint upon your soul, you will be gripped by the rock and held there forever." The Bocca della Verita, a great stone face like a huge millstone, stands in the portico of the church S. Maria in Cosmedin at Rome, and its legend is that a suspected person was required to place his hand through the open mouth. If he swore falsely, it would bite off the hand. The explanation, now given, being that a swordsman was concealed behind to make good the judicial shrewdness of the stone, in case the oath were displeasing to the authorities. The myth of Scylla, which relates that she was a beautiful maiden, beloved by Glaucus, whom Circe through jealousy transformed to a monster by throwing magic herbs into the well where she was wont to bathe, is recalled by various European legends. In Thuringia, on the road to Oberhof, stands the red stone, with its rosebush, and a stream issuing from beneath it, where a beautiful maid is imprisoned. Every 7 years she may be seen bathing in the stream. On one occasion, a peasant passing by heard a sneeze in the rock and called out, "God help thee." The sneeze and the benediction were repeated, until at the 7th time the man cried, "Oh, thou cursed witch, deceive not honest people." As he then walked off, a wailing voice came out of the stone, "Oh, hadst thou but only wished the last time that God would help me. He would have helped me, and thou wouldst have delivered me. Now I must tarry till the day of judgment." The voice once cried out to a wedding procession passing by the stone, "Today wed, next year dead." And the bride having died a year after, wedding processions dread the spot. The legends of giants and giantesses, so numerous in Great Britain, are equally associated with rocky mountain passes, or the boulders they were supposed to have tossed thence when sportively stoning each other. They are the Tor of the south and Ben of the north. The hills of Rossshire in Scotland are mythological monuments of Cayley Atchmore, great woman, who, while carrying a pannier filled with earth and stones on her back, paused for a moment on a level spot, now the site of Ben Vashard, when the bottom of the pannier gave way, forming the hills. The recurrence of the names Gog and Magog in Scotland suggests that in mountainous regions the demons were especially derived from the hordes of robbers and savages, among whom, in their uncultivable hills, the plowshare could never conquer the spear and club. Richard Doyle enriched the first exhibition of the Grosvenor Gallery in London, 1877, with many beautiful pictures inspired by European folklore. They were a pretty garniture for the cemetery of dead religions. The witch once seen on her broom departing from the high crags of Cuchulainn, cheered by her faithful dwarf, is no longer unlovely, as in the days when she was burned by proxy in some poor human hag. Obedient to art a more potent wand than her own, she reascends to the clouds from which she was born, and is hardly distinguishable from them. Slowly man came to learn with the poet. It was the mountain streams that fed the fair green plains amenities. Then the giants became fairies, and not a few of these wore at last the mantles of saints. A similar process has been undergone by another subject, which finds its pretty epitaph in the artist's treatment. We saw in 2 pictures the Dame Blanche of Normandy, lurking in the ravine beside a stream under the dusk, awaiting yon rustic woodcutter who is presently horizontal in the air in that mad dance, after which he will be found exhausted. As her mountain sister is faintly shaped out of the clouds that cap Cuchulainn, this one is an imaginative outgrowth of the twilight shadows, the silvery glintings of moving clouds mirrored in pools, and her tresses are long, luxuriant grasses. She is of a sisterhood which passes by hardly perceptible gradations into others, elsewhere described the creations of illusion and night. She is not altogether one of these, however, but a type of more direct danger, the peril of fords, torrents, thickets, marshes, and treacherous pools, which may seem shallow, but are deep. The water demons have been already described in their obvious aspects, but it is necessary to mention here the simple obstructive river demons haunting fords and burns and hating bridges. Many tragedies and many personifications of the forces which caused them preceded the sanctity of the title pontifex. The torrent that roared across man's path seemed the vomit of a demon. The sacred power was he who could bridge it. In one of the most beautiful celebrations of Indra, it is said, "He tranquilized this great river so that it might be crossed. He conveyed across it in safety the sages who had been unable to pass over it, and who, having crossed, proceeded to realize the wealth they sought. In the exhilaration of the Soma, Indra has done these deeds." In Ceylon, the demon Toda still casts malignant spells about fords and ferries. Many are the legends of the opposition offered by demons to bridge building, and of the sacrifices which had to be made to them before such works could be accomplished. A few specimens must suffice us. Mr. Deniz relates a very interesting one of the Low Family Bridge at Shanghai. Difficulty having been found in laying the foundations, the builder vowed to heaven 2,000 children if the stones could be placed properly. The goddess addressed said she would not require their lives, but that the number named would be attacked by smallpox, which took place, and half the number died. A Chinese author says, if bridges are not placed in proper positions, such as the laws of geomancy indicate, they may endanger the lives of thousands, by bringing about a visitation of smallpox or sore eyes. At Hangzhou, a tea merchant cast himself into the river Xiantang as a sacrifice to the spirit of the dikes, which were constantly being washed away. The devil's bridges, to which Mephistopheles alludes so proudly, are frequent in Germany, and most of them, whether natural or artificial, have diabolical associations. The oldest structures often have legends in which are reflected the conditions exacted by evil powers, of those who span the fords in which men had often been drowned. Of this class is the Montafen Bridge in the Tyrol, and another is the bridge at Ratisbon. The legend of the latter is a fair specimen of those which generally haunt these ancient structures. Its architect was apprenticed to a master who was building the cathedral, and laid a wager that he would bridge the Danube before the other laid the coping stone of the sacred edifice. But the work of bridging the river was hard, and after repeated failures, the apprentice began to swear and wished the devil had charge of the business. Whereupon he of the cloven foot appeared in guise of a friar and agreed to build the 15 arches for a consideration. The fee was to be the first 3 that crossed the bridge. The cunning apprentice contrived that these 3 should not be human, but a dog, a cock, and a hen. The devil, in wrath at the fraud, tore the animals to pieces and disappeared. A procession of monks passed over the bridge and made it safe, and thereon are carved figures of the 3 animals. In most of the stories, it is a goat which is sent over and mangled, that poor animal having preserved its character as scapegoat in a great deal of the folklore of Christendom. The Danube was of old regarded as under the special guardianship of the Prince of Darkness, who used to make great efforts to obstruct the Crusaders voyaging down it to rescue the Holy Land from pagans. On one occasion, near the confluence of the Vils and Danube, he began hurling huge rocks into the riverbed from the cliffs. The holy warriors resisted successfully by signing the cross and singing an anthem, but the huge stone first thrown caused a whirl and swell in that part of the river, which were very dangerous until it was removed by engineers. It is obvious, especially to the English, who have so long found a defensive advantage in the silver streak of sea that separates them from the continent, that an obstacle, whether of mountain range or sea, would, at a certain point in the formation of a nation, become as valuable as at another it might be obstructive. Euphemism is credited with having given the friendly name, Euxine, to the rough, Axine, sea terrible to foreigners. But this is not so certain. Many a tribe has found the Black Sea a protection and a friend. In the case of mountains, their protective advantages would account at once for Milton's celebration of freedom as a mountain nymph, and for the stupidity of the people that dwell amid them, so often remarked. The very means of their independence would also be the cause of their insulation and barbarity. It is for those who go to and fro that knowledge is increased. The curious and inquiring are most apt to migrate. The enterprising will not submit to be shut away behind rocks and mountains. By their departure, there would be instituted, behind the barriers of rock and hill, a survival of the stupidest. These might ultimately come to worship their chains and cover their craggy prison walls with convents and crosses. The demons of aliens would be their gods. The climbing Hannibals would be their devils. It might have been expected, after the passages quoted from Mr. Ruskin concerning the bovine condition of alpine peasantries, that he would salute the tunnel through Mont Cenis. The peasantries who would see in the subalpine engine a demon are extinct. Admiration of the genii of obstruction and horror of the demons that vanquish them are discoverable only in folk tales distant enough to be pretty, such as the interesting Serbian story of Satan's jugglings and God's might, in which fairies hiding in successively opened nuts vainly try to oppose with fire and flood a she-demon pursuing a prince and his bride, to whose aid at last comes a flash of lightning which strikes the fiend dead. One of the beautiful Contes d'une Grandmère, by George Sand, Le Géant Yeus, has in it the sense of many fables born of man's struggle with obstructive nature. With her wonted felicity, she places the scene of this true human drama near the mountain Yeus, in the Pyrenees, whose name is a far-off echo of Zeus. The summit bore an enormous rock which, seen from a distance, appeared somewhat like a statue. The peasant Miquelin, who had his little farm at the mountain's base, whenever he passed made the sign of the cross and taught his little son Miquel to do the same, telling him that the great form was that of a pagan god, an enemy of the human race. An avalanche fell upon the home and garden of Miquelin. The poor man himself was disabled for life, His house and farm turned in a moment into a wild mass of stones. Miquel looked up to the summit of Yaeus. The giant had disappeared. Henceforth it was the mighty form of an organic monster which the boy saw stretched over what had once been their happy home and smiling acres. The family went about begging, Miquelin repeating his strange appeal, "Legayant Saint Couché sur moi." But when at last the old man dies, the son resolves to fulfill the silent dream of his life. He will encounter the giant Yaeus still in possession of his paternal acres. With eyes of the young world, this boy sees starting up here and there amid the vast debris the head of the demon he wishes to crush. He hurls stones hither and thither where some fearful feature or limb appears. He is filled with rage. His dreams are filled with attacks on the giant, in which the colossal head tumbles only to reappear on the shoulders. Every broken limb has the self-repairing power. There is no progress. But as the boy grows, and the contest grows, and need comes, there gathers in Miquel a desire to clear the ground. When he begins to think, it is no longer the passion to avenge his father on the stony giant which possesses him, but to recover their lost garden. Thus, indeed, the giant himself could alone be conquered. The huge rocks are split by gunpowder, some fragments are made into fences, others into a comfortable mansion for Miquel's mother and sisters. When the garden smiles again, and all are happy, the demon form is no longer discoverable. This little tale interprets with fine insight the demonology of barrenness and obstruction. The boy's wrath against the unconscious cause of his troubles is the rage often observed in children who retaliate upon the table or chair on which they have been bruised, and it repeats embryologically the rage of the world's boyhood, inspired by ascription of personal motives to inanimate obstructions. Possibly such wrath might have added something to the force with which man entered upon his combat with nature. But George Sand's tale reminds us that whatever was gained in force was lost in its misdirection. Success came in the proportion that fury was replaced by the youth's growing recognition that he was dealing with facts that could not be raged out of existence. It is crowned when he makes friends with the unconquerable remnant of the giant and sees that he is not altogether evil. It is at this stage that the higher art, conversant with beauty, enters to relieve man of many moral wounds received in the struggle. Clothed with moss and clematis, Yaeus appears not so hideous after all. Further invested by the genius of a turner, he would be beautiful. Yaeus is a fair giant after all, only he needed finish. He is a type of nature. The boyhood of the world has not passed away with Miquel. We find a fictitious dualism cherished by the lovers of nature in their belief or feeling that nature exerts upon man some spiritual influence. Ruskin has said that in looking from the campanile at Venice to the circle of snow which crowns the Adriatic, and then to the buildings which contain the works of Titian and Tintoret, he has felt unable to answer the question of his own heart, by which of these the nature or the manhood has God given mightier evidence of himself. So nature may teach the already taught. While Ruskin looks from the campanile, the peasant is fighting the mountain and calling its rocky grandeurs by the devil's name. Before the pictures he kneels. Untaught by art and science, the mind can derive no elevation from nature, can find no sympathy in it. It is a false notion that there is any compensation for the ignorant, denied access to art galleries, inability to pass their Sundays amid natural scenery. Health that may bring them, but mentally they are still inside the prison walls from which look the stony eyes of fates and furies. Natural sublimities cannot refine minds crude as themselves. They must pass through thought before they can feed thought. It is nature transfigured in art that changes the snow-clad mountain from a heartless giant to a savior in snow-pure raiment. Chapter 9. Illusion. Maya natural, treacheries misleaders glamour lorle Chinese, mermaid transformation swan, maiden's pigeon maidens the sealskin nudity tufel sigolitsi Japanese, siren dropping, cave Venusberg god of willow wisp holy, Fraulein the forsaken, merman the waterman sea, phantom sunken, treasure suicide. Most beautiful of all the goddesses of India is Maya, illusion. In Hindu iconography, she is portrayed in drapery of beautiful colors, with decoration of richest gems and broidery of flowers. From above her crown falls a veil which, curving above her knees, returns on the other side, making, as it were, also an apron in which are held fair animal forms prototypes of the creation over which she has dominion. The youthful yet serious beauty of her face and head is surrounded with a semi-aureole, fringed with soft lightning, striated with luminous sparks. And these are background for a cruciform nimbus made of 3 clusters of rays. Maya presses her full breasts, from which flow fountains of milk, which fall in graceful streams to mingle with the sea on which she stands. So to our Aryan ancestors appeared the spirit that paints the universe, flushing with tints, so strangely impartial fruits forbidden and unforbidden for man and beast. Mankind are slandered by the priest's creed populus vult discipi. They are justly vindicated in Plato's aphorism. Unwillingly is the soul deprived of truth, but still they are deceived. Large numbers are truly described by Swedenborg, who found hells whose occupants believed themselves in heaven and sang praises therefor. Such praises we may hear in the loud laughter proceeding from dens where paradise has been gained by the cheap charm of a glass of gin or a prostitute's caress. Serpent finds its ideal in serpent. In heaven, says Swedenborg, we shall see things as they are. But it is the adage of those who have lost their paradise and eat still the dry dust of reality not raised by science. The general world has not felt that divine curse, or it has been wiped away so that the most sensual fool may rejoice in feeling himself God's darling and pities the paganism of Plato. Man and beast are certain that they do see things as they are. Maya's milk is tinctured from the poppies of her robe. Untold millions of misgivings have been put to sleep by her tender bounty. The waters that sustain her are those of Lethe. But beneath every elusive heaven nature stretches also an elusive hell. The poppies lose their force at last, and under the scourge of necessity man wakes to find all his paradise of roses turned to briars. Maya's breast fountains pass deeper than the surface from one flows soft Lethe, the other issues at last in Phlegethon. Fear is even a more potent painter than hope, and out of the manifold menaces of nature can at last overlay the fairest illusions. It is a pathetic fact that so soon as man begins to think his first theory infers a will at work wherever he sees no cause. His second, to suppose that it will harm him. Harriet Martineau's account of her childish terror, caused by seeing some prismatic colors dancing on the wall of a vacant room she was entering imps, that had no worse origin than a tremulous candelabrum, but which haunted her nerves through life is an experience which may be traced in the haunted childhood of every nation. There are other phenomena besides these prismatic colors, which have had an evil name in popular superstition, despite their beauty. Strange, it might seem to a Buddhist that yon exquisite tree with its blood-red buds should be called the Judas tree, as to us that the graceful swan which might be the natural emblem of purity should be associated with witchcraft. But the student of mythology will at every moment be impressed by the fact that myths oftener represent a primitive science than mere fancies and conceits. The sinuous neck of the swan, its passionate jealousy, and the uncanny whistle, or else dumbness, found where, from so snowy an outside, melody might have been looked for, may have made this animal the type of a double nature. The treacherous brilliance of the serpent, or honey protected by stings, or the bright blossoms of poisons, would have trained the instinct which apprehends evil under the apparition of beauty. This, as we shall have occasion to see, has had a controlling influence upon the ethical constitution of our nature. But it is at present necessary to observe that the primitive science generally reversed the induction of our later philosophy. For where an evil or pain was discovered in anything, it concluded that such was its racen darter, and its attractive qualities were simply a demon's treacherous bait. However, here are the first stimulants to self-control in the lessons that taught distrust of appearances. Because many a pilgrim perished through a confidence in the lake pictures of the mirage which led to carelessness about economizing his skin of water, the mirage gained its present name bar Shaitan, or devil's water. The will-o'-wisp, which appeared to promise the night wanderer warmth or guidance, but led him into a bog, had its excellent directions as to the place to avoid perverted by an unhappy misunderstanding into a willful falsehood, and has been branded ignis fatuus. Most of the mimicries in nature gradually became as suspicious to the primitive observer as aliases to a magistrate. The thing that seemed to be fire or water, but was not, the insect or animal which took its hue or form from some other, from the leaf-spotted or stem-striped cats to that innocent insect whose vegetal disguise has gained for it the familiar name of devil's walking stick, the human-like hiss, laugh, or cry of animals, the vibratory sound or movement which so often is felt as if near when it really is far, the sand which seems hard but sinks. The sword which proves a bog, all these have their representation in the demonology of delusion. The Corotos of Brazil says that the evil one sometimes transforms himself into a swamp, and C leads him astray, vexes him, brings him into danger, and even kills him. It is like an echo of Burton's account. Terrestrial devils are those Lares, genii, fauns, satyrs, wood nymphs, foliates, fairies, Robin Goodfellows, Trulli, and C, which as they are most conversant with men, so they do them most harm. These are they that dance on heaths and greens, as Lavater thinks with Trithemius, and, as Olaus Magnus adds, leave that green circle which we commonly find in plain fields. They are sometimes seen by old women and children. Hieron. Polly, in his description of the city of Bursino, Spain, relates how they have been familiarly seen near that town, about fountains and hills. Sometimes, saith Trithemius, they lead simple people into the recesses of mountains and show them wonderful sights, and see. Giraldus Cambrensis gives an instance of a monk of Wales that was so deluded. Paracelsus reckons up many places in Germany where they do usually walk about in little coats, some 2 feet long. Real dangers beset the woods and mountain passes, the swamp and quicksand. In such forms did they haunt the untamed jungles of imagination. Over that sea on which Maya stands extends the silvery wand of glamour. It descended to the immortal old man of the sea, favorite of the nymphs, oracle of the coasts, patron of fishermen, friend of Proteus, who could see through all the sea's depths and assume all shapes. How many witcheries could proceed from the many-tinted sea to affect the eyes and enable them to see Triton with his wreathed horn, and mermaids combing their hair, and marine monsters, and Aphrodite poised on the white foam? Glaucoma it may be to the physicians, but glaucous it is in the scheme of Maya, who has never left land or sea without her witness. Beside the polar sea a Samiad sailor, asked by Castrain, "Where is Num?" i.e. Jumala his god, pointed to the dark distant sea, and said, "He is there." To the ancients there were 2 seas, the azure above, and that beneath. The imaginative child in its development passes all those dreamy coasts, sees in clouds mountains of snow on the horizon, and in the sunset luminous seas laving golden isles. When as yet to the young world the shining sun was Berchta, the white fleecy clouds were her swans. When she descended to the sea, as 1,000 stories related, it was to repeat the course of the sun for all tribes looking on a westward sea. No one who has read that charming little book, The Gods in Exile, will wonder at the happy instinct of learning shown in Heine's little poem, Sonnenuntergang, wherein we see shining solar beauty compelled to become the spinning housewife, or reluctant spouse of Poseidon. A lovely dame whom the old ocean god for convenience once had married, and in the daytime she wanders gaily through the high heaven, purple arrayed, and all in diamonds gleaming, and all beloved, and all amazing to every worldly being, and every worldly being rejoicing with warmth and splendor from her glances. Alas! At evening, sad and unwilling, back must she bend her slow steps to the dripping house, to the barren embrace of grisly old age. This, of course, is Heinesque, and has no relation to any legend of Bertha, but is a fair specimen of mythology in the making, and is quite in the spirit of many of the myths that have flitted around sunset on the sea. Whatever the explanation of their descent, the Shining One and her fleecy retinue were transformed. When to sea or lake came Berchta or Perchta, it was as Bertha of the large foot, i.e., webbed, or of the long nose beak, and her troop were swan maidens. Their celestial character was changed with that of their mistress. They became familiars of sorcerers and sorceresses. To wear yellow slippers became the designation of a witch. How did these fleecy white cloud phantoms become demonized? What connection is there between them and the enticing Lorelei and the dangerous Rhine daughters watching over golden treasures, once, perhaps, metaphors of moonlight ripples? They who have listened to the wild laughter of these in Wagner's opera, Des Rheingold, and their weird Heigahe, can hardly fail to suspect that they became associated with the real human nymphs, whom the summer sun still finds freely sporting in the bright streams of Russia, Hungary, Austria, and East Germany, naked and not ashamed. Many a warning voice against these careless Phrynes, who may have left tattered raiment on the shore to be transfigured in the silvery waves, must have gone forth from priests and anxious mothers. Nor would there be wanting traditions enough to impress such warnings. Few regions have been without such stories as those which the traveler Hiawan Th sang, 7th century, found in Buddhist chronicles of the Rakshasis of Ceylon. They waylay the merchants who land in the isle, and, changing themselves to women of great beauty, come before them with fragrant flowers and music. Attracting them with kind words to the town of iron, they offer them a feast and give themselves up to pleasure with them. Then shut them in an iron prison and eat them one after the other. There is a strong accent of human nature in the usual plot of the Swan Maiden legend, her garments stolen while she bathes, and her willingness to pay wondrous prices for them since they are her feathers and her swanhood, without which she must remain forever captive of the thief. The stories are told in regions so widely sundered, and their minor details are so different, that we may at any rate be certain that they are not all traceable solely to fleecy clouds. Sometimes the garments of the demoness and these beings are always feminine are not feathery, as in the German stories, but sealskins or of nondescript red tissue. Thus, the envoy Li Tingyuan, 1801, records a Chinese legend of a man named Minglingsu, a poor and worthy farmer without family, who, on going to draw water from a spring near his house, saw a woman bathing in it. She had hung her clothes on a pine tree, and in punishment for her shameless ways and for her fouling the well, he carried off the dress. The clothing was unlike the familiar Luchuan in style and of a ruddy sunset color. The woman, having finished her bath, cried out in great anger, "What thief has been here in broad day? Bring back my clothes, quick." She then perceived Minglingsu and threw herself on the ground before him. He began to scold her and asked why she came and fouled his water, to which she replied that both the pine tree and the well were made by the Creator for the use of all. The farmer entered into conversation with her and pointed out that fate evidently intended her to be his wife, as he absolutely refused to give up her clothes, while without them she could not get away. The result was that they were married. She lived with him for 10 years and bore him a son and a daughter. At the end of that time, her fate was fulfilled. She ascended a tree during the absence of her husband, and having bidden his children farewell, glided off on a cloud and disappeared. In South Africa, a parallel myth in its demonological aspect bears no trace of a cloud origin. In this case, a Hottentot, traveling with a bushwoman and her child, met a troop of wild horses. They were all hungry, and the woman, taking off a petticoat made of human skin, was instantly changed into a lioness. She struck down a horse and lapped its blood. Then, at the request of the Hottentot, who in his terror had climbed a tree, she resumed her petticoat and womanhood, and the friends, after a meal of horseflesh, resumed their journey. Among the Mycenaean Tartars, these demons partake of the nature of the Greek harpies. They are bloodthirsty vampire demons who drink the blood of men slain in battle, darken the air in their flight, and house themselves in one great black fiend. As we go east, the portrait of the Swan Maiden becomes less dark, and she is not associated with the sea or the underworld. Such is one among the Malays, related by Mr. Tyler. In the island of Celebes, it is said that 7 nymphs came down from the sky to bathe, and were seen by Kasimbaha, who at first thought them white doves, but in the bath perceived they were women. He stole the robe of one of them, Udahagi, and as she could not fly without it, she became his wife and bare him a son. She was called Udahagi because of a single magic white hair she had. This her husband pulled out, when immediately a storm arose, and she flew to heaven. The child was in great grief, and the husband cast about how he should follow her up into the sky. The Swan Maiden appears somewhat in the character of a nemesis in a Siberian myth told by Mr. Baringgood. A certain Samoyed who had stolen a Swan Maiden's robe refused to return it unless she secured for him the heart of 7 demon robbers, one of whom had killed the Samoyed's mother. The robbers were in the habit of hanging up their hearts on pegs in their tent. The Swan Maiden procured them. The Samoyed smashed 6 of the hearts, made the 7th robber resuscitate his mother, whose soul, kept in a purse, had only to be shaken over the old woman's grave for that feat to be accomplished, and the Swan Maiden got back her plumage and flew away rejoicing. In Slavonic folklore, the Swan Maiden is generally of a dangerous character, and if a swan is killed, they are careful not to show it to children for fear they will die. When they appear as ducks, geese, and other waterfowl, they are apt to be more mischievous than when they come as pigeons, and it is deemed perilous to kill a pigeon, as among sailors it was once held to kill an albatross. A fantasy relates a legend which shows that, even when associated with the Water King, the Tsar Morskoy or Slavonic Neptune, the pigeon preserves its beneficent character. A king out hunting lies down to drink from a lake, as in the story related on p. 146, when Tsar Morskoy seizes him by the beard and will not release him until he agrees to give him his infant son. The infant prince, deserted on the edge of the fatal lake, by advice of a sorceress hides in some bushes, whence he presently sees 12 pigeons arrive, which, having thrown off their feathers, disport themselves in the lake. At length a 13th, more beautiful than the rest, arrives, and her Sorachka, Shift, Ivan seizes. To recover it, she agrees to be his wife, and, having told him he will find her beneath the waters, resumes her pigeon shape and flies away. Beneath the lake he finds a beautiful realm, and though the Tsar Morskoy treats him roughly and imposes heavy tasks on him, the pigeon maiden, Vasilissa, assists him, and they dwell together happily. In Norse mythology, the vesture of the uncanny maid is oftenest a sealskin, and a vein of pathos enters the legends. Of the many legends of this kind, still believed in Sweden and Norway, one has been pleasantly versified by Miss Eliza Curie. A fisherman, having found a pretty white sealskin, took it home with him. At night there was a wailing at his door. The maid enters, becomes his wife, and bears him 3 children. But after 7 years she finds the skin, and with it ran to the shore. The eldest child tells the story to the father on his return home. Then we 3, Daddy ran after, crying, "Take us to the sea." "Wait for us, Mammy, we are coming too. Here's Alice, Willie can't keep up with you, Mammy, stop just for a minute or two." At last we came to where the hill slopes straight down to the beach, and there we stood all breathless, still fast clinging each to each. We saw her sitting upon a stone, putting the little seal skin on. "Oh, Mammy, Mammy, she never said goodbye, Daddy. She didn't kiss us 3, she just put the little seal skin on and slipped into the sea." Some of the legends of this character are nearly as realistic as Mr. Swinburne's Morality of David and Bathsheba. To imagine the scarcity of wives in regions to which the primitive Aryan race migrated, we have only to remember the Ben Trovato story of Californians holding a ball in honor of a bonnet, in the days before women had followed them in migration. To steal Bathsheba's clothes, and so capture her, might at one period have been sufficiently common in Europe to require all the terrors contained in the armory of tradition concerning the demonesses that might so be taken in, and might so tempt men to take them in. In the end, they might disappear, carrying off treasures in the most prosaic fashion, or perhaps they might bring to one's doors a small Trojan war. It is probable that the sentiment of modesty, so far as it is represented in the shame of nudity, was the result of prudential agencies. Though the dread of nudity has become in some regions a superstition in the female mind, strong enough to have its martyrs, as was seen at the sinking of the North Fleet, and the burning hotel in St. Louis is one that has been fostered by men in distrust of their own animalism. In barbarous regions, where civilization introduces clothes, the women are generally the last to adopt them, and though Mr. Herbert Spencer attributes this to female conservatism, it appears more probable that it is because the men are the first to lose their innocence, and the women last to receive anything expensive. It is noticeable how generally the swan maidens are said in the myths to be captured by violence or stratagem. At the same time, the most unconscious temptress might be the means of breaking up homes and misleading workmen, and thus become invested with all the wild legends told of the illusory phenomena of nature in popular mythology. It is marvelous to observe how all the insinuations of the bane were followed by equal dexterities in the antidote. The fair tempters might disguise their intent in an appeal to the wayfarer's humanity, and behold, there were 1,000 well-attested narratives ready for the lips of wife and mother, showing the demoness appealing for succor to be fatalist of all. There is a stone on the Mugglesburger in Altmark which is said to cover a treasure. This stone is sometimes called Devil's Altar, and sometimes it is said a fire is seen there which disappears when approached. It lies on the verge of Teufelsee, a lake dark and small, and believed to be fathomless. Where the stone lies a castle once stood which sank into the ground with its fair princess. But from the underground castle there is a subterranean avenue to a neighboring hill, and from this hill of an evening sometimes comes an old woman, bent over her staff. Next day there will be seen a most beautiful lady combing her long golden hair. To all who pass she makes her entreaties that they will set her free, her pathetic appeals being backed by offer of a jeweled casket which she holds. The only means of liberating her is, she announces, that someone shall bear her on his shoulders 3 times round Teufelsee church without looking back. The experiment has several times been made. One villager at his first round saw a large hay wagon drawn past him by 4 mice, and following it with his eyes received blows on the ears. Another saw a wagon drawn by 4 coal-black fire-breathing horses coming straight against him, started back, and all disappeared with the cry, "Lost again forever." A third tried and almost got through. He was found senseless, and on recovering related that when he took the princess on his shoulders, she was light as a feather, but she grew heavier and heavier as he bore her round. Snakes, toads, and all horrible animals with fiery eyes surrounded him. Dwarfs hurled blocks of wood and stones at him, yet he did not look back, and had nearly completed the 3rd round when he saw his village burst into flames. Then he looked behind a blow, felled him, and he seems to have only lived long enough to tell this story. The youth of Copernic are warned to steel their hearts against any fair maid combing her hair near Teufelsee. But the folklore of the same neighborhood admits that it is by no means so dangerous for dames to listen to appeals of this kind. In the Golitsee, for example, a midwife was induced to plunge in response to a call for aid. Having aided a little merwoman in travail, she was given an apronful of dust, which appeared odd until on shore it proved to be many thalers. In countries where the popular imagination, instead of being scientific, is trained to be religiously retrospective, it relapses at the slightest touch into the infantine speculations of the human race. Not long ago, standing at a shop window in Ostend, where a Japanese siren was on view, the clever imposture interested me less than the comments of the passing and pausing observers. The most frequent wonders seriously expressed were whether she sang or combed her hair, or was under a doom, or had a soul to be saved. Every question related to Circe, Ulysses and the sirens, and other conceptions of antiquity. The Japanese artists rightly concluded they could float their siren in any intellectual waters where Jonah and his whale could pass, or a fish appear with its penny. Nay, even in their primitive form, the sirens find their kith and kin still haunting all the coasts of northern Europe. A type of the Irish and Scottish siren may be found in the very complete legend of one seen by John Reed, shipmaster of Cromarty. With long flowing yellow hair she sat half on a rock, half in water, nude and beautiful, half woman, half fish, and John managed to catch and hold her tight till she had promised to fulfill 3 wishes. Then, released, she sprang into the sea. The wishes were all fulfilled, and to one of them, though John would never reveal it, the good luck of the Reeds was for a century after ascribed. The scene of this legend is the Dropping Cave, and significantly near the Lover's Leap. One of John's wishes included the success of his courtship. These caves run parallel with that of Venusberg, where the minstrel Tannhäuser is tempted by Venus and her nymphs. Heine finishes off his description of this Frau Venus by saying he fancied he met her one day in the place Breda. "What do you take this lady to be?" asked he of Balzac, who was with him. "She is a mistress," replied Balzac. "A duchess rather," returned Heine. But the friends found on further explanation that they were both quite right. Venus doves, soiled for a time, were spiritualized at last and made white, while the snowy swan grew darker. An old German word for swan, elbis, originally denoting its whiteness, albus, furthered its connection with all elfish beings, elf being from the same word, meaning white, but as in Goethe's Erlkönig, often disguising a dark character. The swan and the pigeon meet, with some modifications, as symbols of the good and evil powers in the legend of Lohengrin. The witch transforms the boy into a swan, which however draws to save his sister, falsely accused of his murder, the Knight of the Sangreal, who, when the mystery of his holy name is inquired into by his too curious bride, is borne away by white doves. These legends all bear in them, however faintly, the accent of the early conflict of religion with the wild passions of mankind. Their religious bearings bring us to inquiries which must be considered at a later phase of our work. But apart from purely moral considerations, it is evident that there must have been practical dangers surrounding the early social chaos amid which the first immigrants in Europe found themselves. Although the legend of Lady Godiva includes elements of another origin, it is probable that in the fate of Peeping Tom there is a distant reflection of the punishment, sometimes said to overtake those who gazed too curiously upon the Swan Maiden without her feathers. The devotion of the nude Lady of Coventry would not be out of keeping with one class of these mermaiden myths. There is a superstition, now particularly strong in Iceland, that all fairies are children of Eve, whom she hid away on an occasion when the Lord came to visit her, because they were not washed and presentable. So he condemned them to be forever invisible. This superstition seems to be related to an old debate whether these preternatural beings are the children of Adam and Eve or not. A Scotch story bears against that conclusion. A beautiful nymph, with a slight robe of green, came from the sea and approached a fisherman while he was reading his Bible. She asked him if it contained any promise of mercy for her. He replied that it contained an offer of salvation to all the children of Adam. Whereupon, with a loud shriek, she dashed into the sea again. Euphemism would cooperate with natural compassion in saying a good word for the good little people, whether hiding in earth or sea. In Altmark, will-o'-wisps are believed to be the souls of unbaptized children, sometimes of lunatics unable to rest in their graves. They are called lightmen, and it is said that though they may sometimes mislead, they often guide rightly, especially if a small coin be thrown them, this being also an African plan of breaking a sorcerer's spell. Christianity, long after its advent in Germany, had to contend seriously with customs and beliefs found in some lakeside villages, where the fishermen regarded themselves as in friendly relations with the preternatural guardians of the waters, and unto this day speak of their presiding sea maiden as a holy Fraulein. They hear her bells chiming up from the depths in holy seasons to mingle with those whose sounds are wafted from church towers. And it seems to have required many fables, told by prince of fishermen found sitting lifeless on their boats while listening to them, to gradually transfer reverence to the new Christian fairy. It may be they heard some such melody as that which has found its finest expression in Mr. Matthew Arnold's Forsaken Merman. Children dear, was it yesterday, call yet once that she went away, once she sate with you and me, on a red gold throne in the heart of the sea, and the youngest sate on her knee. She combed its bright hair, and she tended it well, when down swung the sound of the far-off bell. She sighed, she looked up through the clear green sea, she said, I must go, for my kinsfolk pray in the little grey church on the shore today. 'Twill be Easter time in the world on me, and I lose my poor soul, merman, here with thee. I said, go up, dear heart, through the waves, say thy prayer, and come back to the kind sea caves. She smiled, she went up through the surf in the bay. Children dear, was it yesterday? Perhaps we should find the antecedents of this merman's lost Margaret, whom he called back in vain, in the Danish ballad of the Merman and the Marstig's daughter, who, in Goethe's version, sought the winsome May in church, thither riding as a gay knight on horse of the water clear, the saddle and bridle of Seasond were. They went from the church with the bridal train, they danced in glee, and they danced full fain, they danced them down to the salt sea strand, and they left them standing there, hand in hand. Now wait thee, love, with my steed so free, and the bonniest bark I'll bring for thee. And when they passed to the white, white sand, the ships came sailing on to the land. But when they were out in the midst of the sound, down went they all in the deep profound. Long, long on the shore, when the winds were high, they heard from the waters the maiden's cry. I read ye, damsels, as best I can tread not the dance with the waterman. According to other legends, however, the realm undersea was not a place for weeping. Child eyes beheld all that the Earl King promised, in Goethe's ballad. Wilt thou go, bonny boy? Wilt thou go with me? My daughters shall wait on thee daintily. My daughters around thee in dance shall sweep, and rock thee and kiss thee, and sing thee to sleep. Or perhaps child eyes, lingering in the burning glow of manhood's passion, might see in the peaceful sea some picture of lost love like that so sweetly described in Heine's Sea Phantom. But I still leaned o'er the side of the vessel, gazing with sad dreaming glances down at the water, clear as a mirror, looking yet deeper and deeper, till far in the sea's abysses, at first like dim wavering vapors, then slowly, slowly deeper in color, domes of churches and towers seemed rising, and then, as clear as day, a city grand. Infinite longing, wondrous sorrow, steal through my heart as yet scarce healed. It seems as though its wounds, forgotten, by loving lips again were kissed, and once again were bleeding drops of burning crimson, which long and slowly trickled down upon an ancient house below there in the deep, deep sea town, on an ancient, high-roofed, curious house, where, lone and melancholy, below by the window a maiden sits, her head on her arm reclined, like a poor and uncared-for child. And I know thee, thou poor and long-sorrowing child. I meanwhile, my spirit all grief, over the whole broad world have sought thee, and ever have sought thee, thou dearly beloved, thou long, long lost one, thou finally found one. At last I have found thee, and now am gazing upon thy sweet face, with earnest, faithful glances, still sweetly smiling, and never will I again on earth leave thee. I am coming adown to thee, and with longing, wide-reaching embraces, love, I leap down to thy heart. The temptations of fishermen to secure objects seen at the bottom of transparent lakes, sometimes appearing like boxes or lumps of gold, and even more reflections of objects in the upper world or air, must have been sources of danger. There are many tales of their being so beguiled to destruction. These things were believed treasures of the little folk who live underwater, and would not part with them except on payment. In Blumenthal Lake, Tees said, there is an iron-bound yellow coffer which fishermen often have tried to raise, but their cords are cut as it nears the surface. At the bottom of the same lake valuable clothing is seen, and a woman who once tried to secure it was so nearly drowned that it is thought safer to leave it. The legends of sunken towns, as in Lake Parstention and Loch Neag, and bells, whose chimes may be heard on certain sacred days, are probably variants of this class of delusions. They are often said to have been sunk by some final vindictive stroke of a magician or witch resolved to destroy the city, no longer trusting them. Landslides, engulfing seaside homes, might originate legends like that of King Gradlon's daughter Dahut, whom the Breton peasant sees in rough weather on rocks around Powell Dahut, where she unlocked the sluice gates on the city is in obedience to her fiend lover. If it be remembered that less than 50 years ago Dr. Balan thought it desirable to anatomize goldfishes, and prove in various ways that it is a fallacy to suppose they feed on pure gold, as many a peasant near Lyon declares of the laurets sold daily in the market, it will hardly be thought wonderful that perilous visions of precious things were seen by early fishermen in pellucid depths, and that these should at last be regarded as seductive arts of Loreley, who have given many lakes and rivers the reputation of requiring one or more annual victims. Possibly it was through accumulation of many dreams about beautiful realms beneath the sea or above the clouds that suicide became among the Norse folk so common. It was a proverb that the worst end was to die in bed, and to die by suicide was to be like Egil and Amund and King Haak, like nearly all the heroes who so passed to Valhalla. The Northman had no doubt concerning the paradise to which he was going, and did not wish to reach it enfeebled by age. But the time would come when the earth and human affection must assert their claims, and the watery tribes be pictured as cruel devourers of the living. Even so would the wood nymphs and mountain nymphs be degraded, and fearful legends of those lost and wandering in dark forests be repeated to shuddering childhood. The actual dangers would mask themselves in the endless disguises of illusion, the wold and wave be peopled with cruel and treacherous seducers. Thus suicide might gradually lose its charms, and a dismal underworld of heartless gnomes replace the grottos and fairies. We may close this chapter with a Scottish legend relating to the Shits, or men of peace, in which there is a strange intimation of a human mind dreaming that it dreams, and so far on its way to waking. A woman was carried away by these shadowy beings in order that she might suckle her child which they had previously stolen. During her retention, she once observed the Shits anointing their eyes from a cauldron, and seizing an opportunity, she managed to anoint one of her own eyes with the ointment. With that one eye she now saw the secret abode and all in it as they really were. The deceptive splendor had vanished. The gaudy ornaments of a fairy grot had become the naked walls of a gloomy cavern. When this woman had returned to live among human beings again, her anointed eye saw much that others saw not. Among other things, she once saw a man of peace, invisible to others, and asked him about her child. Astonished at being recognized, he demanded how she had been able to discover him, and when she had confessed, he spit in her eye and extinguished it forever. Chapter 10. Darkness. Shadow's night, deities kobolds Walpurgisnacht night, as a better of evil-doers' nightmare dreams invisible foes Jacob, and his phantom not the prince of darkness the brood, of midnight second sight specters, of suitor fell the moonshine, vampire glamour glam, and Gretira story of Dartmoor. From the little night which clings to man even by day his own shadow to the world's great shade of darkness. Innumerable are the coverts from which have emerged the black procession of phantoms which have haunted the slumbers of the world, and betrayed the enterprise of man. How strange to the first man seemed that shadow walking beside him, from the time when he saw it as a ghost tracking its steps and giving him his name for a ghost, on to the period in which it seemed the emanation of an occult power. As to them, who brought their sick into the streets to be healed by the passing shadow of Peter. And still on to the day when Beaumont wrote, "Our acts our angels are, or good or ill, our fatal shadows that walk by us still." Or that in which Goethe found therein the mystical symbol of the inward arrest of our moral development, and said no man can jump off of his shadow. And then from the culture of Europe, we pass to the Fiji Islanders, and find them believing that every man has two spirits. One is his shadow, which goes to Hades, the other is his image as reflected in water, and it is supposed to stay near the place where the man dies. But like the giants of the Brocken, these demons of the shadow are trembled at long after they are known to be the tremblers themselves mirrored on air. Have we not priests in England still fostering the belief that the baptized child goes attended by a white spirit, the unbaptized by a dark one? Why then need we apologize for the Fijians? But little need be said here of demons of the dark, for they are closely related to the phantasms of delusion, of winter, and others already described. Yet have they distinctive characters. As many as were the sunbeams were the shadows, every goddess of the dawn Ushas cast her shadow, every day was swallowed up by night. This is the cavern where hide the treacherous Panis, fog in Vedic mythology, they who steal and hide Indra's cows. This is the realm of Hades, the invisible. This is the cavern of the hag Thok Dark in Scandinavian mythology, she who alone of all in the universe refused to weep for Baldur when he was shut up in Helheim, where he had been sent by the dart of his blind brother Hotter, Darkness. In the cavern of night sleep the seven sleepers of Ephesus, and Barbarossa, and all slumbering phantoms whose genius is the night-winged raven. Thor, the Norse Hercules, once tried to lift a cat as it seemed to him from the ground, but it was the great mid-earth serpent which encircles the whole earth. Impossible feat, as it was for Thor who got only one paw of the seeming cat off the ground in that glassless and gasless era. Invention has accomplished much in that direction. But the black cat is still domiciled securely among idols of the mental cave. There is an Anglo-Saxon word, kafgodas, lit. Cove gods, employed as the equivalent of the Latin lares, the Penates too are interpreted as kafgadu, kofa signifying the inner recess of a house, penetrale. The word in German corresponding to this kofa is Koben, and from this Hildebrand conjectures kobold to be derived. The latter part of the word he supposes to be Walt, one who presides over, e.g., Walter, so that the original form would be Cobwalt. Here, then, in the recesses of the household, among the least enlightened of its members the menials, who still often neutralize the efforts of rational people to dispel the delusions of their children, the discredited deities and demons of the past found refuge, and through a little baptismal change of names are familiars of millions unto this day. In the words of the ancient Hebrew, they lay in their own houses prisoners of darkness, fettered with the bonds of a long night. No power of the fire might give them light, neither could the bright flames of the stars lighten that horrible night. Well is it added, fear is nothing else but a betraying of the succors which reason offereth, a truth which finds ample illustration in the kobolds. These imaginary beings were naturally associated with the dark recesses of mines. There they gave the name to our metal cobalt. The value of cobalt was not understood until the 17th century, and the metal was first obtained by the Swedish chemist Brandt in 1733. The miners had believed that the silver was stolen away by kobolds, and these worthless ores left in its place. Nickel had the like history, and is named after Old Nick. So long did those beauties slumber in the cavern of ignorance till science kissed them with its sunbeam, and led them forth to decorate the world. How passed this mental cave dweller even amid the upper splendors and vastnesses of his unlit world? A Faust guided by his Mephistopheles only amid interminable heart's labyrinths. How sadly rises, incomplete and ruddy, the moon's lone disk with its belated glow and light so dimly that, as one advances, at every step one strikes a rock or tree. Let us then use a jack-o'-lantern's glances. I see one yonder, burning merrily. Ho there, my friend, I'll levy then attendance. Why waste so vainly thy resplendence? Be kind enough to light us up the steep. Tell me if we still are standing, or if further we're ascending all is turning, whirling, blending, trees and rocks with grinning faces, wandering lights that spin in mazes, still increasing and expanding. It could only have been at a comparatively late period of social development that Sancho's benediction on the inventor of sleep could have found general response. The Red Indian found its helplessness fatal when the nick of the woods was abroad. The Scotch sailor found in it a demon's opiate when the nig of the sea was gathering his storms above the sleeping watchman. It was among the problems of Job, the cooperation of darkness with evil doers. The eye of the adulterer waiteth for the twilight, he saith, no eye will see me, and putteth a mask upon his face. In the dark men break into houses, in the daytime they shut themselves up, they are strangers to the light. The morning to them is the shadow of death, they are familiar with the dark terrors of midnight. Besides this fact that the night befriends and masks every treacherous foe, it is also to be remembered that man is weakest at night. Not only is he weaker than by day in the veil drawn over his senses, but physiologically also. When the body is wearied out by the toils or combats of the day, and the mind haunted by dreams of danger, there are present all the terrors which Byron portrays around the restless pillow of Sardanapalus. The war horse of the day becomes a nightmare in the darkness. In the Heimskringla it is recorded, Vanland, Svegdir's son, succeeded his father and ruled over the Uppsala domain. He was a great warrior and went far around in different lands. Once he took up his winter abode in Finland with Sneo the Old and got his daughter Drisa in marriage, but in spring he set out leaving Drisa behind, and although he had promised to return within 3 years, he did not come back for 10. Then Drisa sent a message to the witch Hulda, and sent Visper, her son by Vanland, to Sweden. Drisa bribed the witch-wife Hulda, either that she should bewitch Vanland to return to Finland or kill him. When this witchwork was going on, Vanland was at Uppsala, and a great desire came over him to go to Finland, but his friends and counselors advised him against it, and said the witchcraft of the Finn people showed itself in this desire of his to go there. He then became very drowsy and laid himself down to sleep, but when he had slept but a little while he cried out, saying, Mara was treading on him. His men hastened to help him, but when they took hold of his head, she trod on his legs, and when they laid hold of his legs, she pressed upon his head, and it was his death. This witch is, no doubt, Hildur, a walker of the Edda, leading heroes to Walhalla. Indeed, in Westphalia, nightmare is called Walridursk. It is a curious fact that Mara should be preserved in the French word for nightmare, kochmar, koch being from Latin calcare, to tread. Through Teutonic folklore, this night demon of many names, having floated from England in a sieve paddled with cow ribs, rides to the distress of an increasingly unheroic part of the population. Nearly always still the Maat is said to be a pretty woman sometimes. Indeed, a sweetheart is involuntarily transformed to one, every rustic settlement abounding with tales of how the demoness has been captured by stopping the keyhole, calling the ridden sleeper by his baptismal name, and making the sign of the cross. By such process, the wicked beauty appears in human form and is apt to marry the sleeper, with usually evil results. The fondness of cats for getting on the breasts of sleepers, or near their breath, for warmth, has made that animal a common form of the Maat. Sometimes it is a black fly with red ring around its neck. This demoness is believed to suffer more pain than it inflicts, and vainly endeavors to destroy herself. In savage and nomadic times, sound sleep being an element of danger, the security which required men to sleep on their arms demanded also that they should sleep as it were with one eye open. Thus there might have arisen both the intense vividness which demons acquired by blending subjective and objective impressions, and the curious inability, so frequent among barbarians and not unknown among the men civilized, to distinguish dream from fact. The habit of daydreaming seems, indeed, more general than is usually supposed. Dreams haunt all the region of our intellectual twilight, the borderland of mystery, where rise the sources of the occult and the mystical which environ our lives. The daily terrors of barbarous life avail to haunt the nerves of civilized people, now many generations after they have passed away, with special and irrational shudders at certain objects or noises. How then must they have haunted the dreams of humanity, when, like the daughter of Nathan the Wise, rescued from flames, it passed the intervals of strife. With nerves unstrung through fear, and fire and flame in all she sees or fancies, her soul awake in sleep, asleep when wide awake. Among the sources of demoniac beliefs, few indeed are more prolific than dreams. The witchcraft of sleep, says Emerson, divides with truth the empire of our lives. This soft enchantress visits two children lying locked in each other's arms and carries them asunder by wide spans of land and sea, wide intervals of time. 'Tis superfluous to think of the dreams of multitudes. The astonishment remains that one should dream, that we should resign so quietly this deifying reason and become the theater of delusions, shows, wherein time, space, persons, cities, animals should dance before us in merry and mad confusion. A delicate creation outdoing the prime and flower of actual nature, antic comedy alternating with horrid specters. Or we seem busied for hours and days in peregrinations over seas and lands, in earnest dialogues, strenuous actions for nothings and absurdities, cheated by spectral jokes, and waking suddenly with ghostly laughter, to be rebuked by the cold, lonely, silent midnight, and to rake with confusion in memory among the gibbering nonsense to find the motive of this contemptible cachinnation. It has always been the worst of periods of religious excitement that they shape the dreams of old and young, and find there a fearful and distorted, but vivid and realistic, embodiment of their feverish experiences. In the days of witchcraft, thousands visited the witches' Sabbaths, as they believed and danced in the Walpurgis orgies, borne by hereditary Orthodox canon on their own brooms up their own chimneys. And today, by the same morbid imaginations, the victims are able to see themselves or others elongated, levitated, floating through the air. If people only knew how few are ever really wide awake, these spiritual nightmares would soon reach their termination. The natural terrors before which helpless man once cowered have been prolonged past all his real victories over his demons by a succession of such nightmares, so that the vulgar religion might be portrayed somewhat as Richard Wagner described his first tragedy, in which, having killed off 42 of his characters, he had to bring them back as ghosts to carry on the fifth act. The perils of darkness, as ambush of foes human and animal, concealer of pitfalls, misguider of footsteps, misdirector of aims, were more real than men can well imagine in an age of gaslight plus the policeman. The myth of Joshua commanding the sun to stand still, the cry of Ajax when darkness fell on the combat, "Grant me but to see," refer us to the region from which come all childish shudders at going into the dark. The limit of human courage is reached where its foe is beyond the reach of its force. Fighting in the dark may even be suicidal. A German fable of blindfold Zielda, awakened sleeper, demolishing his furniture, and knocking out his own teeth in the attempt to punish cats has its tragical illustrations also. But none of these actual dangers have been of more real evil to man than the demonization of them. This rendered his very skill a blunder, his energy weakness. If it was bad to retreat in the dusk from an innocent bush into an unrecognized well, it was worse to meet the ghost with rune or crucifix and find it an assassin. When man fights with his shadow, he instantly makes it the demon he fears. Ghoul-like it preys upon his paralyzed strength, vampire, like it sucks his blood, and he is consigned disarmed to the evil that is no shadow. The Scottish Sinclair marching through Norway, in the 16th century, owes his monument at Wiblingen rather to the magpie believed to precede him as a spy, with night and day upon its wings, than to his own prowess or power. In a sense, all demons, whatever their shapes, are the ancient brood of night. Mental darkness, even more moral darkness within, supply the phantasmagoria in which unknown things shape themselves as demons. Esau is already reconciled, but guilty Jacob must still wrestle with him as a phantom of fear till daybreak. A work has already been written on the night side of nature, but it would require many volumes to tell the story of what monsters have been conjured out of the kind protecting darkness. How great is the darkness which man makes for himself out of the imagination, which should be his light and vision. Much of the so-called religion of our time is but elaborate demoniculture and artificial preservation of mental Walpurgis nights. Not night, says the Edda rides first on her horse called Hrimfaxi, frost-maned, which every morning as he ends his course bedews the earth with the foam that falls from his bit. Though the horse of Dayskinfaxi, or Shining Mane follows hard after her, yet the foam is by no means drunk up by his fires. Foam of the old phantasms still lingers in our medieval liturgies, and even falls afresh where the daylight is shut out that altar candles may burn, or for other dark seances are prepared the conditions necessary for whatsoever loves not the light. What we call the Dark Ages were indeed spiritually a perpetual seance, with lights lowered. Nay, human superstition was able to turn the very moon and stars into mere bluish night tapers, giving just light enough to make the darkness visible in fantastic shapes, fluttering around the prince of darkness or non-existence in chief. How much of the theosophic speculation of our time is the mere artificial conservation of that darkness? How much that still flits bat-winged from universities will, in the future, be read with the same wonder as that with which even the more respectable bats can now read account of the midnight brood, which now for the most part sleep tranquilly in such books as Burton's Anatomy of Melancholy. There are, he says, certain spirits which Meraldus calls ambulones, that walk about midnight on great heaths and desert places, which saith Lavater, draw men out of their way and lead them all night by a byway or quite bar them of their way. These have several names in several places. We commonly call them pucks. In the deserts of Lop in Asia, such illusions of walking spirits are often perceived, as you may read in M. Paulus, the Venetian, his travels. If one lose his company by chance, these devils will call him by his name and counterfeit voices of his companions to seduce him. Lavater and Cicogna have a variety of examples of spirits and walking devils in this kind. Sometimes they sit by the wayside to give men falls, and make their horses stumble and start as they ride. According to the narration of that holy man Catullus in Nabrigensis, that had an especial grace to see devils. And if a man curse and spur his horse for stumbling, they do heartily rejoice at it. While observing a spirited and imaginative picture by Maccallum of the siege of Jerusalem, it much interested me to observe the greater or less ease with which other visitors discovered the portents in the air which, following the narrative of Josephus, the artist had vaguely portrayed. The chariots and horsemen said to have been seen before that event were here faintly blent with indefinite outlines of clouds. And while some of the artist's friends saw them with a distinctness greater, perhaps, than that with which they impressed the eye of the artist himself, others could hardly be made to see anything except shapeless vapor, though of course they all agreed that they were there and remarkably fine. It would seem that thus, in a London studio, there were present all the mental pigments for frescoing the air and sky with those visions of aerial armies or huntsmen which have become so normal in history as to be, in a subjective sense, natural. In the year 1763, an author, styling himself Theophilus Insulanus, published at Edinburgh a book on second sight, in which he related more than 100 instances of the power he believed to exist of seeing events before they had occurred, and whilst, of course, they did not exist. It is not difficult in reading them to see that they are all substantially one and the same story, and that the sight in operation was indeed second. For man or woman, at once imaginative and illiterate, have a second and supernumerary pair of eyes inherited from the traditional superstitions and ghost stories, which fill all the air they breathe from the cradle to the grave. While the mind is in this condition, that same nature whose apparitions and illusions originally evoked and fostered the glamoury, still moves on with her minglings of light and shade, cloud and mirage, giving no word of explanation. There are never wanting the shadowy forms without that cast their shuttles to the dark idols of the mental cave, together weaving subtle spells round the half-waking mind. In the year 1743, all the north of England and Scotland was in alarm on account of some spectres which were seen on the mountain of Souterfell in Cumberland. The mountain is about half a mile high. On a summer evening, a farmer and his servant, looking from Wilton Hall, half a mile off, saw the figures of a man and a dog pursuing some horses along the mountainside, which is very steep, and on the following morning they repaired to the place, expecting to find dead bodies, but finding none. About 1 year later, a troop of horsemen were seen riding along the same mountainside by one of the same persons, the servant, who then called others who also saw the aerial troopers. After a year had elapsed, the above vision was attested before a magistrate by 2 of those who saw it. The event occurred on the eve of the rebellion, when horsemen were exercising, and when also the popular mind along the border may be supposed to have been in a highly excited condition. What was seen on this strongly authenticated occasion? Was anything seen? None can tell. It is open to us to believe that there may have been some play of mirage. As there are purely aerial echoes, so are there aerial reflectors for the eye. On the other hand, the vision so nearly resembles the spectral processions which have passed through the mythology of the world, that we can never be sure that it was not the troop of King Arthur, emerging from Avalon to announce the approaching strife. A few fleecy, strangely shaped clouds, chasing each other along the hillside in the evening's dusk, would have amply sufficed to create the latter vision, and the danger of the time would easily have supplied all the second sight required to reveal it to considerable numbers. In questions of this kind, a very small circumstance of phrase, a name, perhaps may turn the balance of probabilities. Thus it may be noted that, in the instance just related, the vision was seen on the steep side of Sudar Fell. Fell means a hill or a steep rock, as in Drachenfels. But as to Sudar, although, as Mr. Robert Ferguson says, the word may originally have meant sheep, it is found in Scotland used as shoemaker in connection with the fabulous giants of that region. Sir Thomas Urquhart, in the 17th century, relates it as the tradition of the two promontories of Cromarty, called Souders, that they were the workstools of two giants who supplied their comrades with shoes and buskins. Possessing but one set of implements, they used to fling these to each other across the opening of the firth, where the promontories are only 2 miles apart. In process of time, the name Souder, shoemaker, was bequeathed by the craftsmen to their stools. It is not improbable that the name gradually connected itself with other places bearing traditions connecting them with the fabulous race, and that in this way the Sudar Fell, from meaning in early times much the same as Giant's Hill, preserved even in 1740–40, for enough of the earlier uncanny associations to awaken the awe of borderers in a time of rebellion. The vision may therefore have been seen by light which had journeyed all the way from the mythologic heavens of ancient India, substantially subjective such stuff, as dreams and dreamers are made of. No doubt there were outer clouds, shapes and afterglows enough, even in the absence of any fata morgana, to supply canvas and pigment to the cunning artist that hides in the eye. In an old tale, the often slain vampire bat only requests, with pathos, that his body may be laid where no sunlight, but only the moonlight, will fall on it, only that. But it is under the moonshine that it always gains new life. No demon requires absolute darkness, but half darkness in which to live. Enough light to disclose a somewhat, but not enough to define and reveal its nature, is just what has been required for the batailles of fable and fantasy, which can make vampire of a sparrow or giant out of a windmill. Glamour, a marvelous history, has this word of the artists and poets, sometimes meaning the charm with which the eye invests any object, or, in Wordsworth's phrase, the light that never was on land or sea. But no artist or poet ever rose to the full height of the simple term itself, which well illustrates Emerson's saying, "Words are fossil poetry." Professor Cowell of Cambridge says, "Glom, or in the nominative glamour, is also a poetical name for the moon." It does not actually occur in the ancient literature, but it is given in the glossary and the prose Edda in the list of the very old words for the moon. Vigfusson in his dictionary says, "The word is interesting on account of its identity with Scot. Glamour, which shows that the tale of Glam was common to Scotland and Iceland, and this much older than Grettir, in the year 1014. The ghost or goblin Glam seems evidently to have arisen from a personification of the delusive and treacherous effects of moonlight on the benighted traveler. Quale per insertam lunam sub lus maligna, est iter in silvis. Now there is a curious old Sanskrit word, glau or glav, which is explained in all the old native lexicons as meaning the moon. It might either be taken as waning or, in a casual sense, obscuring. The following lines from an early medieval poet, Basa, 7th century, will illustrate the deceptive character of moonlight from a Hindu point of view. The strong and wild Norse imagination delights in what is terrible and gloomy. The Hindu loves to dwell on the milder and quieter aspects of human life. The cat laps the moonbeams in the bowl of water, thinking them to be milk. The elephant thinks that the moonbeams, threaded through the intervals of the trees, are the fibers of the lotus stalk. The woman snatches at the moonbeams as they lie on the bed, taking them for her muslin garment. Oh, how the moon, intoxicated with radiance, bewilders all the world. A similar passage, no doubt imitated from this, is also quoted. The bewildered herdsmen place the pails under the cows, thinking that the milk is flowing. The maidens also put the blue lotus blossom in their ears, thinking that it is the white. The mountaineer's wife snatches up the jujube fruit, avaricious for pearls. Whose mind is not led astray by the thickly clustering moonbeams? In the Icelandic legend of the struggle between the hero Grettir, translated by Magnusson and Morris, London, 1869, The saga supplies a scenery as archaeological as if the philologists had been consulted. Bright moonlight was there without, and the drift was broken, now drawn over the moon, now driven off from her. And even as Glam fell, a cloud was driven from the moon, and Glam glared up against her. When the hero beheld these glaring eyes of the giant ghost, he felt some fiendish craft in them, and could not draw his short sword, and lay well nigh twixt home and hell. This half-light of the moon, which robs the strong of half his power, is repeated in Glam's curse. Exceedingly eager hast thou sought to meet me, Grettir, but no wonder will it be deemed, though thou gettest no good hap of me. And this I must tell thee, that thou now hast got half the strength and manhood which was thy lot if thou hadst not met me. Now I may not take from thee the strength which thou hast got before this, but that may I rule, that thou shalt never be mightier than now thou art. Therefore this weird I lay on thee, ever in those days to see these eyes with thine eyes, and thou wilt find it hard to be alone and that shalt drag thee unto death. The moon demon's power is limited to the spell of illusion he can cast. Presently he is laid low, the short sword of a sunbeam pales decapitates him. But after Glam is burned to cold coals and his ashes buried in skin of a beast, where sheep pastures were fewest, or the ways of men, the spell lay upon the hero's eyes. Grettir said that his temper had been nowise bettered by this, that he was worse to quiet than before, and that he deemed all trouble worse than it was. But that herein he found the greatest change, in that he was become so fearsome a man in the dark, that he durst go no hither alone after nightfall, for then he seemed to see all kinds of horrors. And that has fallen since into a proverb, that Glam lends eyes, or gives glamsight to those who see things nowise as they are. In reading which one may wonder how this world would look if for a little moment one's eyes could be purged of glamour. Even at the moon's self one tries vainly to look. Where Hindu and Zulu see a hare, the Arab sees coils of a serpent, and the Englishman sees a man. And the most intelligent of these several races will find it hard to see in the moon aught save what their primitive ancestors saw. And this small hint of the degree to which the wisest, like Merlin, are bound fast in an air prison by a Vivian whose spells are spun from themselves, would carry us far could we only venture to follow it out. The moon, observed Dr. Johnson unconsciously, has great influence in vulgar philosophy. How much lunar theology have we around us, so that many from the cradle to the grave get no clear sight of nature or of themselves. Very closely did Carlyle come to the fable of Glam when speaking of Coleridge's prophetic moonshine, and its effect on poor John Sterling. If the bottled moonshine be actually substance, could one but believe in a church while finding it incredible? The bereaved young lady has taken the veil then. To such lengths can transcendental moonshine, cast by some morbidly radiating Coleridge into the chaos of a fermenting life, act magically there, and produce divulsions and convulsions and diseased developments. One can almost fancy Carlyle had ringing in his memory the old Scottish ballad of the Reverend Robert Kirk, translator of the Psalms into Gaelic, who, while walking in his nightgown at Aberfoyle, was snatched away to the joyless elfin bower. It was between the night and day, when the fairy king has power. The item of the nightgown might have already prepared us for the couplet, and it has perhaps even a mystical connection with the vestment of the Black Dragoon, which Stirling once saw patrolling in every parish, to whom, however, he surrendered at last. A story is told of a man wandering on a dark night over Dartmoor, whose feet slipped over the edge of a pit. He caught the branch of a tree suspended over the terrible chasm, but unable to regain the ground, shrieked for help. None came, though he cried out till his voice was gone, and there he remained dangling in agony until the gray light revealed that his feet were only a few inches from the solid ground. Such are the chief demons that bind man till cockcrow. Such are the apprehensions that waste also the moral and intellectual strength of man, and murder his peace as he regards the necessary science of his time to be cutting some frail tenure sustaining him over a bottomless pit, instead of a release from real terror to the solid ground. Chapter 11. Disease. The plague phantom devil dances destroying angel Zariman in astrology Saturn Satan and Jobset the fatal seven Yaxio. The Singhalese Portrayeriri Maha Sohan Moro to Luther on disease demons Gopalumadan cattle demon in Rushabihilwizen the plow. A familiar fable in the East tells of one who met a fearful phantom, which in reply to his questioning answered I am plague. I have come from yon city where 10,000 lie dead. 1,000 were slain by me, the rest by fear. Perhaps even this story does not fully report the alliance between the plague and fear. For it is hardly doubtful that epidemics retain their power in the East largely, because they have gained personification through fear as demons whose fatal power man can neither prevent nor cure, before which he can only cower and pray. In the missionary school at Canterbury, the young men prepare themselves to help the heathen medically. And so they go forth with materia medica in one hand, and in the other an infallible revelation from heaven reporting plagues as the inflictions of Jehovah, or the destroying angel, or Satan, and the healing of disease the jealously reserved monopoly of God. The demonization of diseases is not wonderful. To thoughtful minds, not even science has dispelled the mystery which surrounds many of the ailments that afflict mankind, especially the normal diseases besetting children, hereditary complaints, and the strange liabilities to infection and contagion. A genuine, however partial, observation would suggest to primitive man some connection between the symptoms of many diseases and the mysterious universe of which he could not yet recognize himself an epitome. There were indications that certain troubles of this kind were related to the seasons, consequently to the celestial rulers of the seasonsta, the sun that smote by day and the moon at night. Professor Moncure Williams, describing the devil dances of southern India, says that there seems to be an idea among them that when pestilences are rife, exceptional measures must be taken to draw off the malignant spirits, supposed to cause them, by tempting them to enter into these wild dancers, and so become dissipated. He witnessed in Ceylon a dance performed by 3 men who personated the forms and phases of typhus fever. These dances probably belong to the same class of ideas as those of the dervishes in Persia, whose manifold contortions are supposed to repeat the movements of planets. They are invocations of the souls of good stars and propitiations of such as are evil. Belief in such stellar and planetary influences has pervaded every part of the world and gave rise to astrological dances. Gebelin says that the minuet was the dance oblique of the ancient priests of Apollo, performed in their temples. The diagonal line and the 2 parallels described in this dance were intended to be symbolical of the zodiac, and the 12 steps of which it is composed were meant for the 12 signs and the months of the year. The dance round the maypole and the codolin has the same origin. Diodorus tells us that Apollo was adored with dances, and in the island of Iona, the god danced all night. The Christians of St. Thomas, till a very late day, celebrated their worship with dances and songs. Comet says there were dancing girls in the temple at Jerusalem. The influence of the moon upon tides, the sleeplessness it causes, the restlessness of the insane under its occasional light, and such treacheries of moonshine as we have already considered, have populated our uninhabited satellite with demons. Lunar legends have decorated some well-founded suspicions of moonlight. The mother draws the curtain between the moonshine and her little Endymion, though not because she sees in the waning moon a pining Selene whose kiss may waste away the beauty of youth. A mere survival is the bowing to the new moon, a euphemism traceable to many myths about lunacy, among them, as I think, to Delilah, languishing, in whose lap the solar Samson is shorn of his locks, leaving him only the blind, destructive strength of the moonstruck. In the purely Semitic theories of the Jews, we find diseases ascribed to the wrath of Jehovah and their cure to his merciful mood. Jehovah will make thy plagues wonderful, and the plagues of thy seed. He will bring upon thee all the diseases of Egypt, whereof thou wast afraid. The emerods which smote the worshippers of Dagon were ascribed directly to the hand of Jehovah. In that vague degree of natural dualistic development, which preceded the full Iranian influence upon the Jews, the infliction of diseases was delegated to an angel of Jehovah, as in the narratives of smiting the firstborn of Egypt, wasting the army of Sennacherib, and the pestilence sent upon Israel for David's sin. In the progress of this angel to be a demon of disease, we find a phase of ambiguity, as shown in the hypochondria of Saul. The spirit of Jehovah departed from Saul, and an evil spirit from Jehovah troubled him. All such ambiguities disappeared under the influence of Iranian dualism. In the book of Job, we find the infliction of diseases and plagues completely transferred to a powerful spirit, a fully formed opposing potentate. The sons of God, who in the first chapter of Job are said to have presented themselves before Jehovah, may be identified in the 38th as the stars which shouted for joy at the creation. Satan is the wandering or malign planet which leads in the Ahrimanic side of the Persian planisphere. In the cosmographical theology of that country, Ormuzd was to reign for 6,000 years, and then Ahriman was to reign for a similar period. The moral associations of this speculation are discussed elsewhere. It is necessary here only to point out the bearing of the planispheric conception upon the ills that flesh is heir to. Ahriman is the star serpent of the Zendavesta. When the Paris rendered this world desolate and overran the universe, when the star serpent made a path for himself between heaven and earth, and sea, when Ahriman rambles on the earth, let him who takes the form of a serpent glide on the earth. Let him who takes the form of the wolf run on the earth, and let the violent north wind bring weakness. The dawn of Ormuzd corresponds with April. The sun returns from winter's death by sign of the Lamb, our Aries, and thenceforth every month corresponds with 1,000 years of the reign of the Beneficent. September is denoted by the Virgin and Child. To the dark domain of Ahriman, the prefecture of the universe passes by Libra, the same balances which appear in the hand of Satan. The star serpent prevails over the Virgin and Child. Then follow the months of the Scorpion, the Centaur, Goat, and Sea, every month corresponding to 1,000 years of the reign of Ahriman. While this scheme corresponds in one direction with the demons of cold, and in another with the entrance and reign of moral evil in the world, beginnings of disease on earth were also ascribed to this 7,000 of years when the Golden Age had passed. The depth of winter is reached in domicile of the goat, or of Sirius, Seth, Saturn, Satan according to the many variants. And these, under their several names, make the great infortune of astrology, wherein old Culpeper amply instructed our fathers. In the general, consider that Saturn is an old worn-out planet, weary and of little estimation in this world. He causeth long and tedious sicknesses, abundance of sadness, and a cartload of doubts and fears. His nature is cold and dry and melancholy. And take special notice of this, that when Saturn is lord of an eclipse, as he is one of the lords of this, he governs all the rest of the planets, but none can govern him. Melancholy is made of all the humors in the body of man, but no humor of melancholy. He is envious, and keeps his anger long, and speaks but few words, but when he speaks to purpose. A man of deep cogitations, he will plot mischief when men are asleep. He hath an admirable memory, and remembers to this day how William the Bastard abused him. He cannot endure to be a slave. He is poor with the poor, fearful with the fearful. He plots mischief against the superiors, with them that plot mischief against them. Have a care of him, kings and magistrates of Europe. He will show you what he can do in the effects of this eclipse. He is old, and therefore hath large experience, and will give perilous counsel. He moves but slowly, and therefore doth the more mischief. All the planets contribute their natures and strength to him, and when he sets on doing mischief he will do it to purpose. He doth not regard the company of the rest of the planets, neither do any of the rest of the planets regard his. He is a barren planet, and therefore delights not in women. He brings the pestilence. He is destructive to the fruits of the earth. He receives his light from the sun, and yet he hates the sun that gives it him. Many ages anterior to this began in India the dread of Ketu, astronomically the 9th planet, mythologically the tale of the demon Rahu, cut in twain as already told P46, supposed to be the prolific source of comets, meteors, and falling stars, also of diseases. From this Ketu or dragon's tail were born the Arana Ketava, red Ketus or apparitions, and Ketu has become almost another word for disease. Strongly influenced, as were the Jews by the exact division of the duodecimal period between good and evil, affirmed by the Persians, they never lost sight of the ultimate supremacy of Jehovah. Though Satan had gradually become a voluntary genius of evil, he still had to receive permission to afflict, as in the case of Job, and during the lifetime of Paul appears to have been still denied that power of death, which is first asserted by the unknown author of the Epistle to the Hebrews. Satan's especial office was regarded as the infliction of disease. Paul delivers the incestuous Corinthian to Satan for the destruction of the flesh, and he also attributed the sickness and death of many to their communicating unworthily. He also recognizes his own, thorn in the flesh, as an angel from Satan, though meant for his moral advantage. A penitential psalm, Assyrian, reads as follows: O my Lord, My sins are many, my trespasses are great, and the wrath of the gods has plagued me with disease and with sickness and sorrow. I fainted, but no one stretched forth his hand. I groaned, but no one drew nigh. I cried aloud, but no one heard. O Lord, do not abandon thy servant. In the waters of the great storm seize his hand. The sins which he has committed turn them to righteousness. This psalm would hardly be out of place in the English burial service, which deplores death as a visitation of divine wrath. Wherever such an idea prevails, the natural outcome of it is a belief in demons of disease. In ancient Egypt, following the belief in Ra the sun, from whose eyes all pleasing things proceeded, and Set, from whose eyes came all noxious things, from the baleful light of Set's eyes were born the seven Hathors, or Fates, whose names are recorded in the Book of the Dead. Mr. Fox Talbot has translated the Song of the Seven Spirits. They are seven, in the depths of ocean they are seven, in the heights of heaven they are seven, in the ocean stream in a palace they were born, male they are not, female they are not, wives they have not. Children are not born to them, rule they have not. Government they know not, prayers they hear not. They are seven, twice over they are seven. These demons have a way of herding together. The Assyrian tablets abundantly show that their occupation was manifested by diseases, physical and mental. One prescription runs thus: the god shall stand by his bedside. Those seven evil spirits he shall root out, and shall expel them from his body. And those seven shall never return to the sick man again. It is hardly doubtful that these were the seven said to have been cast out of Mary Magdalene, for their father Set is Sheddim, devils, of Dut, Roman 32:17, and Shaddai, god of Gen, Roman 16:1. But the fatal seven turn to the seven fruits that charm away evil influences at parturition in Persia, also the seven wise women of the same country traditionally present on holy occasions. When Arda-Varaf was sent to paradise by a sacred narcotic to obtain intelligence of the true faith, 7 fires were kept burning for 7 days around him, and the 7 wise women chanted hymns of the Avesta. The entrance of the 7 evil powers into a dwelling was believed by the Assyrians to be preventable by setting in the doorway small images, such as those of the sun god, He, and the moon goddess, but especially of Marduk, corresponding to Serapis the Egyptian Aesculapius. These powers were reinforced by writing holy texts over and on each side of the threshold. In the nighttime, bind around the sick man's head a sentence taken from a good book. The phylacteries of the Jews were originally worn for the same purpose. They were called tefillah and were related to teraphim, the little idols used by the Jews to keep out demons such as those of Laban, which his daughter Rachel stole. The resemblance of teraphim to the Tarasca, connected by some with G. Taras, a monster of Spain, may be noted the serpent figures carried about in Corpus Christi processions. The latter word is known in the south of France also, and gave its name to the town Tarascon. The legend is that an amphibious monster haunted the Rhône, preventing navigation and committing terrible ravages, until 16 of the boldest inhabitants of the district resolved to encounter it. 8 lost their lives, but the others, having destroyed the monster, founded the town of Tarascon, where the Fête de la Tarasque is still kept up. Comet, Sedley, and others, however, believe that teraphim is merely a modification of seraphim, and the tefillah, or phylacteries, of the same origin. The phylactery was tied into a knot. Justin Martyr says that the Jewish exorcists used magic ties or knots. The origin of this custom among the Jews and Babylonians may be found in the Assyrian talismans preserved in the British Museum, of which the following has been translated by Mr. Fox Talbot. He says, "Go, my son, take a woman's kerchief, bind it round thy right hand, loose it from the left hand, knot it with 7 knots. Do so twice, sprinkle it with bright wine, bind it round the head of the sick man, bind it round his hands and feet like manacles and fetters, sit down on his bed, sprinkle holy water over him. He shall hear the voice of He, darkness shall protect him, and Marduk, eldest son of heaven, shall find him a happy habitation." The number 7 holds an equally high degree of potency in Singhalee's demonology, which is mainly occupied with diseases. The Capuas or conjurers of that island enumerate 240,000 magic spells, of which all except one are for evil, which implies a tolerably large preponderance of the emergencies in which their countervailing efforts are required by their neighbors. That, of course, can be easily appreciated by those who have been taught that all human beings are included under a primal curse. The words of Micah, "Thou wilt cast all their sins into the depths of the sea," are recalled by the legend of these evil spells of Ceylon. The king of Oudh came to marry one of 7 princesses, all possessing preternatural powers, and questioned each as to her art. Each declared her skill in doing harm, except one who asserted her power to heal all ills which the others could inflict. The king having chosen this one as his bride, the rest were angry, and for revenge collected all the charms in the world, enclosed them in a pumpkin, the only thing that can contain spells without being reduced to ashes, and sent this infernal machine to their sister. It would consume everything for 1,600 miles round, but the messenger dropped it in the sea. A god picked it up and presented it to the king of Ceylon, and these, with the healing charm known to his own queen, make the 240,000 spells known to the Capuas of that island, who have no doubt deified the rescuer of the spells on the same principle that inspires some seaside populations to worship Providence more devoutly on the Sunday after a valuable wreck in their neighborhood. The astrological origin of the evils ascribed to the Yaxio demons of Ceylon, and the horoscope, which is a necessary preliminary to any dealing with their influences. The constant recurrence of the number 7, denoting origin with races holding the 7-planet theories of the universe. And the fact that all demons are said, on every Saturday evening, to attend an assemblage called Yaksa Sabawa, witches' Sabbath, are facts that may well engage the attention of comparative mythologists. In Dardistan, the evil spirits are called Yach. They dwell in the regions of snow, and the overthrow of their reign over the country is celebrated at the new moon of Dakio, the month preceding winter. The largest proportion of the disease demons of Ceylon are descended from its hunger demons. The Preta there is much the same phantom as in Siam, only they are not quite so tall. They range from 200 to 400 feet in height, and are so numerous that a Pali Buddhist book exhorts people not to throw stones, lest they should harm one of these harmless starveling ghosts, who die many times of hunger, and revive to suffer on an expiation of their sins in a previous existence. They are harmless in one sense, but filthy, and bad smells are personified in them. The great mass of demons resemble the Praetia, in that their king, Wesemani, has forbidden them to satisfy themselves directly upon their victims, but by inflicting diseases, they are supposed to receive an imaginative satisfaction somewhat like that of eating people. Riri is the demon of blood disease. His form is that of a man with face of a monkey. He is fiery red, rides on a red bull, and all hemorrhages and diseases of the blood are attributed to him. Riri has 18 different disguises or avatars. One of these recalls his earlier position as a demon of death, before Vishnu revealed to Capuas the means of binding him. He is now supposed to be present at every deathbed in the form of a delighted pygmy, 1 span and 6 inches high. On such occasions, he bears a cock in one hand, a club in the other, and in his mouth a corpse. In the same country, Maha Sohan is the great graveyard demon. He resides in a hill where he is supposed to surround himself with carcasses. He is 122 feet high, has 4 hands and 3 eyes, and a red skin. He has the head of a bear, the legend being that while quarreling with another giant his head was knocked off, and the god Senasura was gracious enough to tear off the head of a bear and clap it on the decapitated giant. His Capua threatens him with a repetition of this catastrophe if he does not spare any threatened victim who is called in his priestly aid. Except for this timidity about his head, Maha is formidable, being chief of 30,000 demons. But curiously enough, he is said to choose for his steeds the more innocent animals: goat, deer, horse, elephant, and hog. One of the demons most dreaded in Ceylon is the foreign demon Morotu, said to have come from the coast of Malabar, and from his residence in a tree disseminated diseases which could not be cured until, the queen being afflicted, one Capua was found able to master him. 7/8 of the charms used in restraining the disease demons of Ceylon, of which I have mentioned but a few, are in the Tamil tongue. In various parts of India are found very nearly the same systematic demonolatry and devil dancing. For example, in Travancore, to whose superstitions of this character the Reverend Samuel Matir has devoted 2 chapters in his work, The Land of Charity. The great demon of diseases in Ceylon is entitled Mahakolasani Yaksaya. His father, a king, ordered his queen to be put to death in the belief that she had been faithless to him. Her body was to be cut in 2 pieces, one of which was to be hung upon a tree, Akbariya, the other to be thrown at its foot to the dogs. The queen before her execution said, "If this charge be false, may the child in my womb be born this instant a demon, and may that demon destroy the whole of this city and its unjust king." So soon as the executioners had finished their work, the 2 severed parts of the queen's body reunited. A child was born who completely devoured his mother, and then repaired to the graveyard, Sohan, where for a time he fattened on corpses. Then he proceeded to inflict mortal diseases upon the city, and had nearly depopulated it when the gods Iswara and Sekra interfered, descending to subdue him in the disguise of mendicants. Possibly the great Maha Sohan mentioned above, and the Sohan graveyard, from which Sani dealt out deadliness, may be best understood by the statement of the learned writer from whom these facts are quoted, that, excepting the Buddhist priests and the aristocrats of the land, whose bodies were burnt in regular funeral piles after death, the corpses of the rest of the people were neither burned nor buried, but thrown into a place called Sohona, which was an open piece of ground in the jungle, generally a hollow among the hills, at the distance of 3 or 4 miles from any inhabited place, where they were left in the open air to be decomposed or devoured by dogs and wild beasts. There would appear to be even more ground for the dread of the great graveyard demon in many parts of Christendom, where, through desire to preserve corpses for a happy resurrection, they are made to steal through the water veins of the earth and find their resurrection as fell diseases. Iswara and Sekra were probably 2 reformers who persuaded the citizens to bury the poor deep in the earth. Had they been wise enough to place the dead where nature would give them speedy resurrection and life in grass and flowers, it would not have been further recorded that they ordered him, the demon, to abstain from eating men, but gave him wurun or permission to inflict disease on mankind and to obtain offerings. This is very much the same as the privilege given our Western funeral agencies and cemeteries also. And when the Maudlin adds that Sani has 18 principal attendants, one can hardly help thinking of the mummers, gravediggers, chaplains, all engaged unconsciously in the work of making the earth less habitable. The first of the attendants of this formidable avenger of his mother's wrongs is named Buddha Sani Yaksaya, demon of madness. The whole demonolatry and devil dancing of that island are so insane that one is not surprised that this Buddha had but little special development. It is amid clear senses we might naturally look for full horror of madness, and there indeed do we find it. One of the most horrible forms of the disease demon was the personification of madness among the Greeks as mania. In the Hercules Furens of Euripides, where madness, the unwedded daughter of Black Night, and sprung of the blood of Celis, is evoked from Tartarus for the express purpose of inbreeding in Hercules' child-slaying disturbances of reason, there is a suggestion of the hereditary nature of insanity. Obedient to the vindictive order of Juno, in her chariot hath gone forth the marble-visaged, all-mournful madness, the Gorgon of night, and with the hissing of 100 heads of snakes, she gives the goad to her chariot, on mischief bent. We may plainly see that the religion which embodied such a form was itself ending in madness. Already ancient were the words manticore prophecy and manicare madness, when Plato cited their identity to prove one kind of madness the special gift of heaven. The notion lingers in Dryden's line, "Great wits to madness sure are near allied," and survive in regions where deference is paid to lunatics and idiots. Other diseases preserve in their names indications of similar association, e.g., nympholepsy, St. Vitus's dance, St. Anthony's fire. Wesley attributes still epilepsy to possession. This was in pursuance of ancient beliefs. Typhus, a name anciently given to every malady accompanied with stupor typhos, seemed the breath of feverish typhon. Max Muller connects the word quinsy with Sanskrit am, to throttle, and ahi the throttling serpent, its medium being angina, and this again is Keinenchair, dog throttling, the Greek for quinsy. The genius of William Blake, steeped in Hebraism, never showed greater power than in his picture of plague. A gigantic hideous form, pale green with the slime of stagnant pools, reeking with vegetable decays and gangrene, the face livid with the motley tints of pallor and putrescence, strides onward with extended arms like a sower sowing his seeds. Only in this case, the germs of his horrible harvest are not cast from the hands, but emanate from the fingers as being of their essence. Such, to the savage mind, was the embodiment of malaria, sultriness, rottenness, the putrid portraya, invisible, but smelt and felt. Such, to the ignorant imagination, is the destroying angel to which rationalistic artists and poets have tried to add wings and majesty, but which in the popular mind was no doubt pictured more like this form found at Ostia, Fig. 16, and now passing in the Vatican for a Satan, probably a demon of the Pontine marshes, and of the fever that still has victims of its fatal cup. p. 291. In these fearful forms, the poor savage believed with such an intensity that he was able to shape the brain of man to his fantasy, bringing about the anomaly that the great reformer, Luther, should affirm, even while fighting superstition, that a Christian ought to know that he lives in the midst of devils, and that the devil is nearer to him than his coat or his shirt. The devils, he tells us, are all around us, and are at every moment seeking to ensnare our lives, salvation, and happiness. There are many of them in the woods, waters, deserts, and in damp, muddy places, for the purpose of doing folk a mischief. They also house in the dense black clouds, and send storms, hail, thunder, and lightning, and poison the air with their infernal stench. In one place, Luther tells us that the devil has more vessels and boxes full of poison, with which he kills people, than all the apothecaries in the whole world. He sends all plagues and diseases among men. We may be sure that when any one dies of the pestilence, is drowned, or drops suddenly dead, the devil does it. Knowing nothing of zoology, the primitive man easily falls into the belief that his cattle, the means of life, may be the subjects of sorcery. Jesus sending devils into a herd of swine may have become by artificial process a divine benefactor in the eye of Christendom. But the myth makes him bear an exact resemblance to the dangerous sorcerer that fills the savage mind with dread. It is probable that the covetous eye denounced in the Decalogue means the evil eye, which was supposed to blight an object intensely desired, but not to be obtained. Gopalou, already referred to p. 136, as the Singhalese demon of hydrophobia, bears the general name of the cattle demon. He is said to have been the twin of the demigod Mangara by a queen on the Coromandel coast. The mother died, and a cow suckled the twins, but afterwards they quarreled, and Gopalou, being slain, was transformed into a demon. He repaired to Arengod, and fixed his abode in a banyan where there is a large beehive, whence proceed many evils. The population around this banyan for many miles being prostrated by diseases, the demigod Mangara and Patini, goddess of chastity, admonished the villagers to sacrifice a cow regularly, and thus they were all resuscitated. Gopalou now sends all cattle diseases. India is full of the like superstitions. The people of Travancore especially dread the demon Madden, he who is like a cow, believed to strike oxen with sudden illness, sometimes men also. In Russia, we find superstition sometimes modified by common sense. Though the peasant hopes that Zegary, St. George, will defend his cattle, he begins to see the chief foes of his cattle. As in the folk song, "We have gone around the field, we have called Zegary. O thou, our brave Zegary, save our cattle, in the field and beyond the field, in the forest and beyond the forest, under the bright moon, under the red sun, from the rapacious wolf, from the cruel bear, from the cunning beast." Nevertheless, when a cattle plague occurs, many villages relapse into a normally extinct state of mind. Thus, a few years ago, in a village near Moscow, all the women, having warned the men away, stripped themselves entirely naked and drew a plow so as to make a furrow entirely around the village. At the point of juncture in this circle, they buried alive a cock, a cat, and a dog. Then they filled the air with lamentations, crying, "Cattle plague! Cattle plague! Spare our cattle! Behold, we offer thee cock, cat, and dog." The dog is a demonic character in Russia, while the cat is sacred. For once when the devil tried to get into paradise in the form of a mouse, the dog allowed him to pass, but the cat pounced on him, the two animals being set on guard at the door. The offering of both seems to represent a desire to conciliate both sides. The nudity of the women may have been to represent to the hungry gods their utter poverty and inability to give more. But it was told me in Moscow, where I happened to be staying at the time, that it would be dangerous for any man to draw near during the performance. In Altmark, the demons who bewitch cattle are called Beilweisen, and are believed to bury certain diabolical charms under thresholds over which the animals are to pass, causing them to wither away, the milk to cease, etc. The prevention is to wash the cattle with a lotion of sea cabbage boiled with infusion of wine. In the same province, it is related that once there appeared in a harvest field at one time 15, at another 12 men, apparently, the latter headless. They all labored with scythes, but though the rustling could be heard, no grain fell. When questioned, they said nothing, and when the people tried to seize them, they ran away, cutting fruitlessly as they ran. The priests found in this a presage of the coming cattle plague. The Russian superstition of the plow, above mentioned, is found in fragmentary survivals in Altmark. Thus, it is said that to plow around a village and then sit under the plow, placed upright, will enable anyone to see the witches, and in some villages, some bit of a plow is hung up over a doorway through which cattle pass, as no devil can then approach them. The demons have a natural horror of honest work, and especially the culture of the earth. Goethe, as we have seen, notes their fear of roses. Perhaps he remembered the legend of Aspasia, who, being disfigured by a tumor on the chin, was warned by a dove maiden to dismiss her physicians and try a rose from the garland of Venus, so she recovered health and beauty.